Chapter 76, Wretch's Heart Have Magic Horn. T.L. Magic Horn, rhinoceros horn with its thread-like white core, mentioned in old texts as having a high sensibility. Wind suddenly blew, the sky become completely black, and a very light rain as fine as ox hair kept on falling non-stop. Frost Maple City's streets seemed empty all of a sudden. That bustling with activities situation of this city changed into this bleak appearance, chilly wind and night rain. It's raining. Lucia was peacefully laid on Long Yi's bosom, and even after hearing the pitter-patter sound outside, she was unwilling to move. Yes, it's raining. Long Yi gently caressed and stroked Lucia's silk-like satiny skin and softly said, "This was a rainy night which made people distressed, love and melancholy, where one could very easily recall certain sentimental matters." "Oh, that's right, little elf. Don't you have something you want to say me? Now you can say it." Long Yi patted Lucia's buttocks and asked with a smile, and his other hand however was dishonestly playing with her plump breasts. That Lucia let out seized the mischievous big hand of Long Yi, then rolling over, she pushed down his body. Long Yi was dumbfounded, and asked with a smile, "Just a moment ago, didn't I feed you until full? Truly my sin. Ah, are we going again?" Lucia however straightly stared at Long Yi, and suddenly the rim of her eyes were filled with tears. Then she wept. Seeing Lucia was weeping, Long Yi couldn't help but become flustered. He feared neither heaven nor earth, but he feared the attack power of women's tear. Here women naturally refers to his women, not other women. In previous incarnation, when he was in Dragon Organization, he however had frequently used ruthless method to kill many of those delicate as a flower, refined as a precious jade female secret agent of other countries. "Good baby, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Which bastard bully my little elf?" Long Yi consoled her in a flurry. Hearing Long Yi's gently consoling, Lucia's teardrops burst out even more uncontrollably. Then just like broken string pearls, her teardrops fell on Long Yi's chest. "Long Yi, I'm not leaving you, I don't want to leave you." Lucia sobbed and burst out in tears. Long Yi was dumbfounded, and he awkwardly wiped the tears from her face, but who would have thought that, the more and more he wiped, the more and more tears flowed down. It seems the two big hands of Long Yi was unable to stop her tears. Women really are made up of water. Ah, how is their tear duct so developed? Long Yi sighed inside his heart, then took Lucia in his arms, and regardless of nasal mucus and tears stuck on his chest, he softly said, "You will naturally not leave me, and I also forbid you to leave me. Now tell me, what happened?" After a long time, Lucia's emotion settled down, then she said while choking with sobs, "But I must leave. Not long after there is our Elven clan's scared festival, so I have to go back." Having heard what was said, Long Yi relaxed, and then chuckled. "What is there to grieve? Don't you just want to return home?" Lucia immediately got up, aggrievedly turned around and said, feeling wronged, "I know you look forward for me to go back early, you hate me." Long Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What is this with what? Why is the mood of women so quick to change? There is not enough time for me to love you, so how can I hate you? My little elf is so lovely. Long Yi said with a smile. "Hate? You hate me?" Lucia angrily roared, then again turning around, she asked, "If you love me then why do you have an appearance of I don't care when you heard I have to go back home? Why on earth should I care? Returning home is a good thing." Long Yi said with a sly smile. But if I go back home, then we will be unable to see each other for a long time. I will miss you. I will miss you very very much." Lucia's eyes became red again. Seeing Lucia's tears were about to overflow again, Long Yi no longer teased her. He chuckled, "Stupid girl, don't tell me I can't accompany you to return your home." Lucia's eyes lit up, and she said, "Really, will you truly accompany me back to Elven Forest?" But she immediately said with hesitation, But humans are prohibited to enter Elven Forest." Long Yi was stunned. "It seems humans are truly prohibited to enter Elven Forest." He laughed. "Elven Forest naturally is off-limit to outsiders, but I should not be count as an outsider. I think my mother-in-law Elf Queen will not cold-bloodedly refuse her son-in-law outside the gate like that. Lucia's beautiful face become very red, then thought inside her heart. Now Long Yu is her husband, so her clansmen ought to accept him. Early in the next morning, Leng Yui with drowsy-eyed came out from inside her room, and she had not had slept well appearance. At this time, Wash Wang also walked out while yawning. Both of them were dumbfounded when their eyes met. Next their beautiful face reddened. Elder sister Yui, elder sister Wash Wang, both of you have got up. Long Yi asked me to come over to call you to have a breakfast. Lucia walked over in high spirits and said. Two women unnaturally nodded their head. Then seeing Barbarian Bull coming out from his room with clear and refreshed looks after Lucia knocked his room door, it seems he was able to have a pretty good night's sleep yesterday. Various type of fine breakfast was spread over the dining table of the hall. Long Yi was calmly and composedly sitting on the sofa. When he saw everyone coming in, he said with a smile, "Good morning everyone. Did you have a good night's sleep yesterday?" Barbarian Bull answered with contented face, "Good, very good. I had never slept so well." At this moment, Long Yi saw Leng Yui and Wash Wang had weariness in their face, so he couldn't help but strangely asked, "Yui, Wash Wang, did you two went to steal yesterday night? There is wrinkle in your face. Everyone loves beauty, let alone women." Hearing Long Yi, both women immediately covered their face in panic. Then Leng Yui walked over to Long Yi's side, and pinched his soft flesh behind everyone, and lightly said in his ear, "This is all because of you. When you and little sister Lucia did that evil deed yesterday, you didn't use soundproofing barrier, so because of the noise, I was unable to sleep well whole night." Long Yi laughed, then pinching the perk buttocks of Leng Yui, he said, "I forgot, but if it was that noisy then why didn't you use it by yourself?" Leng Yui was stunned, biting her lower lip, she stamped Long Yi's leg, then moving towards dining table, sat down. Yesterday night when she heard two people divulging in sound, in her heart outside of some envy, she even more had rising. Yesterday night inside her mind, she continuously imagined the person who was indulging with Long Yi was herself. She wanted to use barrier to cut off that exciting sound, however she was like want to stop but can't. Long Yi swung his leg while making a wry smile, and eyes looking towards Wash Wang. She ought to also have heard. Looking at her appearance which looked as if she didn't have enough sleep, it seems both she and Leng Yui had heard. Thinking this, Long Yi very naturally revealed an ambiguous expression. Sensing Long Yi's those different kinds of gaze, Wash Wang unnaturally turned around, blushed and cursed Long Yi, this wretched guy, inside her heart. As a matter of fact, yesterday night when she heard the sound of Long Yi and Lucia's misdeed, she immediately used barrier, but she however was surprised to discover that it was of no use, because she could feel Long Yi's that surging and divulging in as if it was happening to herself, even to the extent that she had a kind of illusion as if she herself was protagonist of that flesh sport. So how long Long Yi rolled about in yesterday night, Wash Wang also endured that long. In the morning when she woke up, she found her pants was drenched. At that time she was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole and squeeze into it. Wash Wang didn't know what she should do. She and Long Yi's heart had magic horns reaction. If every time he did bad deeds, this happened, then she would definitely fall apart. That kind of continuous panting of spirit and colliding, even recalling now she felt hot all over. This bastard, this wretch's heart have magic horn. Wash Wang gnashed her teeth inside her heart and cursed. If she was given a choice again, then she would rather choose to sleep inside the crystal coffin without waking up. Chapter 77, Enemies on a Narrow Road. T.L. Enemies on a Narrow Road. Idiom. Enemies run into each other frequently. Breakfast ended in somewhat ambiguous atmosphere. Wash Wang was even hastier. She casually ate a little, then sat down on the sofa and went to read. After Long Yi ate good enough, he spoke. "Not long after, there is Elven Clan's sacred festival, so our next destination is to go there. I heard Elven Forest is just like fairyland, moreover they have king of alcohol 100 flower wine, not going to there and taste it is honestly a great loss. Lang Yu coldly stared at Long Yi, then said with a smile, I can see through your ulterior motive. Isn't looking at Elven clan's beautiful women your real objective? Long Yi feigned innocence, and righteously, said, how is that possible? I am already occupied looking at you few beautiful women every day, so where is the time to think about looking for someone else? Lang Yu snorted, the corner of her mouth however slightly rose up. It seems Long Yi's praise made her very pleasant. It might not be a bad idea to go to Elven Forest. Our Barbarian Bull Clan's yearly martial arts competition convention is also about to be held. With skill taught by boss and ruling Greenstone, this year's Barbarian Bull Clan's first warrior title will definitely belong to me. Barbarian Bull excitedly said with his saliva splashing everywhere. Long Yi hastily covered his face with his sleeve, then rained curse, heavy build, what on earth is there for you to get so excited, and getting overflowed with flood? Barbarian Bull laughed foolishly, then used his hand to scratch his ox horn. Barbarian Bull, is there any reward for obtaining first warrior title? Lucia asked curiously. Barbarian Bull blushed for the first time, then droned. First warrior title holder not only gets respect of all clansmen, still can obtain good grace of a beautiful woman, isn't that so? Lucia charmingly laughed. Barbarian Bull nodded his head, then said while feeling embarrassed, I hear our clan's little princess wants to marry this year's first warrior title holder. Princess of Barbarian Bull Clan? Inside Long Yi's brain appeared a 7-foot-tall, waist-like bucket, long hair from head to foot, and a cow face with 2 horns on the head. Beautiful woman. Immediately goosebumps appeared all over his body. Is the princess of your Barbarian Bull Clan beautiful? Lucia asked what Long Yi didn't ask. Suddenly 2 hairs appeared in the eyes of Barbarian Bull, then said with simple and honest smile, beautiful, little princess is the most beautiful woman in our whole Barbarian Bull Clan. Long Yi laughed. Barbarian Bull's aesthetic standards was too different from human. For instance Wash Wang, Lang Yu, and Lucia, towards these kind of exceedingly beautiful women, he basically didn't have any feeling. If it was not for the case that he knew them, he might not even lift his eyelid when he saw them. Long Yi moved sideways towards the side of leisurely reading Wash Wang, then a fragrance of orchid entered his nose, making Long Yi to involuntarily take a long deep breath. Seeing Long Yi's that philanderer's movement, Wash Wang lightly knitted her elegant brows. Then she sent 2 ice-cold air inside his collar. Long Yi instantly shivered and hastily moved away. This woman really was made up of ice, not easy to approach at all. Wash Wang, I only want to ask your opinion, no need to resort to such cruel means towards me. Seeing Lang Yu and Lucia's taking joy in calamity and delight in disaster of other expression, Long Yi made a wry smile and said. Wash Wang coldly snorted and said, this is the best method to deal with lecher like you, lest you will think it's fine to bully us women. Then you don't have opinion? Long Yi asked with bitter face. Can I have any opinion here? I am not familiar about this place, so wherever you go, I will also go there. Wash Wang indifferently answered. Well then, let's get things ready to set out on a journey. Long Yi got up and said. Outside, the heavy rain had already stopped, but the sky was still overcast, and great deal of pedestrians were lacking in the streets. Long Yi and his group walked towards the west direction of Frost Maple City. Elven Forest and Beastmen's stronghold Hengjuan Mountains were all in the west. Furthermore, these 2 places were not very far apart. Along the way, Lucia and Lang Yu fooled around and bantered in flirtation, and occasionally played with indifferent Wash Wang, making this journey not boring. When Long Yi was speaking about the previous incarnation Egypt's mysterious pyramid, suddenly strong magic and ki fluctuation came through the air. It might be assumed that some people were fighting in front. Sensing this magic fluctuation, it seems the level of battle was not low. Let's go, and take a look. Long Yi waved his hand and said it would be too unfair for him if he didn't see the lively happening in front of him. 5 people quickly marched forward. Before long they saw 5 people jointly attacking 1 man and 1 woman in front of them. Moxie Clan. Seeing those man and woman who were in somewhat tough straits, Long Yi couldn't help but was baffled. That dark green-colored hair had clearly stated their identity. Among the 5 that were jointly attacking, 2 were swords master, and other 3 were magician. Among them, 1 was water master magician, and other 2 were fire and earth advanced magician. This lineup was extremely luxurious, and among the couple from Moxie clan, the man was swords master, and the woman was fire master magician. The gap between the strength of 2 sides was not small, but the mutual cooperation of Moxie clan's couple was very well coordinated. Moreover, they wore many protective and attacking magic accessories on their body, otherwise they would have already become pool of blood in 5 steps. They are on the verge of death. Leng Yuiu said. Long Yi, are we going to save them? Looking at Long Yi, Lucia said. From the expression on her eyes, she very much wanted to save them. Long Yi, what happened? Seeing Long Yi was blankly staring without a word, Lucia pulled the sleeve of his garment and said. Long Yi woke up from his daze, then said with a stiff smile, I'm fine. These are Sibai's clansmen. Where in the world are you now, making me so worried? Don't know whether you have returned back to Moxie clan or not? Long Yi thought inside his heart. Right now the fight in front was quickly getting close to end. The strength of those man and woman of Moxie clan was clearly insufficient. At this moment, that water master magician shot a chains of ice arrow skill towards that woman who had already exhausted her mana. Sasu. Moxie clan's man madly roared, and spared no effort to rush over to that woman. With poo-poo sound, sharp ice arrows pierced through skin armor, and half of ice arrow entered inside the body. After that the ice-cold chi began to quickly destroy the tissues inside the body. Husband. Woman sadly cried and hugged her husband on the verge of death. Long Yi softly sighed. Even if it not for Sibai's face, he might have saved them out of goodwill. Long Yi began to stir the cyan-colored magic element inside his sea of consciousness, then waved his both hands. 10 spinning wind blade, under the urge of internal force, streak across, searching towards 5 people with trials of green light. This was the first time he had used wind magic to attack. This wind blade with the urging of internal force was even more flexible. Be careful. That water master magician was first one to be aware of danger, but Long Yi's wind blade was very fast. After crying out in alarm, he hastily released a sealed protective magic. 2 swords masters brandished their sword and flicked the wind blade attack, but those 2 fire and earth advanced magicians were not so lucky. Magicians didn't have slightest degree of close combat ability. If they became aware of crisis only after it had already arrived by their side, then it would be too late for them to do anything. Before those 2 people could cry out, the spinning wind blade had already cut their throat. The effect of this elementary wind blade magic far exceeded the expectation of Long Yi. He had believed that at most it would only force them to move back, but unexpectedly it was able to kill 2. As a matter of fact, this was mostly result of surprise attack. If magicians were prepared, then killing them was quite tricky. Seeing the tragic death of his companions, that water master magician gnashed his teeth while looking at those leisurely walking over Long Yi and his group. Shameless people, actually using despicable means such as sneak attack, like God will punish you. That water master magician hatefully said. Long Yi brilliantly smiled. Like God? In his views, those gods were something scoundrel fabricated to con people. So funny. These people who bully less with many as well as kill people also had light god hanging on their lips. In Blue Wave's continent, every believer of light god, whether good or bad, greatly despised sneak attacker. But again, there were also many people who craved these kind of things, such as thief. This profession specialized in assassination by sneak attack. On one hand, many people despise thief profession, but on the other hand, they also spend a huge sum of money to request the matter they despise. Very unfortunately, in previous incarnation, Long Yi was sneak attack assassination expert. He didn't care about any light god. If sneak attack was more likely to success, then why on earth he would do arduous and thankless task without tricks? Lucia, that guy is for you. Long Yi said while pointing at that water master magician. Boss, then what about me? Barbarian Bull hurriedly said. He had not worked out for several days, so his hands were already itchy. Those two with sword, which do you want? Long Yi asked with a smile. Won't choosing both of them do? Barbarian Bull asked, passionately looking at those two swords master rank fighters. Barbarian Bull was full of fighting spirit. Won't do, I also want to try my hand. Long Yi chuckled, hearing Long Yi and his group talking with each other completely ignoring them. These three people's lungs were about to burst with rage, but they however were also not stupid. From the cold killing intent being emitted from the body of Long Yi and his group, they, three people, knew that they, Long Yi and his group, possessed the ability to kill them. Three people. We are Icy Wind Mercenary Group, belong to Proud Moon Royal Guards. Today we have received order to hunt this adulterous couple. So I ask you people to walk away making everything easy? That water master magician softly said. He believed if he made his identity known, Long Yi and his group would have misgivings to some extent. Hearing they were Icy Wind Mercenary Group, even more brilliant smile appeared on Long Yi's face. He squinted his eyes, and said with a cold smile, Icy Wind Mercenary Group, truly enemies on a narrow road. Chapter 78, Art of Killing People. Hearing they were Icy Wind Mercenary Group, even more brilliant smile appeared on Long Yi's face. After that, squinting his eyes, he said with a cold smile, Icy Wind Mercenary Group, truly enemies on a narrow road. Hearing Long Yi, that water master magician immediately realized this situation was not good. He believed Long Yi and his group would get scared after they knew their identity, but listening to his speaking tone, he immediately knew that there was grudge between them. So without wasting any time, with the flash of blue light from the ring, a sealed freezing skill appeared in his hand. He threw it towards the sky and a cold air violently gushed out covering the ground. After that the temperature around instantly decreased by several tens of degrees. Lucia lightly snorted, and a magic implement bow Great Nature's Sigh appeared in her left hand. And after her right hand come into contact with bowstring, light green rays of light suddenly flashed. Spirit of Spring Breeze kiss the rain arrow. Lucia yelled in her lovely voice. Then Nature Origins aura congealed into three green arrows, and just like shooting stars, the arrows were rapid-fired into gushing out cold chi. Everyone felt an influx of fresh feeling in their whole body as if a burst of spring breeze blew on their face. Then white-colored cold chi quickly disappeared, just like spring water seeped into earth, while over other side, Barbarian Bull was swinging his ruling greenstone with irresistible force towards one of the sword's master, forcing him to retreat successively. With Magic Club's strong power coupled with Shelline Golden Bell Canopy, killing one or two swords master was piece of cake, but now he was obviously playing with the opponent. Long Yi was staring at the remaining swords master. Without any movement, solely that aura he gave out by standing caused the nerve of this pitiful swords master collapse. As a matter of fact, this moment Long Yi's mind was wandering, as he was thinking about an issue. That issue was, everything was separated into yin and yang. Under yin and yang there again was the five elements. Magic have those five elements attribute, then doesn't Gi have it too? Was it possible to mix magic's attribute into Gi, such as integrating water magic elements into Gi? Or was it possible for Gi to own a specific property of water magic element? After Long Yi had such idea, he immediately began to put it into action. On one side he quietly used Gi, and on other side he began to call in light blue colored water magic element from his consciousness and integrate it into Gi. But Gi and water magic element repelled each other. They didn't fuse. Long Yi frowned and began to think hard. He didn't remember magic and Gi being complete antagonists with each other. Suddenly, Long Yi remembered his Aotianju's internal force. Can internal force press Gi to merge with mana? Why not use internal force as an intermediary between Gi and magic element to blend together? Long Yi excitedly yelled loudly. This loud yell caused that sword's master, whose nerves were already strained to its limit, tremble. After that he nervously roared madly and jumped, then chopped towards Long Yi with his sword covered with light blue Gi. Long Yi indifferently smiled, as his internal force successfully merged his water magic element and ki. The light blue chi covering his huge sword blade actually scattered completely, and a layer of hazy ice-cold chi appeared. "Look at you, grandfather's iced ki!" Long Yi shouted loudly, and he swung his huge sword, colliding with Sword Master's sword blade. This Sword's Master immediately gave out a miserable cry, and as if a piece of rock fall down on the ground from the sky. His both hands were actually covered with a layer of ice and frost, and he was trembling non-stop from head to toe as if shivering with cold. Long Yi was very proud with himself, seeing the effect achieved by the iced ki he had created. Integrating water magic element, the ki's might was much greater, and also bring along magic attribute. Long Yi's Mad Dragon Ki was basically famous for its destructive power. Now mixing this destructive power with powerful magical power, one can well imagine its might. Looking at Long Yi, that sword's master was terrified as if seeing a ghost. He crawled up after struggling, then unexpectedly turned back and began to run away. "Do you think you can run even if you want?" Long Yi sneered. After that, using Great Cosmos Shift, leaving behind after images of himself, he rushed towards this fleeing sword's master with his sword pointed to his back. Kaka, the face of this sword master turned deathly pale, then the upper part of his body suddenly exploded, and blood burst out like a fountain. But the even more surprising matter occurred, that spurt out train of blood still remained in the sky without falling down, as a burst of misty cold chi sprang out from the body of this sword's master, and that as if the heavenly maiden scattering the flowers kind of bloody rain with mincemeat froze in the sky, forming a human-shaped fireworks kind of ice sculpture. All the people were stunned, and coincidentally every one of them were blankly watching Long Yi holding the huge sword. They had never thought that the matter of killing a people was also capable of warming the heart and delighting the eyes like this. This was a kind of bloody and cruel aesthetic of art. This moment, with that frozen blood red as the background, Long Yi's that handsome face appeared a different kind of evil. Long Yi was also shocked still. He had a sudden outburst of this inspiration, and this inspired work unexpectedly gave rise to such effect. He had never expected the effect like this. He settled down his state of mind, and slowly turned around. Everyone were looking at him with their eyes wide open, as if they didn't recognize him. "Why wasting time? Quickly get this fight done." Long Yi cried out loudly. Everyone snapped out of it as if awakening from a dream, then again began their fight. Barbarian Bull and Leng Yui, who were not using their utmost strength, hearing Long Yi, immediately speed up their attack to settle this fight quickly. And after seeing that kind of death of their companion, those Water Master Magician and Swords Master's state of mind was completely in mess. Furthermore, they no longer had a will to fight. In less than 2 minutes, that Swords Master had his head pulverized by the ruling greenstone of Barbarian Bull, and his shining white brain material flowed on the ground. This scene was far worse than Long Yi's. Seeing this scenery, everyone wanted to throw up their earlier dinner. The horrible shriek of Swords Master right before his deathbed caused Water Master Magician to lose his focus for a moment. Taking advantage of this moment, the spirit arrow of Luzia pierced through his heart without any politeness. The battle was concluded, and all people grouped together by the side of Long Yi. They were looking at Long Yi with curiosity and admiration. Naturally, Wash Wang, this girl, was exception. With an exception of the surprise of that time, her face was indifferent and calm all along. At this moment, the female of Moxie clan Susu got up and kneeled in front of Long Yi. The said while crying, "Benefactors, I beg you, please save my husband. Susu is willing to work extremely hard to repay you." Long Yi carefully sized up this female of Moxie clan, and had a familiar feeling. She was roughly 25 or 26 in age, but her beautiful face was smeared with dusts and mud. If these dusts and mud were erased, then she was absolutely a country-toppling beauty. The image of Sibai appeared in the mind of Long Yi. He began to think Sibai's outline was actually a bit similar to this woman. He felt violent shock in his heart. Could it be that this girl have some relation with Sibai? Pervert, why on earth are you continuously staring at her? She already has husband. Leng Yui lightly said with dissatisfaction from his side. while her jade hand again began to attend his waist's soft flesh. Long Yi gritted his teeth, and fondled in her jade hand. Her charming body suddenly quivered, and she obediently let go of him. "Big sister, quickly get up, we will absolutely try our best." Luzia stepped forward and helped this Moxie clanswoman to rise, then looked at Long Yi with pleading eyes. Long Yi walked to that man who had only a single breath remained and squatted down in front of him. That stabbed ice arrows had already melted, but his chest however was already frozen solid by cold chi. It might be assumed that all his internal organs were also already frozen. In this condition, even holy cure skill was also useless. Light magic had extraordinary efficacy towards external injury or wounds, but it however don't have big effect towards internal injuries. Long Yi found the heartbeat of this man was already very weak. In this critical circumstance, Long Yi no longer hesitated. He placed his one hand in the chest and other hand in the back of this man. After that slowly transmitted his internal force, slowly unblocking the channels of his chest. He dispersed the cold chi inside his body, simultaneously stimulating acupuncture points in order to activate internal organs' life force. Gradually, that pale face of this man began to recover a bit of redness, while Long Yi was perspiring profusely at this moment. His sweats were running down from his forehead, and his whole body was already drenched thoroughly as if he was dragged out from inside water. Luzia felt sorry and thought to help Long Yi by wiping his sweat, however Wash Wang pulled her back, and said, "Don't touch him, this moment he is using a kind of peculiar technique to heal this man, so he must not be disturbed." If it was someone else, Long Yi would have definitely not spent so much internal force to save them. Because Blue Wave's continent, this was a world with law of jungle. At any time anyone might run into something unexpected. If by any chance weak met the attack of strong, then they would be in trouble. Very often life and death merely had a fine distinction. Perhaps he saved many people, however because of saving a person, he wasted his internal force and got killed. Then what's the point? But these were couple of Moxie clan, and there was very big possibility that they were related to Sibai. Because of this Long Yi decided to save him. Chapter 79, Sibai's cousin. Long Yi withdrew his internal force, then slowly opened his eyes after releasing a long breath. Luzia and Ling Yui immediately walked over in concern. Then one in the right and one in the left helped him wipe his sweat. "Benefactor, my husband, is he fine?" Tensely looking at Long Yi, Susu asked. Her heart was full of gratitude towards these several people who had gave out a helping hand. Long Yi laughed, and said, "Now there is nothing serious, only his body is very weak, and it will take a long period of time to recuperate completely." Susu finally relaxed and muttered, "As long as he is fine, it's good. Taking a long period of time to recuperate doesn't matter. In case he had left me alone, then I would have followed after him immediately." Hearing these words, Long Yi and others couldn't help but were visibly moved. And Ling Yui and Luzia couldn't help but look towards Long Yi with a happy expression on their face. They were also lacking nothing, because they had also met a good husband. Although he was quite fickle, but he nevertheless was a good man who would rather die than abandon them. The matter occurred in Huangming Plain had already proved this point. Susu watched Ling Yui and Luzia who were leaning closely against Long Yi with smiling expression in her eyes. It seems this benefactor's luck with women is not shallow. But polygamy is absolutely not tolerated in Moxie clan. "Thank you for your great kindness. Susu will always remember this in my heart. This bead is my keepsake. Please take it. Hereafter if you need any help for me, then please come to Moxie clan with this keepsake and look for me." As long as benefactor opens the mouth, even if Susu have to give up her life, Susu will accomplish it. Susu took out a milky white bead from inside her space ring, and handing it over to Long Yi, she said, "Just like one could know a zebra from its strips." From her words, it could be seen this woman was forthright, truly was an outstanding woman. Long Yi took the bead. He was full of admiration towards this woman, and others also felt same way. Susu carried her husband on her back, then without any more ceremony, she began to walk away. "Big sister, is it possible to wait for a moment?" Long Yi hastily called her to stop. Is there anything else? Susu turned around and asked. I would like to ask what relation Big Sister has with Proud Moon Empire's Saintess Sibai. Long Yi asked. Sibai, you know her? She is my cousin. Susu answered. As expected, they were relative. Long Yi immediately got agitated, and asked impatiently, then do you know where she is now? Susu shook her head, and said, Sibai left Moxie clan 2 years ago, so I also don't know where she is now. Hearing the answer, Long Yi's expression became extremely depressed. In this boundless world, where did you hide, Sibai? Seeing the expression of Long Yi, Susu was surprised inside her heart. Looking at his expression, it was as if he and her cousin had something between them, so she immediately asked, why are you looking for my cousin? If I meet her, I can help you pass on your words. Long Yi took a deep breath, shook off the anxiousness in his heart, and said with a smile, if Big Sister meets Sibai, tell her I, Long Yi, am looking for her, and I will absolutely fulfill my promise. Even if she duck into the ends of the world, I will find her and make her my bride. Susu was taken aback. She erratically looked at Long Yi for a long while, then slowly said, do you know our Moxie clan's marriage custom? Long Yi said with a smile, I know. Isn't it one husband one wife? Susu nodded her head. Meanwhile Ling Yui and Luzia on Long Yi's side turned pale with fright, and their jade hands firmly held Long Yi's arm, as if they greatly feared Long Yi would run away. I already have 2 wives, but I still want to marry her. Regardless of what rules your Moxie clan has, I, Long Yi, will, definitely, marry her. Long Yi said word by word. Then waving his hand, he led everyone towards west direction. Susu watched Long Yi and his groups gradually getting further figure, then lightly sighed while shaking her head. Then with her husband on her back, she floated away. Throughout the way, Long Yi was rather silent. The expression on his face kept on changing irregularly. Happy, distressed, moved, furious and so on, emotions mingled together. Finally, after sighing, his expression revert back to normal. Luzia and Ling Yui looked at each other's face, then both of them simultaneously relaxed. They were completely unaware for a long time. There was one such important person in Long Yi's heart. Moreover, she was Proud Moon Empire's Light Church's saintess, the one who is said to be exceedingly ugly, vicious and merciless Saintess Sibai. But both of them knew that Long Yi will never abandon them, so they didn't mind inside their heart. Instead, they were curious of Sibai as their sweetheart was deeply worried about her. In the resting time en route, Luzia and Ling Yui lean on Long Yi's left and right shoulder respectively. After a long while, Luzia suddenly asked, Long Yi, is Big Sister Sibai really just like the rumor? You want to ask whether Sibai is as ugly as the rumor, isn't that so? Long Yi said with a smile. Luzia felt somewhat embarrassed. After all, talking about other people's shortcomings behind their back was not very good behavior. No, she is very beautiful as both of you. Long Yi said with smile. Really? Then the rumor is wrong? Luzia shyly said with a smile and was quite pleased inwardly. Also not, I suppose. She might be very ugly in the eyes of others, but she nevertheless is most beautiful person in my heart. Long Yi's voice was somewhat low-spirited. He seemed as if he was recalling. Long Yi, can you tell us more about the matter between you and Sibai? Looking at that appearance of deep feeling in Long Yi's face, Ling Yui's heart couldn't help but turn somewhat sour. Long Yi nodded his head, and began to tell his and Sibai's every aspects. He told about him picking up her that beauty workshop, Liren Feng's underwear from the river, peeping her in bath, and afterwards, due to the unexpected mishap of strong wind, giving rise to spring scenery too. Carrying on, he told them because he had touched her leg, she forced him to marry her. Moreover, how when they were facing Earth Bear, she sacrificed herself to save him, and how she resolutely left him even though she felt great sorrow because she didn't want to implicate him. Listening to Long Yi's narration filled with emotion, the rim of Luzia and Ling Yui's eyes become moist. Both of them were greatly moved by Sibai's infatuation and bored mind. They thought, the sentiment of Sibai towards her sweetheart was so deep and heavy, No wonder Long Yi deeply bear her in his mind constantly. Long Yi, you don't need to worry, when big sister Sibai knows you are looking for her, she will definitely come. At that time, she can attend you together with us. Lu Xia consoled. My husband, I will also be close with you just like Sibai. No, I will be even closer than her. Leng Yue, who was always eager to be first, hugged Long Yi from sideways, and buried her head in his shoulder. Usually she addressed Long Yi directly with his name, only when she gets worked up, she would call him my husband. Long Yi's heart was touched. He spread open his hands, then embraced both women into his bosom, and he felt somewhat tingly in his nose. Not too far away, calmly looking at those hugging together three people, Wash Wang lightly snorted, this bad fellow, what a character and ability he have, actually making several women dead set on him. Susu with her husband on her back arrived at Frost Maple City, and bought a luxurious carriage, then headed towards Moxie clan's territory in a hurry. The hazy cloud layer in the sky gradually dispersed, and the sunlight poured down, warming this world. A person garbed in white colored with gold color in edge ritual robe and wearing a black bamboo hat was gliding in the sky. The figure of this person was incomparably graceful. Suddenly, the person floating in the sky casually looked down, then immediately stopped. Cousin. A clear and crisp voice entered Susu's ears, then looking up, she saw her cousin Sibai garbed in her trademark ritual robe, slowly descending from the sky. Sibai! Susu exclaimed in pleasant surprise. After Sibai landed on the carriage, both of them immediately hugged. Cousin, you always take carriage to travel, where is brother-in-law? Sibai asked. Susu took Sibai inside the carriage, where her husband was still in coma, but she was not very worried, because according to Long Yi, he would woke up only after a day or two. What happened to brother-in-law? Who wounded him? Sibai's body emitted a burst of cold chi. Her parents had died early, so from her childhood, her cousin's family had brought her up. As a result, she had very deep feeling towards her cousin's family. Susu told Sibai everything. As a matter of fact, that third prince of Icy Wind mercenary group had taken a fancy to beauty Susu. Soon afterwards, using a trick, he wanted to rape her, but this husband and wife had seen through him, so that third prince sent people to hunt them down. Icy Wind mercenary group, Murong Feng, I will absolutely not let you get away with this. Sibai gnashed her teeth as she said. She however didn't know that Icy Wind mercenary group and third prince Murong Feng were already exterminated by Long Yi long ago in Huangming Plain. Oh, that's right, cousin. Afterwards, who saved you? Sibai asked. Susu strangely looked at Sibai, up and down and up, but didn't say a word. Cousin, why are you looking at me like this? Who the hell is he? Sibai felt somewhat uncomfortable, as she asked. That person pledged regardless of the ends of the earth, he will definitely find you and make you his bride. Susu lightly laughed. Sibai trembled from head to foot, and was completely dumbfounded at the same time. Susu sighed lightly, reached out her hand towards Sibai's bamboo hat and take it off. Then she saw Sibai's pale complexion. Her beautiful as if starry sky pair of eyes were turning misty and her trembling lips were continuously opening-closing. If carefully listened, then one could hear her repetitively saying two words. Long Yi, Chapter 80, A dog can't stop itself from eating shit. T.L, idiom. Bad habits are hard to change. Seeing the dazed appearance of Sibai, Susu understood everything in mind. After that she lovingly said, their group went towards the west. If you chase after them now, you might still make it. Sibai suddenly stood up and rushed out, but just after few steps, she again stopped, turned around and softly asked, were there other women beside him? Susu nodded her head, and stated the fact. There was 3 young women and 1 beast man of barbarian bull clan by his side. He also said that among them 2 women were his wife. Sibai's lovely body trembled, and as if lost her strength, she dejectedly sat down, even though she was already prepared for this, but knowing him referring other women as his wife, she felt as if a huge hand had tightly squeezed her heart, causing her a mingled kind of pain. At this moment she became so depressed that she almost fainted on the spot. Cousin, Let's go back, I miss home. After a good while, Sebai with eyes full of tears said while choking with sobs. Suicide. A woman from Moxie clan falling in love with amorous man was doomed to not have good outcome. She pulled Sebai into her bosom, patted her back and consoled, okay, let's return home. With a quick movement of carriage, one broken heart, one dismembered love drive towards distant place, until it disappear in the horizon, walking towards the west direction with the mood of traveling from one beauty spot to another. Long Yi and his group also reached the western border of Proud Moon Empire. As long as they passed through Mi Principality, they would reach Elven Forest's periphery. Mi was very small country with merely several million population, but its area however was 2 times the area of Soaring Dragon City, Tanglong City, naturally including suburban district. Mi Principality was adjacent to Proud Moon Empire, Elven Forest and Hengjuan Mountains, and to this it must be added the well-known Mi Holy Magic Academy of Blue Waves Continent. The flourishing degree of this place was not one bit less than 3 big empires' capital city. Traveling merchants were coming and going in an endless stream, and one could see various rank and race beastmen everywhere. Long Yi and his group entered Mi Principality, and excitedly looked at wide variety of races. With so many races in a same place, their various kinds of culture and faiths difference always initiate a number of conflict, so the incident of fighting happens occasionally inside Mi Principality, making the guards of Mi Principality in charge of city management to be in a difficult state. As a matter of fact, the distribution coming from the front made Long Yi know that there was a lively sight to see. Long Yi and his group squeezed through the crowd, and saw a big tangled fight happening inside. There was 10 sturdy Lion Clan's beastmen currently attacking knight wearing blood-red suit of armor. Looking at the gi color of this knight ought to be swordsman. He was not riding the horse, and few backpacks were scattered on the ground, evidently belonged to this Bloody Knight regiment. After looking at these knights, Long Yi saw a familiar regiment emblem. That emblem naturally was Violent Dragon Empire's Violent Dragon Legion's most elite knight regiment's symbol. Long Yi frowned, although he was unwilling to admit, but this human body was after all the person of Violent Dragon Empire. Moreover, he possessed a kind of peculiar sense of belonging towards the dragon, Long, word of this country. Furthermore, Violent Dragon Legion was basically Zeman clan's army. It seems I need to take care of other people's business once again. Long Yi thought. Soon when that knight was on the point of unable to go on, his figure flashed, and a move Violent Dragon Chop draw a light blue full moon in the air. Sword flashed. All people stopped, and those 10 Lion Clan's warriors looked at Long Yi, who had suddenly appeared in the fight circle in a daze. And just at that time, with several cacus sound, several cracks appeared on the weapons in their hand, then broke into several pieces. Those 10 Lion Clan's beastmen look at each other in blank dismay, and all of them had a revere expression on their face. Beastmen always respected the strong, and Long Yi's this shocking and extremely beautiful sword move made their heart filled with admiration. After that they simultaneously expressed courtesy and walked away, making Long Yi somewhat embarrassed. Are you alright? Long Yi turned around and asked that knight who was watching him in a daze. Long Yi was slightly curious as to why on earth did Bloody Knight Regiment came to Mi Principality. I'm fine. This knight stutteringly answered. Fine then, good. Just now you fought well, you didn't make Violent Dragon Empire lose face. Long Yi patted on the shoulder of this knight and said with a smile. After that he led his group and disappeared among the crowds in the street. This knight of Bloody Knight Regiment stood there blankly for a long while, then he suddenly jumped up and very hardly hit his own head, and shouted, "Young Master Zeman." That was young Master Zeman. I have to quickly return and tell Her Highness the Princess. From inside most luxurious suite of Mi Principalities, one of the most luxurious inn, Long Linger was indifferently looking at outside's bustling scene. But her eyes however completely lacked focus, and Zemin Wuan was currently holding a basic light magic book and was entranced in it. This moment her temperament and expression was very similar to the appearance of Wushwang when she was reading. But unlike Wushwang's ice-cold arrogance under indifferent appearance, Zemin Wuan's however was above the material attractions of the world's gentleness. At this moment, a hurried knocking on the door sound came from outside, waking up two exceptional beauties intoxicated in their respective world with a start. Zemin Wuan lightly frowned, got up and opened the door. She knew this person was not outsider because she knew that all around was guarded by bloody knight regiment, making it impossible for any stranger to reach here. Seeing this knight knocking on the door was the knight she had sent to do her shopping, her complexion softened a little, and asked, "Did you buy the things?" This knight was stupefied. He had impatiently dashed back to notify, so he had forgotten to pick up those things scattered on the ground. "Weren't able to buy?" Zemin Wuan asked. "No, not." This knight hastily answered anxiously. "Then things?" Zemin Wuan asked with her expression gentle as before. This knight spoke about the matter of him having conflict with Lion Clan's beastmen all the way through. At that moment, Longlinger coldly said after walking out from inside the room, "Who don't have eyes and bully my violent Dragon Empire's people, take me there to find them." Zemin Wuan stopped Longlinger and said, "What happened afterwards?" "There was 10 of them attacking you, so how were you able to flee back here?" This knight's face instantly turned red, then standing perfectly straight, he angrily said, "We bloody knight regiment will die in battle, but will not flee." Seeing his agitated appearance, Zemin Wuan couldn't help but was stupefied. Then she suddenly realized that she had stabbed his pride, so gently said, "I'm sorry, I spoke improper remarks." After eldest daughter of Zemin apologized, the anger of this knight also disappeared, and he said, "This subordinate naturally wasn't opponent of those 10 Lion Clan's beastmen, but later someone helped me to fend them off." "Who?" Longlinger asked. Is. This knight quietly raised his eyes and looked over to Zemin Wuan and Longlinger. He didn't know what kind of consequence would come into being, if he said the person who helped him was the same young Master Zemin who had raped the princess. "What on earth is Zizi Wu Wu? I command you to quickly speak." Longlinger angrily said. This knight was startled, then standing straight, he said in a loud voice, "Young Master Zemin, he rescued this subordinate." Zemin Wuan and Longlinger shook from head to foot. The charming body of Longlinger was even more trembling non-stop, and her complexion paled with no trace of redness on her face. "Make it clear, which young Master Zemin?" Zemin Wuan supported Longlinger who was already standing unstably, then asked, "Little young Master Zemin." Seeing Her Highness the Princess's about to pass out appearance, this knight couldn't help but withdraw his body, greatly fearing that the princess would slay him out of her anger. This voice buzzed in the head of both girl. They had never thought they would unexpectedly encounter this person who they didn't want to see for the rest of their life in this place. Zemin Wuan recalled her that scoundrel's second brother's disrespectful move towards her just before leaving, then couldn't help but get angry. She had once vowed that if she were to meet him again, she would definitely return the favor of that humiliation. "Where is he? Immediately take me there." Longlinger gnashed her teeth and said she could never forget that nightmare-like entire night when Zemin knew that perverted crook uses that ugly thing to stick into her body. At that time a deep hatred was carved in her bones and engraved in her heart, which was doomed to follow her throughout her life, which day and night gnawed her already heavily damaged heart. Subordinate don't know where he is. After he rescued subordinate, he took his companions and left. This knight said while trembling. The current expression of Her Highness the Princess was too terrifying. At this moment, Zemin Wuan sobered up a little, and she asked, "Are you really sure he was Zemin Yu? With his intermediate fighter-level strength, how did he rescue you?" Subordinate is absolutely not mistaken. Young Master Zemin used violent dragon gi. How can I make a mistake to recognize it? Moreover, now he has already reached the realm of Swords Master. With a single move, he smashed the weapons of those 10 beastmen into pieces. That knight recalled Long Yi's that dazzling sword move, and his eyes involuntarily revealed respect. Swords Master, how can he advance so quickly? What about his companions, what traits did they had? Zimenwuan frowned and asked. She naturally couldn't believe her that good-for-nothing second brother would reach the realm of Swords Master in such a short period of time. Even her eldest brother Zimentian, who was in the prime in his life, was merely in swordsman realm. This knight said while recalling, there was 3 women and 1 man. 3 women had their face covered with veil, and that man was Beastman of Barbarian Bull Clan. All of them looked very strong. Hearing Long Yi had 3 women by his side, a sentence simultaneously appeared in Zimenwuan and Long Linger's heart. A dog can't stop itself from eating shit. Chapter 81, Elora Tracks Calamity. Lucia was very familiar with Mi Principality because Elven Forest was not far from here. Every time she had to come out and return back, she had to pass through here. So she became a guide and led everybody wandering in the great streets and small alleys of Mi Principality. Although Mi Principality was not very big, but it would take several days to completely roam everywhere. Perhaps because she was almost home, Lucia seemed especially excited. All along the road, she was chattering continuously. Infected by her excitement, Long Yi and others were also fully enjoying all along the road. Very soon, one day passed in a blink of an eye, and become dusky. Long Yi intended to set out to Elven Forest after staying at Mi Principality for the night. According to legend, Elven Forest was just like Fairyland, so he was looking forward to visit this place very much. Moreover, there furthermore were many beautiful elves, which was feasts for his eyes. Nearby they found a luxurious inn to stay, and ordered a bunch of dishes. After a day of window shopping, everyone's stomach was rumbling with hunger. How come dishes are still not here? Ah! Lucia cried while clutching her stomach. Only this time you are feeling hungry? While window shopping, weren't you still full of energy? Long Yi scraped Lucia's small nose and teased her. At that time I didn't feel any hunger, but now I am so hungry that I can even eat entire cow. Lucia miserably said. Don't we already have a ready-made cow here? You can eat him. I think he won't mind. Pointing at Barbarian Bull, Long Yi said jokingly. Boss, don't. This old bull is still unmarried. Wait for me to get married and have a baby, then eat. Isn't that okay? Barbarian Bull said with a sour expression in his face. After always hearing Long Yi and his women's usual teasing, he who was a block of wood who previously didn't know how to joke, now had already learnt to crack jokes. Sure enough, Barbarian Bull's act caused Lucia to giggle. Even Wush Wang's corner of mouth was bent slightly upwards, ought to be smiling. At this moment, with a knock on the door, respectful and polite call of waiter came from outside. Door opened, and more than 20 servants came inside from outside in a single line. Every one of them were carrying 2 plates of fine-cooked dishes in their hands. Long Yi, however, saw red shadows flashed past outside, so he couldn't help but frown. Bloody Knight Regiment's people? Why the hell are they following? Turning around, Long Yi felt Wush Wang's questioning gaze. It seems she had also discovered people tailing. Long Yi stayed calm and collected. He thought the people of Bloody Knight Regiment might have recognized his identity and followed him. After all, they were also under the command of Zimen clan's armed forces. Having drunk and eaten to their heart's content, everybody returned to their own room. Perhaps they might already have tacit agreement. Leng Yuiu and Lucia, these 2 women always accompany Long Yi each person per day. The big dream of Long Yi, where the alluring situation of all 3 of them sleeping together had never came true, making him have an unbearable itch for it, but was again utterly helpless. So-called luxury longs for lust. Long Yi laid on soft sofa with one leg over the other and lightly sipped fine fruit wine. But his eyes, however, was looking towards bathroom where Leng Yuiu in the process of bathing. Listening to that hualala water sound, Long Yi couldn't help but imagine Leng Yuiu's that superb beautiful inside his mind, making his heart feel ticklish, and little Long Yi also become restless. He put down wine cup, lightly walked over, then he immediately noticed Leng Yuiu sitting inside bathtub via the gap left behind of the bathroom door. That bright and clean flawless pink back captivated his soul. Long Yi lightly pushed open the door and walked in, then just when he wanted to held her tight from behind, Who would have thought that Lang Yui would dodge, and a large amount of water poured towards him. Long Yi naturally didn't dodge, and let water spray all over him, thoroughly drenching him. "I knew it was you stinking husband wishing to play a dirty trick. It seems this is still not enough of a lesson," Lang Yui flirtatiously said with a charming smile. And those plumps suddenly surged forth. Moreover, those two tender and beautiful rosy cherry was even more dazzling to Long Yi, which boiled his beastie blood. Long Yi instantly removed his clothing, and jumped into bathtub, pressing himself up against that soft and fiery naked body of beautiful woman. That silk-like feeling fluctuated Long Yi's state of mind. He strangely laughed, and used his big hand to hold those two round soft and said, "In that case, I want to receive even more profound lesson." Lang Yui blushed, then turned to look for Long Yi's big mouth. After that, four lips bonded together, and two people with black and white sharply contrasted firmly tangled with each other, while on the other side, Wash Wang was also currently sitting inside the bathtub cleaning her that elegant peerless jade body. Her plump soft and white breasts indistinctly appeared inside the water, which compared to temptation of bear was even more capable of making people spurt blood. If menfolk found this beauty bathing picture, then those with poor enduring capacity might die after having their blood vessel explode violently. Her figure was goddess-like fine figurine that not everyone could bear it. Just then, Wash Wang's lovely body suddenly trembled. A burst of fluffy and tingling feeling directly came to her heart through lower abdomen, and she felt as if nothing but moaning sound was reverberating in her ears. Damned pervert, again playing dirty tricks. Wash Wang gnashed her teeth and cursed. Firmly pressed together, but was still unable to stop that strong sensation. Wash Wang semi-closed her beautiful eyes while panting. Her whole body was feeling as if two big hands were comforting non-stop, making her both embarrassed and angry. She had already thought to talk about this with Long Yi, but how could she as a pure and noble girl say it out loud? When Long Yi's that burning hot heart-on deeply stabbed into Lang Yui's narrow flower, Wash Wang felt as if it had happened to herself, and her whole body quivered. Along with Long Yi's pounding becoming increasingly fierce, her jade body involuntarily spasmed. Wash Wang tightly bit her pearly white teeth, then enduring the waves of unfamiliar pleasure, she wore her clothing and returned to bed thinking to fall asleep. But just at this moment, she felt a burst of violent pain spreading from her head's sea of consciousness, which was accompanied by ringing sensation in her ears. Wash Wang shed cold sweats in pain, and felt her sea of consciousness as if balloon filled with air, which was suddenly pricked by millions upon millions needles, causing her magical power to gradually leak outside. The pain become increasingly severe, and Wash Wang's whole charming body curl up together while shivering in cold, and her jade hand was firmly clutching the bed sheet. Long Yi, that big bastard. When pain was becoming difficult to bear, Wash Wang muttered while cursing that first person she had seen after she opened her eyes. Even thought she was unwilling to admit, nevertheless she knew that she had a kind of instinct to rely on him. But right now, Long Yi had just finished vigorously stirring up and spurting, and Lang Yui, as if she didn't have any bone all over her body, was physically paralyzed on Long Yi's bosom with her tender body lightly twitching. Just at that time, Long Yi didn't know why but suddenly felt his heart tightened, as if he heard Wash Wang was calling him in pain. Long Yi knew, from the time Wash Wang had woken up from the crystal coffin in the lost city, both of them always had a kind of intriguing telepathy. Long Yi held Lang Yui in his arms and laid her on the bed, then after quickly dressing up, he rushed anxiously towards the room of Washong. After that, placing his ear on her door, he listened. Sure enough, he heard her ravings in pain. Long Yi didn't waste any time, he immediately jolted open the door and rushed into her bedroom. There he saw Wu Zhuang huddle up together, and continuously shivering. Wash Wang, what's going on with you? Long Yi rushed and supported her up. Her beautiful face and lips were pale without a hint of redness, and her entire body was soaked with cold sweat. That extremely thin layer of night clothing stuck to her lovely body, completely revealing her curves, but Long Yi, who was burning with impatience, was not in mood to admire it. Hearing Long Yi's voice, Wash Wang opened her eyes and whispered as if sleep-talking with great difficulty, "Head hurts, very cold." Long Yi hurriedly tightly hugged Wash Wang and circulating his internal force, he surrounded her entire body. Seeing Wash Wang in pain like this, Long Yi felt anguished and cursed heavens. He seeped his spirit power into her sea of consciousness, wanting to take a look why on earth was her head suddenly hurting. But just when his spirit power entered, he discovered Wash Wang's sea consciousness was just like a vortex. He turned pale with fright and withdrew his spirit power. If it was not the case for his spirit power being comparably strong, then he might have turned into an idiot just now. He couldn't find any method to resolve this, so Long Yi had no other choice but to hug her and sat on the bed just in this fashion. Then he used his internal force to ceaselessly warm her ice-cold body. Wash Wang tightly closed her eyes, her eyebrows firmly creased due to pain, and her mouth would frequently whisper few things. Long Yi occasionally heard words which seemed to be name of a person, but he didn't know anyone she was calling. Don't tell me that her memory is being restored, Long Yi inwardly thought. At that time, Long Yi's eyes suddenly shone with violence, as he sensed a powerful magic fluctuation outside. Relying on his intuition, it seems other party harbored evil designs towards him. Seeing Wasuang had become like this, Long Yi was already anxious inside his heart, yet now someone actually dropped in to pick a quarrel, so he couldn't help but get very angry. He slashed out his palm towards the window. Then with a crashing sound, his chi slash shot out from the window. A brownish yellow-colored barrier radiance flashed, and his attack bounced back and fell down. Long Yi looked towards the window's magician in a rage, intending to nicely teach him, her a lesson. She was, looking at that figure floating outside. Long Yi suddenly froze, and a disbelief look appeared on his face. Chapter 82, Iced Keys Whirlwind Interlinked / She was, looking at that figure floating outside. Long Yi suddenly froze, and a disbelief look appeared on his face. With gentle breeze gently blowing her soft hair, this young girl looked very beautiful, so beautiful that she seemed as if she was not from this mortal world. And with that extremely dense killing intent she was emitting, she resembled an angel that had come here from hell. Long Yi's heart instantly became a mess, and as if a pile of tangled ball of string, the more he tried to untie it, the more mess it became. Longlinger. Long Yi spat out these 3 words with difficulty. This young girl branded an eternal mark in his heart, but what kind of feeling he had towards her, Long Yi himself didn't know. Perhaps it might be guilt or it might also be other feelings. Longlinger silently floated outside the window, while expressionlessly looking at Long Yi as well as his bosom's that trembling peerless beautiful young girl. Without doubt the beauty of Wash Wang shocked her, but at this very moment in this type of situation, Longlinger obviously misunderstood. She thought Long Yi had used some kind of despicable means on Wash Wang. "Zemin you wretch." Longlinger's mouth lightly opened, and she nevertheless spat out bone-chilling coldness. Long Yi snapped out of his daze, then looking at Longlinger's those eyes which used to be just like a starry sky of autumn, but now had lost its color, becoming empty and ice-cold, his heart just like pressed by a piece of big rock, felt stifling and depressed. Since he had changed Longlinger into this appearance, he has an unshrinkable responsibility towards her. "Do you want to kill me?" Long Yi lowered his head, and lovingly reached out to Wash Wang's beautiful hair which were stuck on her forehead and move it to the side. Longlinger merely snorted coldly, and raised her hand's magic wand, causing blazing hot aura to spread all around. And just then, Barbarian Bull, Luzia and Leng Yui rushed in. Then seeing Longlinger outside the window, they were dumbfounded. "Long Yi, what happened to big sister Wash Wang?" Noticing Wash Wang in the bosom of Long Yi, Luzia immediately asked in shock. Her eyes however was looking at Longlinger with hostility, then taking out Great Nature's breath, she straightly aimed an arrow towards Longlinger. She suddenly had a headache, and her whole body is ice cold. "I checked her up but didn't find any reason." Long Yi lightly sighed, and answered. "Then who is she?" Pointing towards Longlinger who was floating outside the window, Leng Yui asked. This young girl had dense killing intent directing towards Long Yi, making her worried. Long Yi stared blankly for a while, then with complex expression in his eyes, he replied, "She is Long Linger, Violent Dragon Empire, Kuanglong Empire's little princess." Leng Yuiu and Lu Zia looked at each other in blank dismay. Their man was becoming increasingly mysterious. They couldn't even guess how he had incurred hatred of Princess, so they just retreated to one side, then quietly looked at this noble princess's that murderous look. Perhaps Long Yi might have let this person down or something, so they decided to not intervene in this kind of emotional matter. After seeing the appearance of these three women, Long Linger's heart had a terrifying waves. When she had heard all three women were wearing veil from the report of Bloody Night Regiment, at that time she had thought they were definitely either dubious women following Zimin Yu or were following him for his wealth. But now she knew that her previous thoughts were completely wrong. These three young girls, each of their appearance was as beautiful as her own appearance, and their deposition was also not something ordinary women could possess. But because Long Linger hated Long Yi to the bone, moreover as the saying prejudices die hard, she firmly believed that Long Yi must have used some kind of means to deceive them. At this moment, Barbarian Bull suddenly asked foolishly, "Boss, is this little princess also your woman?" Long Yi was stupefied, and his depressed mood relaxed due to these words of Barbarian Bull. After that he answered with a smile, "Correct, she is my woman." "Who is your perverted crook's woman?" Long Linger roared, no longer able to maintain steady state of mind. Perhaps her mind was never steady and smooth from that night. She immediately began to frantically gather mana, and the heat released by that gathered fire magic element seemed to want to burn even the air. "You are my woman, and always will be." These words Long Yi had said after he had raped her had always reverberated continuously inside Long Linger's mind. Long Yi saw Long Linger was becoming hysterical, and he knew that she would very probably burn down this inn with her magic. So he held Wash Wang in his arms and stood up, then turning around, he said, "You all stay here. This is a matter between us. I will tell you about it later." Seeing Lu Zia and others nodding their head, Long Yi no longer hesitated. He directly jumped down from the window and went out. And Long Linger naturally followed behind him. Barbarian Bull scratched his head and returned back to his room to sleep, leaving behind Lu Zia and Leng Yuiu sitting on sofa with different expression. That Long Linger said Long Yi was perverted crook. Big sister Yuiu, do you think Long Yi would take a cheap advantage of other people? Lu Zia asked. In her heart, although her sweetheart was always grinning cheekily, and every now and then would also take petty advantage and so on of them, but was far away from being perverted crook. These two so strong offensive wording ought to be far away from Long Yi. Perhaps. Leng Yuiu lightly answered. Her mentality was much more mature than Lu Zia. She could feel Long Linger's deep grief and hatred. That was absolutely not because of something simple like taking petty advantage. Perhaps. Leng Yuiu didn't dare to think any more than this. Holding Wash Wang on his arms, Long Yi elegantly floated ahead, and Long Linger was following behind him with a fixed distance between them. The reason why he didn't left Wash Wang in the inn and let Lu Zia and Leng Yuiu take care of her was because if his internal force didn't suppress her condition, then even he didn't know what type pain Wash Wang would suffer. After arriving to the uninhabited outskirts, Long Yi stopped. Coincidentally, this place also happens to have a woods nearby, and in this dark night, this place unexpectedly seemed very similar to that time's place where Zimin Yu had put his hands on Long Linger. Long Linger naturally also noticed this point, then her complexion immediately turned pale and stopped in the midair. Even her hands were slightly trembling uncontrollably. "Don't you want to kill me? Now are you afraid?" Long Yi lightly chuckled and said. He had a relaxed expression on his face, because Long Linger was already his woman. No matter whatever happens, this point would never change. Since she wants revenge, then he would let her get her revenge, since she cannot kill him. Seeing Long Yi's that relaxed look, Long Linger couldn't help but gritted her teeth. This scum, after raping her, not only was he unfettered and beyond the law as before, furthermore he was still enjoying women on his left and right. So how could her heart, which was living in pain, swallow this? This made her heart filled with extreme hatred. "Put her down," I want to kill only you. I don't want her to accompany you to death." Long Linger coldly said. Long Yi looked at Wash Wang in his bosom for a while, then shaking his head, he said, "I can't put her down, and she will not accompany me to death, because you can't to kill." Long Linger no longer spoke, but began to chant, "O great god of fire, please bestow me strength." With flame of violent dragon, burn down all the obstacles. Fire dragon skill. Long Yi calmly stand at a distant place waiting for her to chant incantation. If he really wanted to kill her, then it truly was as easy as turning over his palm. Although her chanting speed was very fast, but Long Yi however could absolutely finish her off before she could fire her magic. Dense fire magic elements formed a long fire dragon which rushed towards Long Yi with a loud dragon roar. This was rank 9 magic fire dragon skill, and its might was very huge. Furthermore, its temperature was so high that it could melt an iron plate. Seeing fire dragon's skill, Long Yi was surprised to realize Long Linger had risen in rank and had entered Mage Realm. Long Yi's continuously dodged, and opened a large distance between them. But this fire dragon however didn't disappeared, rather under the command of Long Linger, it again changed its direction and continued to chase after him. Long Yi didn't bother to dodge again, he held Wash Wang with one hand, and holding the huge sword he had taken out from inside his space ring in his other hand, he directly met head-on with incoming fire dragon with hazy cold chi emitting from his sword blade. Iced Ki's whirlwind interlinked slash. Long Yi suddenly roared, sending out an ice and frost sword slash which circled in the sky, lap after lap, forming an ice whirlpool. This whirlpool completely engulfed that fire dragon, without leaving behind even a remnant spark. This was the move Long Yi had created, merging his iced ki and China's sword move whirlwind interlinked slash. After he carefully studied the attribute of ki, he had started to try and fuse these moves. Long Linger blankly looked at natural and unrestrained Long Yi from the sky with shock on her face. She had actually still not reached Mage Realm, but wearing that sub-divine level fire necklace, her strength was enhanced by a level, and her mana capacity was also increased, but she could use this effect only once every day. And the magic she had fired with the enchantment of this accessory was so easily dissolved by Long Yi, so how could she not be shocked? "As I said, you are unable to kill me, it would be better to," Long Yi said with a smile. But before he could finish speaking, silently rows of sharp thorns grew out from the ground below him, and meteors rained down towards him from the sky. Long Yi immediately flew, then leaving behind after images in the sky, he dodged the rain of meteors. He had forgotten Long Linger was fire and earth twin attributed magician, nearly having her way. Long Yi no longer had the mood to dilly-dally with Long Linger. He used Great Cosmos Swift to its limit, then suddenly appeared behind her out of thin air, and placed his cold sword blade on her neck. Chapter 83, Burning Both Jade and Common Stone. T.L. Idiom, to destroy indiscriminately. Long Yi also didn't bother to waste his time with Long Linger. He directly used Great Cosmos Shift to its limit, and suddenly appeared behind her out of thin air. Then he placed his cold sword blade on her neck. "Long Linger, you lose," Long Yi said with a muffled chuckle. With his eyesight, he could clearly see those small goosebumps on Long Linger's that snow-white soft neck. Long Linger shivered, thinking she had again fallen into the hands of this perverted crook. She couldn't help but felt dread in her heart. Now in this uninhabited outskirts, he was able to thinking up to here. Long Linger shivered. If such thing really happened again, then she feared she would not have any reason to live anymore. "What do you want to do?" Long Linger suppressed her fear and coldly asked. "In a moonless day, we a single man and a single woman, you say what do you think I want to do?" Long Yi grinned and said. He was secretly thinking to scare her, because without learning her lesson from previous mistake, she had so easily followed him to such desolate and uninhabited place. The redness of Long Linger's face completely disappeared, and become almost transparent pale. After that her eyes become resolute, then she slowly turned towards Long Yi. "Do you really want me?" Long Linger blankly stared at Long Yi's eyes with her lifeless eyes and asked. Long Yi was startled, He didn't understand what happened to her all of a sudden. He felt the expression on her eyes were very scary, making his heart shudder. "Then I will give you." Regardless of what expression Long Yi had, Longlinger Jade hand pulled her sash and threw it away, revealing her pale white silk corset. Those healthy and strong full jade peaks seemed to want to tear apart this clothing and come out, and the two cherries were sticking out a bit, making themselves visible. Undeniably, Long Yi was attracted by Longlinger's fine figure and spring scenery. He was momentarily absent-minded, then his heart suddenly pounded violently. After that he threw himself on her. T.L. Spring scenery. Side of STH sexy or erotic. Yes, Long Yi threw himself on her with Wush Wang still in his embrace. After that he didn't grope Longlinger's those jade peaks or her secluded gully, but just like a lightning, he caught her right hand which was emitting strong magic fluctuation. "Longlinger, don't." An anxiously calling voice came from behind. That crisp voice was somewhat familiar, but Long Yi had no time to think. He caught the trembling right hand of Longlinger, and seizing one red pellet-like thing from her hand, he threw up. Soon afterwards, Long Yi took Longlinger in his bosom with Wush Wang, then madly circulated the internal force of Altianju all around their body to firmly protect their body. At this second, Longlinger unexpectedly smiled, and her smile was very sweet, very beautiful and very touching. This was a smile of relief, very pure and magnificent. Hong long long, flame shot all around, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. With that red pellet as a center, a radius of hundreds of meters was shrouded with red blast. And Zimin Wuan, who was not too far away, blankly looked at that strong explosion with tears silently flowing down her cheeks, as she muttered, "Linger, how can you be silly like this? Ah." All along Zimin Wuan knew that Ling Longer had one pellet where a rank 11 forbidden fire magic spell burning god magic was sealed. This was something given by Fire Master Archmage Pu Ziusi to Violet Dragon Empire's Emperor Longzhan as a gift. Although the might of sealed magic was inferior compared to same magic fired after chanting incantation, but this sealed magic was after all forbidden magic spell. With Longlinger's strength, firing this sealed magic in such close proximity can only have bad fate of burning both jade and common stone. Fiery red blast gradually dispersed, and the surroundings around few 100 meters in radius can only be described as having too tragic to look at appearance. More than half of the neighborhood's wood was destroyed. The ground in the center of explosion had caved in by several K, and incomplete branches were scattered everywhere. But the figure of Longlinger and her that scoundrel's second brother Zimin Yu was nowhere to see. It might be assumed that both of them didn't even leave behind bones. Zimin Wuan couldn't help but felt sad from the bottom of her heart. She just squat down and wept in grief. Her best friend, Empire's Honorable Her Majesty the Princess, in just this fashion, took her revenge, but paid her own life in the process. While crying, Zimin Wuan suddenly heard a hissing sound. Raising her head, to her surprise, she discovered the ground which was in mess began to move. Suddenly the earth fly about in all direction, and with a flashing of blue light, a man holding two women jumped out from inside the ground. He was covered with a layer of light blue water barrier. Long Yi moved backward, and endlessly made a wry smile inwardly. The personality of Longlinger was too unyielding, actually choosing the method of burning both jade and common stone. Recalling that terrifying explosion of just a moment ago, the scalp of Long Yi tingled, and cold sweats flowed down. So that was the might of forbidden magic spell? It naturally was too terrifying. It seems he was too small against the might of forbidden magic, and Master Archmage were definitely pinnacle existence. If one wanted to win against them, there was only one way. That is to suppress them before they could fire magic, otherwise only death awaits. But if they had several pellets with forbidden magic sealed within it, then casually throwing two of them, even God won't be able to stop them. Just then, the light blue barrier surrounding them disappeared. After that Long Yi looked at Wush Wang's chests, that one blue-colored gem with brilliant lights and vibrant colors. This was magic implement grade protective necklace which had protected the life of three of them. When its owner ran into mortal danger, it would automatically release a high-level barrier called Water Screen Heaven Flower. Long Yi walked towards Zimin Wuan step by step. She was neat and tidy as before, but her current appearance of face full of tears and mouth wide open was arousing love and affection. This was the expression a young girl should have, although her usual that holy and pure temperament make people feel quite comfortable. However, there was also a kind of unattainable feeling, as if while right in front of one's eyes, but feels far away in the horizon. "Little sister, long time no see. How are you lately?" Long Yi affectionately smiled and asked, simultaneously shook past out Long Linger and placed her on the ground, but still tightly held Wash Wang in his embrace. Zimin Wuan opened her mouth, and lightly groaned but didn't answer. After that she lowered her head, and hurriedly wiped the tears on her face. Knowing this scoundrel's second brother saw her embarrassing face of just a moment ago, her pretty face became somewhat red. Seeing Zimin Wuan's cold appearance towards him, Long Yi laughed at himself. Perhaps because of this body, or because of previous incarnations' lonely bitterness, he indeed possessed a kind of strange sentiment towards Zimin clan. He often missed his cheap parents who were deeply worried about him, and consequently he also had an amiable feeling towards this younger sister who hated him. "Linger, Linger, wake up!" Zimin Wuan anxiously called out the name of Long Linger. After a good while, Long Linger's long eyelash quivered, and slowly woke up. With somewhat disordered eyes, catching the sight of worried Zimin Wuan, she couldn't help but stare blankly and said, "Wuan, am I in the heaven? How come you are also here?" "No, you are in hell." Long Yi suddenly cut in while smiling mischievously. Hearing the voice of Long Yi, Long Linger trembled from head to toe, and she indeed had a feeling of being in hell. The focus of her eyes began to gather, and raising her head she saw currently looking down upon her Long Yi's face with that evil smile. Why didn't this forbidden magic spell kill you? Are you a demon?" Long Linger hysterically roared as her tears flew all around. She hated him she very much. Seeing the despair wail of Long Linger, the smile on the face of Long Yi slowly disappeared. He asked himself honestly, am I really so hateful, making a young girl hate to this extent? No, she didn't hate me, but that Zimin Yu whose soul is already annihilated. But even so, the heart of Long Yi still felt unpleasant. "I'm going. I don't feel like reasoning with you. Hope you will not mess with me again." Long Yi indifferently left behind this sentence, then holding Washang in his arms turned around to leave. Zimin Wuan turned around and saw Long Yi's back, and suddenly felt his back looked very lonely, and had a kind of melancholy weighting down with sorrow. "Hey!" Zimin Wuan unexpectedly opened her mouth and called out. Long Yi paused, and with Wash Wang in his arms, he slowly turned around. Then with an exceptionally brilliant smile, he asked, "How come? Something wrong?" Seeing Long Yi's dazzling smile, Zimin Wuan half squinted her eyes. This smile truly was very brilliant, she strangely thought. When did this scoundrel's second brother of her had such a beautiful smile? "Is this big sister ill? Can I have a look?" Zimin Wuan said. Even she didn't know why she was behaving this way. Long Yi was startled. Now he remembered Zimin Wuan was advanced priest. He immediately nodded her head and returned back, and right now Long Linger was blankly looking in the sky. While Zimin Wuan inspected the body of Wash Wang, her complexion became more and more solemn, and she said, "Does she feel headache, feel cold all over, and moreover talk nonsense?" Hearing Zimin Wuan speaking out the symptoms of Shuang, Long Yi couldn't help but become happy, and he hastily nodded his head. "Yes, little sister. Do you have any method to cure it?" Zimin Wuan looked at that face of Wishuang which was not of this mundane world, then while shaking her head regrettably, she said, "I have only seen similar case in a book, but unfortunately, I can't cure her." "It seems you are using strange magic to suppress her illness. If this was not the case, then she wouldn't have lived up to now." Hearing Zimin Wuan's words, Long Yi's brain blanked out. Chapter 84, I want you to marry me. Hearing Zimin Wuan's words, Long Yi mind blanked out. How did this happen? Wash Wang was always well after she woke up from crystal coffin, and her strength was also powerful. So why was she going to die all of a sudden? This was absolutely not possible. Long Yi absent-mindedly shook his head. He absolutely didn't believe this ridiculous conclusion of Zimin Wuan. According to this big sister's symptoms, she is already beyond cure. She ought to have caught this illness more than 10 years ago. Zimin Wuan continued to speak. 10 years? Long Yi murmured repetitively. Then he suddenly came up with a possibility. In the first place, why was Wash Wang slumbering inside Crystal Coffin? Could it be that at that time she was suffering from this strange disease? So the city lord of Lost City used secret magic to make her enter into slumber inside that crystal coffin, with her always maintaining the physical state of that time. Perhaps at that time city lord might have thought that after thousands upon thousands years, there would already be a cure of this disease. But he would have never thought that the person who woke up Wash Wang from her slumber would be the person from a civilization which was even more backward compared to the Lost City's civilization of that time. Little sister, I know you hate me, but now that you know this disease, can you think of a way to save her? Long Yi said to Zimin Wuan. Although Wash Wang was not his woman, but that intriguing link of spirit between them however made the relation between these two people very subtle. Zimin Wuan amazedly looked at Long Yi. She could feel this second brother was really not quite the same from before. The Zimin Yu of before, regardless of whether other people die or live, would never request anyone in such gentle words. Even facing his parents was also the same. But he however was requesting her for this woman, which was not something the previous Zimin Yu would do. Zimin Wuan shook her head as before. She was really powerless. She looked towards the sky, and slowly said, even if you have that strange magic suppress her illness, I fear she will not be able to hold on until tonight. Could it be that there really is no other way? Long Yi said, unwilling to give up. He absolutely can't let Wash Wang die before his eyes like this. Zimin Wuan didn't speak, but with her eyelid drooped, she began to ponder. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as if she recalled something and looked towards stupefied Long Linger. Perhaps Her Highness the Princess can help you. Zimin Wuan turned towards Long Yi and said. Long Yi was stupefied. Long Linger. She was itching to grind his bones. So wanting for her to help him was even harder than reaching the heaven. Seeing Long Yi's bitter expression, Zimin Wuan's state mind become good for no reason, so she said, Linger has an ice gem bracelet, made up of origin Isis eternal cold soul. It can suppress the illness of this big sister for 3 months. Long Yi's spirit shook. One more day means more of a hope. Moreover, perhaps within 3 months he could find a means to cure this illness too. Little sister, how about you talk to her, and let me borrow her ice gem bracelet to use. Naturally I can also give something to exchange with it. Long Yi said with expectation. He had many good things in his hand. If Long Linger agrees to exchange, then that naturally would be for the best. Zimin Wuan nodded her head, and whispered something in the ear of Long Linger. Gradually, spirit began to restore in the eyes of Long Linger, and her complexion also revert back to normal. Although was still indifferent and empty, nevertheless was not like a soulless doll of just a moment ago. Long Yi saw Long Linger standing. Suddenly his facial muscles began to twitch unnaturally, and he immediately looked towards other places. Linger, your clothing. Zimin Wuhan blushed and lightly yelled. Long Linger lowered her head, then the sight she saw caused her to turn pale with fright. At that time when she was releasing that pellet inside sealed forbidden magic spell god burning magic, to divert the attention of Long Yi, with no other means, she had untied her outer clothes. Furthermore, because of that explosion blast of just a moment ago, her white silk underwear was also disheveled, so at this moment when she stood up, she revealed large portion of her snowy white chest. Long Linger hastily turned around and arranged her clothing, and her indifferent face involuntarily blushed. After that, when she once again turned around to face Long Yi, she saw that Long Yi was looking far away as if nothing had happened. Long Linger gritted her teeth. Having something embarrassing happen in front of her enemy made her ashamed and heartbroken, but recalling Wuan's words of just a moment ago, her heart felt a little better, and strange coldness appeared in her beautiful eyes. So you want my ice gem bracelet? Long Linger indifferently asked. and raised her hand. Then a bracelet emitting milky white soft halo became visible on her fine spotlessly white flawless wrist, which brought out the best in each other. Long Yi looked towards that bracelet on Long Linger's jade wrist, then his vision glimmered once, and he replied, "Yes, I have few good things with me, I can exchange them with you." Long Linger shook her head, and staring at Long Yi with cold eyes, she coldly said, "I ask for nothing, I can give you this ice gem bracelet, but you must die." Long Yi's complexion didn't change because he had already expected Long Linger would definitely ask this. He just replied with a light smile, "I still don't want to die." "Then she will die, and you know this." Pointing at Wush Wang on Long Yi's bosom, Long Linger said, "She will not die." Long Yi's eyes narrowed dangerously, then his body suddenly flashed, and instantly appeared in front of Long Linger. After that, his one hand pulled her wrist's bracelet, but strangely he couldn't take off this bracelet. This moment the distance between Long Linger and Long Yi was very close, close enough for Long Linger to smell Long Yi's that very good smell of male, causing her heart of a young maiden to beat in somewhat messy rhythm. After that she taunted him, "If I don't want to, then you can't take off this bracelet." "Is that so? Then if I were to chop off your entire hand, I don't know whether I can seize it or not." Long Yi lightly chuckled, but his eyes no longer had pity, rather was ice cold. It seems he would absolutely do what he had just said. "Zemin Yu, how can you do this? Don't you feel you are very despicable?" Zemin Wuan loudly yelled. "Despicable? If I am despicable in exchange for her life, then what's there for me to not become despicable?" Long Yi coldly laughed. Zemin Wuan was speechless for a moment. Don't tell me that he would really chop off Long Linger's hand to sustain the life of the woman in her bosom. I shouldn't test it, as there are few such people in this world who are able to do so. "Linger, give him ice gem bracelet," Zemin Wuan said to Long Linger. Long Linger gritted her teeth for a short moment, then glaring at him with hatred, she removed ice gem bracelet and gave it to him. "Don't look at me like this, otherwise I think you will fall in love with me." Long Yi took the bracelet smiling happily and wore it on Wush Wang's wrist. With a soft rays of lights, this bracelet unexpectedly entered inside her body and disappeared. "There will come a day when I make you feel death is better than life," Long Linger hatefully said. Long shrugged his shoulder and casually said, "I will be waiting for that day." Finished speaking, Long Yi holding Wush Wang on his arms walked away. When he passed by Zemin Wuan, she said with a smile, "Little sister, thank you." Zemin Wuan was startled. She could clearly feel sincere in his words. He was really grateful to her. After walking few steps, Long Yi suddenly stopped again, then turning around he looked at Long Linger who was looking at him with wanting to eat people eyes, and said, "I owe you one favor, so I can promise you one condition. As long as it is not too excessive, I will promise you anything." Hearing Long Yi's words, Long Linger became dazed. "How come this bastard is becoming this good to her?" she asked. "Will you really promise me anything, as long as you don't want my life, or want me to kneel down, kowtow and so on matters which will damage man's self-respect?" Long Yi lightly said with a smile. Long Linger stared at Long Yi for a long time, then opened her mouth. "In addition to her, are those other two girls also your woman?" Long Yi found it slightly strange, don't know why Long Linger was suddenly asking this. He wanted to say Wush Wang was not his woman, but he didn't feel like doing so and waste time explaining, so he nodded his head and said, "Yes." Long Linger laughed. She laughed coldly, which seems very strange, and she said, "Didn't you say you will promise me one thing? Can I speak it now?" "Speak." Long Yi's hairs suddenly tingled. "I want you to marry me," Long Linger directly said with a cold smile. Both Long Yi and Zemin Wuan had their eyes wide open. Were they mishearing things? "You say it again, just now I didn't hear clearly." Long Yi was dumbfounded, and obviously was not too clear-headed. "I want you to marry me." Long Linger said it again. Each word was as if 1,000 huge rock falling on Long Yi's heart, making him almost spat out blood. He was unable to understand just why she wanted to marry him who she hated to the marrow of her bones. Although this demand was not at all excessive to Long Yi, as he would naturally take responsibility for his action, but the problem here was, the other party was a woman who wants him dead all the time, so this was abnormal. Scheme. Definitely a scheme. Long Yi roared inside his heart, but his mouth however said with a smile, "Don't tell me you have really fall in love with me. If you think you will feel better that way, then when I fell in love with you, you will marry me. Do you want to promise me or not?" Longlinger expressionlessly said, "Since you brought it up, then is there any reason to say not promise? I hope you don't regret this." Looking at Longlinger, Long Yi said, "Don't regret is for you. You should first think of a way to cure your this sweetheart's disease. I will wait you in me Holy Magic Academy. Hope I will see you after 3 months." Finished speaking, Longlinger pulled Zimenwuan and left drifting away. What the hell does this woman want to do? Long Yi still remained puzzled after pondering over 100 times. But fortunately Washwang's disease was temporarily suppressed. Now he had to find a way to cure her disease within 3 months. Now he only have 3 months of time. Chapter 85, Elven Forest. Rising sun incarnate in the cloud of horizon, shining the ups and downs verdant mountain range, making it appear exceptionally beautiful and also spectacular. Back in the inn, Leng Yuiu and Luzia immediately met up, and looked at Long Yi with concern. "Don't worry, I am fine," Long Yi said with a smile, but his face was unable to hide his exhaustion, not physical rather mental exhaustion. Long Yi gently laid Washwang on the soft bed, and got up to leave but discovered don't know when but her jade hands was tightly grabbing his clothing. Long Yi arduously turned open Washwang's little hands, and gently covered her with quilt. "Why on earth are you two looking at me like that? Is there something on my face?" Long Yi turned around his head, and discovered Leng Yuiu and Luzia were looking at him with peculiar gaze. "Long Yi, you are truly gentle to big sister Washwang." Luzia's beautiful eyes shone, and said with a little jealousy. Long Yi mischievously smiled, as he understood she was somewhat jealous. He held Luzia with one hand and held Leng Yuiu with other hand, and walking towards bedroom, he said, "Don't tell me that I don't treat you too gently, or do you want me, to be a little bit rougher?" Long Yi's eyes shone nefariously, and two women suddenly reacted to what he had pointed out. Then pouting coquettishly sound fell incessantly on his ears. After that Long Yi took petty advantages while having boisterous fun with two women, and the mood gradually calmed down. 3 people sat on sofa, Leng Yuiu and Luzia, one on left one on right, leaned against his shoulder, feeling extremely warm. They feared they were no longer able to separate from this man. "Long Yi, what's going on with Washwang?" Leng Yuiu asked. However, she didn't mention anything about Longlinger. She dared to confirm Long Yi and Longlinger had something between them, but as an intelligent woman, she won't take the initiative to ask, because she believed, one day Long Yi will tell everything on his own accord. Long Yi sighed, and his complexion became very solemn, making these two women feel stifling. Washwang contacted a kind of strange disease. Now she has only 3 months of time left. Long Yi seriously said. "What?" Both women cried out in alarm. After traveling together with Washwang throughout the Huangming Plains slaughter, they had long ago already considered each other as sisters. "That can't be, big sister Washwang is so powerful, how can it be?" Luzia choked with sobs and was unable to finish her words. A little bit of jealousy of just a moment ago completely disappeared without a trace, leaving behind only concern and sorrow. "Then what's to be done? Is there a way to cure her disease?" Leng Yuiu also asked anxiously. Her clam heart also couldn't help but become restless. "I don't know, but after finding out the cause, I think we will be able to definitely think of a way, isn't that so?" Long Yi firmly said. "Even death itself will not be able to take away Washwang." Luzia heavily nodded her head, then suddenly said, "Long Yi, let's go to Elven Forest straight away. My mother and several elders might have the way to cure big sister Washwang's disease." Long Yi slapped his thigh and said, "That's right, how could I forget your elf clan's long history? Perhaps they really might have a way to save Washwang." At noon, Washwang finally woke up. When she came out supporting her head with her hand, Long Yi and others were in the process of eating lunch. "How long did I sleep for?" Wash Wang frowned, rubbed her temples and weakly sat down on sofa. Her head felt as if was loaded with several pieces of rocks, making her very uncomfortable. "Big sister Wash Wang, are you alright?" Lu Xia walked in front of her and asked. "I'm fine, only my head is feeling a little uncomfortable, but I don't know why." Wash Wang answered very weakly with listless appearance. "Wash Wang, do you remember what happened last night?" Leng Yuyu asked. "Yesterday?" Wash Wang mumbled and closed her eyes, trying to recall. Suddenly, she tightly held her head and looking painful, she answered, "What did I do yesterday? Why can't I remember anything?" Long Yi hurriedly dashed over, pulled open Wash Wang's hand, then used his hands covered in his internal force to press her temple. Wash Wang felt a burst of warm airflow pouring into her head from Long Yi's palm, then the pain on her head immediately subsided by a lot. Moreover, she felt a kind of comfortable feeling. She half closed her eyes, then unconsciously went forward and buried her head into Long Yi's stomach, unwilling to move away. Afternoon. Long Yi and his group left the inn and leave for Elven Forest. All of them tacitly didn't mention any matter of yesterday to Wash Wang, and also didn't tell her anything about her strange disease. Since she didn't remember, so why let her know, which would only invite unnecessary worry. When they set out, Wash Wang's complexion had already reverted back to normal. From her outward appearance, basically no one would be able to tell that she was terminally ill girl. Her that indifferent temperament and noble deposition appearance was just as before, as if nothing had changed. Outside of flourishing Mi Principality, there was continuous ups and downs mountain range. Barbarian Bull told Long Yi that hazy shadow at a distant place directly sticking into the skies was Hengjuan Mountain. Only gods knows how tall it was, because from past till present no one was able to climb to its summit, and even Imperial Wind Condor was not able to fly past that mountain chain. And they Beastmen clan live at the foot of that Hengjuan Mountains. Throughout the way, Lu Xia talk about Elven Forest's beautiful scenery and fun places, making Long Yi and others to look forward endlessly. After passing to mountain, as far as the eye can see, forest appeared in front of everyone. The air here was extra fresh, even the grasses were more greener compared to outside, and various kind of crisp bird singing sound made them feel as if they were inside fairyland. Sure enough, Elven Forest have a well-deserved reputation, truly too beautiful. Long Yi gasped in admiration. Living in this kind of beautiful forest, no wonder Elf clan's men were handsome and women were beautiful. "This is my house, let's go in." Lu Xia inhaled this fresh air, and with excited expression on her eyes, she led everyone inside Elven Forest. But just when they had reached the periphery of Elven Forest, several shua-shua sound came. Several arrows shot out from inside the forest and nailed on the ground in front of them. Then 10 people of Elves Protection Squad walked out from inside forest. All of them wore light green colored elven dress, moreover all of them were female elves. Chapter 86, Attacking Breast to Break Formation. Just when they had reached the periphery of Elven Forest, several shua-shua sound came. Several arrows were shot out from inside the forest and nailed on the ground in front of them. Then 10 people of Elf Protection Squad walked out from inside forest. All of them wore light green colored elven dress, moreover all of them were female elves. Without showing a trace, Long Yi sized up all of them. Sure enough, each and every one were extremely beautiful with fine facial features and exquisite figure. Moreover all of them looked like they were in early 20s in age, exactly in the flowery age. But compared with Lu Xia and other 2 women in his group, they were still a little bit inferior. After all, these 3 women could be rated as exceedingly beautiful in this world, so how could all the elves compare with them? Long Yi however was also feeling slightly strange. Why was there only beautiful women in the protective force of Elf Clan? Could it be that Yin was flourishing while Yang was declining in Elf Clan? Then wasn't Elf Clan's male elf hugging in left and embracing in right, while fighting several? T.L. If you don't know, Yin equals female, Yang equals male. When Long Yi was still letting his dirty imaginations run wild, Lu Xia happily rushed over, and excitedly said, "Nika, I am back." Princess Lucia. A beautiful elf among them exclaimed and come over, then banding together with Lucia, excitedly jumped and cried, as if both of them were still not grown-up child. "Princess, where did you go this time for such a long time? Her Majesty the Queen is worried to death." That elf girl called Nika anxiously said, "Ain't I back now? Do you know, this time I experienced many exciting things. I will retell you later. Now I will introduce you a couple of my friends." Lucia stuck out her tongue and said, then pulling this Nika, she walked over to Long Yi's side. "This is my close sister Nika. Nika, these are my good friends of outside, Long Yi, Barbarian Bull, Leng Yuiu and Washwang." Lucia introduced while pointing at Long Yi and others in succession. "Only good friends?" Long Yi chuckled, feeling Nika's strange gaze. Lucia's beautiful face couldn't help but become red. Then giving Long Yi a supercilious look, she jumped to the side of Long Yi, and holding his arm tightly, she said while blushing, "Long Yi is my husband. Isn't he very handsome?" "Husband?" "Princess Yu." Nika's mouth was wide open, and had a disbelief expression on her face. Then she pulled Lucia to one side and whispered, "Princess, we elf clan must not marry with humans. If we let elders got the wind of it, then it will be disastrous." "Nika, I can't do anything, because I love him. Without him I will die. In any case, now I am already his, mother will definitely agree." Lucia miserably said. Nika was shocked seeing Lucia, because this daredevil and rebellious princess had stirred up such troublesome matter. This time Elven Forest was going to be very noisy. "Okay, Nika, first let my friends enter. It is not good to keep others waiting for a long time." Lucia shook away Nika's hand. "But princess, outsiders are not allowed to enter Elven Forest." Nika said. "What outsiders are? Is my husband also an outsider?" "Let us enter. I will naturally explain to mother myself." Lucia earnestly said to Nika, "Princess, it's impossible, because Sacred Festival is coming soon." "How about this? I will go to notify Her Majesty the Queen. Only after she agrees, I will let them enter." Nika didn't dare to let these people pass without permission. Although these people did not look bad, but you may know a person's face but not his heart. Furthermore, Princess Lucia was so pure, so there was a possibility of her being cheated. Thinking this, the gaze of Nika was not so friendly towards Long Yi. Seeing Nika's attitude was resolute, Lucia had no other choice but to nod her head. Lucia walked over to Long Yi's side, and said, "Long Yi, I'm sorry." "Silly girl, that is your elf clan's established rule, so why would I blame you?" Long Yi smiled and rubbed Lucia's head. After waiting for a short time, powerful energy fluctuation came through the air. Long Yi, Washwang and Leng Yuiu looked at each other, then all of them frowned. It seems Elf Clan was putting a big parade. It seems outside of Elf Queen, those old fellows were also coming. Isn't this just paying a formal visit to mother-in-law? Long Yi had doubts inside his heart. Light green radiances flashed in succession, and not far away from Long Yi and his group, 8 more people appeared. Long Yi intently looked forward, then his eyes couldn't help but give out a mesmerizing splendor. Standing in the most front was female elf who looked only 25 or 26 in age, with magnificent style unmatched in her generation. Her lotus mouth, exquisite nose, brows as if faraway mountain containing umber, snow skin, and that devilish kind of S-form curvy figure outlined by gorgeous elf attire. Moreover, that mature charm of hers, Leng Yuiu and other young girls who were just a green apples absolutely couldn't compared with this completely ripe juicy peach. Behind her there was 7 bearded and wrinkled old men and wrinkled old ladies, guessed they were elders of Elf Clan. "Mother!" Lucia called out and ran to her. Long Yi woke up from his daze, and sighed inwardly. This woman was unexpectedly queen of Elf Clan, actually was so young, and was also very beautiful. "If I get along for a long time, then I don't know whether I will make a mistake or not." Long Yi couldn't help but let his imagination run wild again. Elf Queen and Lucia talk with each other in a low voice. Lucia was continuously nodding her head while blushing, and consciously or unconsciously looking towards Long Yi. Elf Queen used her majestic gaze to look towards Long Yi and others, and finally her gaze fixed on Long Yi. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes emitted a cold light, and her imposing aura suppressed Long Yi. Even the grasses on the ground underneath him stuck to the ground due to this pressure. Long Yi's corner of the mouth lightly tore, revealing an indescribable smile, while Aotian juice circulated all over his body, and without a slightest bit of weakness, he looked face to face against Elf Queen. A surprise flashed in the eyes of Elf Queen, and her aura became even more vigorous. Barbarian Bull at the side of Long Yi was forced to retreat 2 steps, but Wush Wang and Leng Yui nevertheless were oblivious. From this one could clearly see the gap in strength. Seeing Elf Queen's overbearingness, Long Yi was no longer polite. In this world there was no one capable of wantonly doing as they please with him. With a thought, he condensed his spirit power in his sea of consciousness in the space between the eyebrows, then attacked towards Elf Queen. Exactly how powerful was Long Yi's spirit power, he feared even he himself was also not very clear. Spirit power attack would directly injure soul, so he didn't dare to use it with all his strength. Even so, Elf Queen's face became abnormally white and she braced herself, but upon closer look she had retreated small half a step, and the 7 elders behind her immediately realized something was wrong, and all of them nodded their head after looking at each other. Then additional powerful auras suppressed Long Yi. Now Elf Clan's 8 strongest were jointly confronting Long Yi. He felt universe-like vast power was pressuring everywhere in his body. He felt incomparably severe pain in his internal organs as if they were being burned down, and also felt as if 10,000 Jin boulder was pressing against his chest, making him difficult to breathe. If not for his Aotianju protecting his body, he feared his body would have already turned into a pile of meat paste. 8 against 1, truly don't have face. Wush Wang and Leng Yui cursed, and intended to come over to aid. Don't join in, I can deal with this. But just at that time, Long Yi's mosquito-like small voice entered the ear of these 2 women. Actually, it was not that Long Yi didn't want their help, rather Elf Queen and those 7 elders' spirit power pressure had formed a strange spirit vortex. If external force entered, then he feared they would be instantly crushed by this vortex. This and the spirit vortex in Wush Wang's sea of consciousness when her disease outbreak or similar. Long Yi was as if a small boat on the sea with sea waves rising and falling, having danger of drowning at any time. Lucia helplessly looked at both sides of this fight with tears flowing down continuously. Both sides were her closely related person, so she didn't know what she should do. Seeing Long Yi's that pained expression, her heart broke, but she however could do nothing, because external force should not disturb in spirit power battle. Long Yi industriously used his internal force, and right now flames of fury was already soaring to the sky inside his heart. He had never expected that these flaunting oneself as kind-hearted Elf Clan would unleash a killer move. He firmly gritted his tooth, and suddenly revealed a strange smile. After that he instantly changed the form of his spirit power into 2 big hands, then grabbed towards Elf Queen's those impressive plump breast, and mischievously rubbed. With her sensitive place being attacked, Elf Queen screamed, and a crack appeared in the spirit vortex created by joint effort of 8 people. Taking the advantage of this chance, Long Yi attacked sparing no effort. Elf Queen and 7 elders simultaneously fell back 2 steps, and their complexion became somewhat pale. Long Yi looked at Elf Queen with mischievous smile, as if taunting and teasing her. Then he suddenly threw up a mouthful of blood. Even though blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth, he was smiling as before, which looked a kind of indescribable evil and weird. Chapter 87. Great Nature's Breath. Long Yi looked at Elf Queen with smile, as if taunting and also teasing her. Then he suddenly threw up a mouthful of blood. Even though blood was flowing out from the corner of his mouth, he was smiling as before, which looked a kind of indescribable evil and weird. Long Yi. Leng Yui exclaimed and hastily stepped forward to support Long Yi. Then coldly glared at Elf Queen and 7 elders, The black lotus mark on her forehead fluctuated as if ripples. She absolutely couldn't bear someone harming her most beloved person. This simply was worse than killing her. Seeing Long Yi spitting out blood, even more tears flowed down from Lucia's eyes. After that she hatefully stomped looking towards Elf Queen, then ran towards Long Yi. Long Yi, I'm sorry, all of this is my fault. Lucia wept. Good girl, don't cry, I'm fine. Long Yi shook his head and consoled Lucia, while his hand held on to Lang Yui's wrist, signaling her to not act rashly because at present dark magic was something that shouldn't be exposed. It was not because he was afraid to fight the whole world, but because he didn't desire meaningless sacrifice. Long Yi wiped the blood stain on the corner of his mouth, then looked at Elf Queen with a smile yet not a smile. Suddenly half squinting his eyes, he said, truly maintained properly, felt really good. Everyone was unable to make a head or tails of this abrupt sentence, naturally except Elf Queen whose complexion was sometime red sometime white. She used gaze that could killing people to glare Long Yi, as if she wanted to swallow him whole. How noble was her status, since the time her husband unfortunately died after Lucia was born. All along she had kept herself pure. But today, Long Yi audaciously touched her sensitive breasts. As a matter of fact, her real intention was not to kill Long Yi, but merely wanted to probe his ins and outs, and also give him a very small lesson while at it. But his spirit power was so powerful, and later after 7 elders also joined in, even if she wanted to stop, she couldn't. Truly didn't expect this is how Elf Clan treat their guest. If we are not welcomed, then we will just leave. There is no need to send people to death trap. Long Yi sneered. Just now if it was someone else in place of him, then he would have already kicked the bucket, so how could he not get angry? Let's go. Long Yi waved his hand, then led everybody wanting to return back. But the figure of those 7 elders of Elf Clan flashed and surrounded Long Yi and his group. Long Yi squinted his eyes dangerously. His pupil shrink into a needle-like shape. This usually indicates his fury was already close to the limit. Mother. Lucia looked at Elf Queen brimming with tears. Elf Queen softly sighed. A woman was born to leave her family, and now her daughter was already that stinking brat's woman. Even so, how could she truly want her own daughter to hate her throughout her life? Was it Long Yi? Just now was my mistake. But we will slowly calculate the matter regarding you swindling my daughters sometime later. Now please enter, otherwise some people might say we Elf Clan don't know how to treat our guest. Elf Queen lightly snorted, and said, Thank you mother, that's very kind of you. Lucia turned tears into laughter and threw herself into the bosom of Elf Queen. Long Yi lightly smiled, didn't expect Elf Queen had acted in a fit of pique. It seems because he had robbed her daughter, her heart was in disequilibrium. Hence, with Elf Queen in the lead, Long Yi and his group stepped into Elf Forest, which was said to be a fairyland. After entering, Long Yi found that the legend wasn't exaggerate at all. Inside was naturally too beautiful. Various strange flowers and different grasses could be found everywhere, clear water of brook snaking without end, and the animals here were also very docile and lovable. Unexpectedly were not afraid of people at all. They would ran back and forth near their legs, and sometimes mischievously bite the bottom of their trouser without letting go. Long Yi, isn't our Elven Forest beautiful? Lucia returned back from the side of Elf Queen and without any hesitation pulled Long Yi's big hand. Really just like a fairyland, merely lacking a kind of loftiness. But this place is perfect choice for spending one's holiday. Long Yi said with a smile. Lucia pouted, then is this place bad for living for a long time? Not bad, merely living for a long time in this kind of environment will easily wear out people's drive, but for Elf Clan who are unselfish and without desire, this counts as nothing, that's all. Cough cough. Long Yi said with a smile, then suddenly coughed as he felt burning pain in his lung region. Long Yi, are your meridians injured? Lang Yui worriedly asked. Last time in Lost City's dark space, this lass had heard Long Yi saying meridians once. From that time she had remembered this new word, coupled with another word, true chi. Yes, but not that critical. After adjusting my breathing, it will be fine. Long Yi nodded his head, and signaled others not to worry. After walking inside the Elven Forest for a short while, they saw a very spacious meadow, where simple and unadorned exquisite log cabins were built. Next to this place, there was actually a small lake where many elves' children were laughing and playing. This scenery was really just like the scenery inside a painting. Seeing Elf Queen and 7 elders had returned, all elves came over and greeted them in courtesy, and every one of them strangely looked at Long Yi and others. Majority of elves had spent their entire life inside Elven Forest, so they basically hadn't seen outside world. No need to mention about seeing humans or any other races. Elf Queen brought Long Yi and his group to her palace, but the so-called palace was slightly bigger, unique and pleasing to the eye. Log cabin. The decoration inside was very warm and cozy with fresh flowers everywhere. Really deserved to be called the race closest to nature. Elf Queen made Lucia stay behind with her, then called people to lead Long Yi and his group to a small courtyard for them to rest, as Long Yi's meridians had suffered injuries and was in urgent need of adjusting his breathing. Blowing a kiss towards Lucia, who was reluctant to part, he followed behind. However, seeing her daughter's shy and happy appearance receiving this kiss, Elf Queen unexpectedly couldn't help but hatefully gnashed her teeth secretly. Lucia, tell me everything you experience outside this time from the beginning to end. Elf Queen brought her daughter inside her room, then asked with stiff face. Lucia leaned on Elf Queen's shoulder, and mumbled to herself, "It's uncomfortable if it is not Long Yi's shoulder." "What did you say?" Because Lucia was mumbling, Elf Queen didn't hear what she was saying clearly. If she had heard clearly, then it was unknown what she would have done. "It's nothing, Mother." "Don't you want to know what I experienced outside?" "I will tell you now, please listen. After I leave the Elven Forest." Lucia began to speak about various things she had experienced outside. Just like this, time gradually passed, and the sky had already become dark. At this moment, Lucia began to narrate how she got to know Long Yi in Light City, how they team up to go to Huangming Plain. She stressed how Long Yi bravely fought against Silver-backed Earth Dragon, and also how he planned to pass through Bloodbug's Sea. She also stressed how Lang Yu fell into space crack for the sake of rescuing her, and how in order to save Lang Yu, Long Yi also fell down into that space crack. Finally, she narrated how they were surrounded by undeads, how they explored the secret room of City Lord Mansion, and how they discovered a sleeping beauty who was slumbering for several thousand years inside the pool Wash Wang and her disease. Lucia spoke non-stop, and also gestured with dancing eyebrows and radiant face. While talking about thrilling moments, her that expression and movements could cause anyone to split one's sides laughing. She emphasized Long Yi's valor and quick wit so much that Long Yi was already an unstoppable character of a literature. Hearing her daughter's vivid description, Elf Queen couldn't help but felt as if she was experiencing all of those herself, and the view towards Long Yi inside her heart also changed greatly. Hearing her daughter's narration, she understood that this mysterious youth was definitely not ordinary. He was brave, was quick-witted, and also had lofty and unyielding character. He was perfect match for her daughter. Merely those 7 elders are very stubborn. I fear they are very unlikely to agree to let her daughter to marry a human. Mother, look. With a dazzling flash, Lucia's magic implement Great Nature's Breath appeared on her hand. She wanted to show off her treasure to her mother. Seeing Great Nature's Breath's that fine matchless appearance and sensing that powerful nature aura on it, Elf Queen's complexion changed greatly. Then trembling, she asked, "This bow, where did you get it?" "Long Yi found it in secret chamber of Lost City and gave it to me as a present." Lucia slyly laughed. "Isn't this bow called Great Nature's Breath?" Elf Queen agitatedly asked. "Eng." Lucia nodded her head. Then she circulated her mana on it, causing this godly bow to release a splendid light, and words began to emerge in the air from the body of this bow. These big words in bold cursive calligraphy read as Great Nature's Breath. This really is Great Nature's Breath. After losing it in the continent war of 2000 years ago, it finally returned back to our elf clan's hand once again. Elf Queen gently caressed this godly bow with excited expression across her face. "Mother, This bow was originally our elf clan's. How come I didn't know about it? Luzia asked. There are a lot of things you don't know. Only after you became Elf Queen, you will know all of those things. Elf Queen said with a smile. Then looking at Luzia, she said, now with this bow, I think all 7 elders will agree to your marriage with that stinking brat. Mother, why are you calling him stinking brat? Stinking brat, he however is your son-in-law. Luzia happily said. Hearing this son-in-law words, Elf Queen's complexion couldn't help but become somewhat odd. Recalling this soon-to-become son-in-law actually felt her breast, she couldn't help but felt embarrassed, and also unbearable anger rose in her heart. Altogether felt a kind of strange feeling lingering in her mind. Chapter 88, Taking Unfair Advantage. Deep in the night, a crescent moon reflected on the surface of sparkling lake, reflecting chilly radiances. A corner of this lake was encircled using layer upon layer of vines, and the sound of water splashing and crisp laughter came out from inside. Inside this vines, Luzia and Nika were currently soaking more than half of their charming body inside this lake water, exposing more than half of their snowy white, and bright red was indistinctly visible underwater. Princess, quickly tell me, what happened after you all were surrounded by undead army? Nika excitedly asked. Afterwards everyone was no longer able to hold on, 2 fighters were already covered in blood from head to toe, and I didn't even have strength to stand up, so at that time I really thought we were screwed, but suddenly fierce wind blew abruptly, and in the sky which was lacking light of sun and moon, Long Yi appeared out of thin air, and with a roar, he sent out a golden light from his mouth, which instantly caused all of those undeads to fall one after another, hence we were saved. Luzia was moving both her hands and legs simultaneously, while making divine out of Long Yi. While covering her little mouth, and eyes emitting stars, Nika whispered, is he really so awesome? Can he really spat out golden light from his mouth? Of course, he can. And he is my husband. Luzia proudly laughed. In her heart, Long Yi was God, her heart's soul God. Then afterwards what happened? Nika asked eagerly. That's it for today, I will carry on tomorrow. Long Yi will not be together with me for a few days. Luzia sighed, and her mood became downcast. Princess, it's just a day or 2, and you already can't stand it. Nika teased her. A day or 2 is already very long. If possible, I don't want to separate from him even for a second. Without him by my side, my heart is empty and desolate. Without concealing her heart's deep love, Luzia said to Nika. In any case, there was no secret between Nika and her. Princess, you are really happy. Nika lightly chuckled. She was wholeheartedly happy for Luzia. Nika, later you will also be as happy as I am. Wasn't there many people pursuing you inside the clan? So did you take fancy on anyone? Luzia asked. Nika shook her head and answered, all of them are very good, but I don't feel my heartbeat quicken and also don't feel limp and numb as if getting an electric shock feeling as you have mentioned. Don't be impatient, later you will definitely encounter the right person. Luzia chuckled. Later I will definitely encounter someone even better than your Long Yi. Nika lightly chuckled and said. After that she laid down her lovely body on the surface of water on her back, with her full firm and upright breast perching out from the surface of water, looked very tempting. I'm afraid that's too difficult, because I think there is no other who is better than Long Yi. Luzia said looking at swimming Nika. That is not necessarily true, we'll wait and see. While speaking, Nika suddenly screamed, and both of her hands hugged her breasts while looked at Luzia with rebuking eyes. Nika, your breasts have gotten a lot bigger. Luzia said to Nika with a bad smile on her face. Nika's beautiful face blushed, then looking at Luzia's those bulging with narrow eyes, she lightly snorted. Where is yours have gotten even bigger. I remember when you were leaving, at that time yours were smaller than mine, but now yours is a lot bigger than mine. Do the things of outside grow people comparatively faster? Luzia giggled, then whispered something in Nika's ear. Damn girl, where did you learn this type of thing? Nika blushed as if she was going to bleed soon, and her addressing of Princess had changed into "damn girl." "This is real. I am not lying you." This is what Long Yi had said. "If you want to try, I will help you." Lucia laughed and threw herself onto Nika. Two women noisily rolled into a ball. Two naked women up and down on each other's body while squirming. That scene was naturally very alluring, but it's too bad, only the moon in the sky was able to enjoy this scene. After enough playing, both women gasped for breath while floating on the surface of water. "Princess, did you really let Long Yi touch your breast? How shameful it is." Not long after, Nika couldn't bear but ask with red face. "What is shameful? I have already connected with Long Yi, and all of mine is his, so what's the problem in letting him touch my breast? Besides, Long Yi's touch is very comfortable," Lucia lightly said. Now her eyes were rippling with thoughts of love, obviously had recalled certain unsuitable to children episodes. Seeing Lucia's fascinating appearance with blurred beautiful eyes, Nika inwardly thought, could it be that the matter of man and woman is really comfortable like that? "Princess, can you tell me what it feels like to do that thing?" I heard someone saying the first time hurts greatly, isn't that so?" Nika hit Lucia with her elbow and asked while blushing. At the beginning, it hurt a little, but later there is no pain," Lucia whispered in the ear of Nika. Her voice became smaller and smaller, gradually becoming inaudible. Various colored magic elements wandered about outside Long Yi's body, which gradually entered inside his body. After that he slowly opened his eyes, revealing those pitch-black eyeballs as if black hole emitted deadly attractiveness, and no one was able to see the bottom of it. He lightly spat out a mouthful of foul air, then he jumped up suddenly as lithe as a swallow. He stretched his both hands and twisted his body, causing the bones all over his body to issue a cracking sound. "This really is excellent. Very soon Ao Tianju will break past second layer," Long Yi muttered. It seems every time his meridian suffers damage and recovers, as if progressing oneself ahead after recovering from an illness, his strength would also progress somewhat. Feeling uncomfortable due to sticky body, Long Yi decided to bathe, but there was no bathroom in the room he was staying. At this time, Long Yi suddenly recalled that small lake outside, then thought, since it was already this late, there ought to be no one there, so why not go there and take a bath? Long Yi lightly stamped, and as if rock vertically jumped in the sky, then jumping forward few times, Long Yi was already in the sky above the lake. After that, inhaling a long breath, he let himself free fall towards the lake. Peng Long Yi as if a cannonball fell towards the bottom of the lake, and with a move of his internal force, his clothing instantly disintegrated. Lucia and Nika, who were whispering with each other while currently hiding inside the water of lake separated by vines, hearing this sudden sound, were instantly scared out of their wits. Both of them swam to the front of vines and pry open a crack to see other side of the lake, so that they would know who the person was who had come here in such late night. "Long Yi," Lucia softly said, although she didn't see clearly, but Long Yi's that pitch-black hair had already made clear of his identity. Now in Elven Forest, only he had hair which was black in color. Then we should quickly dress up," Nika whispered. "What's the rush? Why don't we just call him over here to wash together?" Lucia said sardonically. "Then you and him can wash here like a happily married couple bath. I will not keep you company," Nika softly said while blushing. "Happily married couple bath?" Lucia crooked her head. This seemed like a good idea. "Hee, Princess, today if you let him massage your breast again, perhaps they might become even bigger." Seeing Lucia's movement, Nika jokingly poked Lucia's breast. Currently Lucia was somewhat lost in thought, so the sudden attack on her breast caused her to let out a soft moan. Long Yi, who was swimming comfortably, suddenly hearing that soft voice from inside that vine, immediately jumped out from the water and punched that vine's wall. With a hong sound, entire wall made up of vines fell apart. Long Yi was dumbfounded, looking at currently hugging her breasts and soaking in the water Lucia and Nika. "Why are you still not turning around?" Nika said in somewhat crying-like voice. Long Yi immediately turned around with his forehead full of cold sweats. After that he just heard suo clothes-wearing sound, then footsteps slowly going farther and farther away. Okay, Long Yi, you can turn around. Luzia called out. Long Yi casually rinsed twice, then quickly going to ashore, he took out clothing from his space ring and wore it. Only after that he turned around and saw Luzia's angry and also happy expression. I didn't mean it, I thought someone was peeping me taking a bath. You also know, your husband, I always keep myself as pure as jade, so how can I tolerate other people peeping? Long Yi laughed dryly as he said. Less nonsense, speak honestly, what did you see just now? Luzia pouted. I didn't see anything, with the name of the light god. Long Yi swore. In fact he really hadn't seen much, only seen just a little bit, really only just a little bit. I don't believe you, because your shifty eyes are so powerful. I fear Nika will not be able to fall asleep tonight. Luzia looked at Long Yi with supercilious eyes. Long Yi stared at Luzia without blinking his eyes. Just after a bath, under the moonlight, she looked very charming, her half-damp hair hanging to her waist, her fair and tender skin, her blinking big eyes, and clothing which seemed to be open too much in the front, showing cleavage, could cause the will of any man to sway. Why on earth are you staring at me like that? Luzia's beautiful face became red, as she asked shyly. Because you are seducing me. I am just coordinating with you. Long Yi answered in all seriousness, causing Luzia to loosen her fists. Long Yi's big hand pulled, and hugged warm fragrant soft jade. What do you want to do? Luzia asked in mosquito-like small voice. I want a matter of making love. Long Yi made an evil smile. After that, holding Luzia in his arms, he jumped and disappeared in this enchanting night sky. Chapter 89, Origin Ice. The air inside Elven Forest was always fresh, and especially in early hours of morning, when that mixture of simple and elegant fragrant of flower and green grasses fragrance blew into the room from the window, all people would be intoxicated. Now Luzia was laying on her stomach in bed with her both hands supporting her lower jaw, and was intoxicated while looking at soundly sleeping Long Yi's those unruly dense black dashing eyebrows, and that slightly raised corner of his lips, as if dreaming of happy matter. Bad fellow, even the smile while sleeping is nasty like this. Luzia infatuatedly reached out her jade hands and stroked Long Yi's lips and gently caressed. Next her slender jade finger streak across his perfect bridge of nose, thick eyebrows, and wide forehead over and over again, as if wanted to carve this outline in her heart more deeply, deeply so that even in her next life, wouldn't forget him even in her next life. Little elf. Although I very much want to let you touch me sufficiently, but your big sister Yuiu is already waiting for a long time outside. Long Yi suddenly opened his eyes and said to Luzia with a smile yet not a smile. Luzia gasped, and her beautiful face instantly became very red, then she hastily jumped up, causing her breasts to ripple and buttocks to wave, which dazzled Long Yi for a period of time. She hurriedly put on her clothing, and turned around only to see Long Yi's lecherous and passionate looks, making her inwardly happy, but her mouth however grumbled in a flirting manner, big pervert. Saying this, she opened the door, resulting her to see Leng Yuiu standing right outside the door. Big sister Yuiu, why didn't you knock on the door? Luzia familiarly stepped forward and pulled Leng Yuiu's hand. Leng Yuiu was somewhat baffled, as she replied, I just got to the door, and you opened the door. Luzia turned around and coldly stared at Long Yi. It seems he had already perceived Leng Yuiu was coming over. My wives, still not coming over here to help your husband to change the clothing? Long Yi said with a mischievous smile. Then he jumped up from the bed, revealing his below hips that thick and long little brother currently erect like a pillar supporting the sky. Both women came over with red face and gently attended Long Yi to wear the clothes. Naturally his dishonest wolf claw was bound to get up for tricks. Oh, that's right, what about Wa Shuang? Long Yi asked. These past 2 days, Big sister Wush Wang is at my mother's place. Mother is in the process of studying her condition, but I don't know how. We can go over now and take a look if you want. Lu Zia answered while leveling the creases on the cloths of Long Yi. Long Yi nodded his head. 3 months of time was truly not very long, so he really hoped Elf Queen to be able to find the method to cure Wush Wang. After arriving to the courtyard of Elf Queen, they discovered 7 elders were also sitting on the side of indifferently sitting Wush Wang. Seeing Long Yi had come, the complexion of Elf Queen became unnatural, but very soon again calmed down. Mother, what disease is big sister Wush Wang suffering from? Can you cure it? Lu Zia came to the side of Elf Queen and asked with concern. Elf Queen lightly sighed, and slowly said, after my and 7 elders' careful examination, we determined Wush Wang isn't suffering from any disease, rather suffering from a kind of evil curse. Fortunately her body possessed eternally cold soul to suppress, otherwise, Your Majesty the Queen, then can you and 7 elders get rid of this curse? If Wush Wang is saved, then I will forever remember this great kindness of Elf Clan, and even if you want me to go through fire and water, I will not hesitate. Long Yi impatiently said. Hearing these words of Long Yi, the indifferent expression on the eyes of Wush Wang fluctuated, and her heart of young girl violently trembled, because she could feel that Long Yi's words were from the bottom of his heart. Do Long Yi like me? Wush Wang couldn't help but confusedly thought secretly. Elf Queen looked at this youth before her eyes with appraise. The eyes of Lu Zia is pretty good, although somewhat frivolous on the surface, but truly is righteous man with serious feelings. Long Yi, don't talk about great kindness or not great kindness. It's us Elf Clan that should help you. Elf Queen chuckled. Long Yi just blankly stared Elf Queen, not understanding what she was saying. You retrieved our Elf Clan's most valuable treasure, Great Nature's Breath, and after discussing with 7 elders, all of us approved your marriage with Lu Zia. So hereafter you are a member of our Elven Forest. Elf Queen said with a smile. Lu Zia was delighted hearing this, and her face blossomed. As for Wush Wang's evil curse, if you can obtain Ruai's silkworm's blood within 3 months, then we can certainly get rid of this curse, otherwise we are also powerless to do anything. Elf Queen sighed. Ruai's silkworm? Did you mean Origin Ice's SS-ranked super magical beast Ruai's silkworm? Long Yi asked in surprise. Yes, that's it. Ruai's silkworm, just as its name implies, is the ruler of water magic, and it is practically invincible existence in Origin Ice. Even SSS-ranked magical beast of other place couldn't defeat it in Origin Ice. Elf Queen said with some pity in her eyes. She believed Long Yi was not capable of killing Ruai's silkworm and obtain its blood. Hearing these words of Elf Queen, the heart of Long Yi instantly shrank. He had though that with SS-ranked violent lightning beat coupled with 19 super skeletons, he was 70 or 80% assured of success. But immediately upon hearing even SSS-ranked magical beast was unable to defeat it in Origin Ice, his heart however was unsure now, because he knew the strength gap between SSS-ranked magical beast and SS-ranked magical beast. Although there was the difference of only 1 rank, but that difference however was similar to heaven and earth's difference. But, was Long Yi someone who would give up easily? No, he wasn't, because he always believed in the principle of nothing is impossible in this world. Miracles might happen any second, but the critical fact lies in the fact whether one could seize it or not. Origin Ice was located in extreme north of Blue Waves continent, but Elven Forest nevertheless was located in west of continent, following Hengjuan Mountains in northward. Long Yi estimate it would require a month or so to reach Origin Ice, that means 2 months for round trip. In other words, he had only 1 month's time to find Ruai's silkworm and obtain its blood. Long Yi abruptly stood up, the politely said towards Elf Queen, "Many thanks Your Majesty the Queen. Since there is not much time left, I will immediately set out to Origin Ice." Do you really want to go? All the magical beasts in Origin Ice are very powerful, furthermore the temperature there is very low and— But before Elf Queen could finish speaking, Long Yi interrupted, "Regardless of any danger, as long as there is even a gleam of hope, I will not give up." Elf Queen nodded her head and said, "Since you insist, I will also not stop you. But you must take Washwang with you, because the blood of ice silkworm have effect only if you immediately use it." "Mother, I also want to go," Luzia impatiently said. "No, our elf clan sacred festival is coming very soon, and as a princess of elf clan, you must attend." One old woman among the 7 elders immediately opposed. Shortly afterwards, other 6 elders also expressed their opposition in succession. "Luzia, stay here and wait for my return." Long Yi gently rubbed the small head of Luzia and said, "But, good girl, be obedient," Long Yi said with a tone that cannot be refuted. Luzia lowered her head, clenched her hands and had grievance look on her face. However, she didn't persist. After that, calling Barbarian Bull, Long Yi, Washwang and Len Yui, accompanied by Luzia and Elf Queen, walked towards the exit of Elven Forest. En route, they encountered Nika and her squad. Long Yi amicably smiled towards her, but Nika glared at him with murderous look in exchange. Long Yi just touched his nose without minding her look, because yesterday's matter could be counted as him taking advantage of her. Just before parting, Luzia finally couldn't stop her tears. Since the time she had met with Long Yi, they had never separated once. Furthermore, she, who was always enjoying sweet love naturally, was very reluctant to part with him. "Long Yi, you have to be careful, and you must come back. If you don't come back, then I will also die for you." Looking at her beloved with her misty eyes filled with tears, Luzia's heart felt sour and astringent. Long Yi hugged Luzia and caressing her that supple beautiful hair, while softly consoled, "Little elf, I promise you I will definitely return. I don't place that Ruai ice silkworm even in my eyes, so you still don't believe me?" Luzia in Long Yi's bosom nodded her head, then said while choking in sobs, "I believe you, but I'm going to miss you very much." "And will you forget me?" "How can it be? Even if I forget myself, I will never forget my lovely little elf." Long Yi vowed solemnly while speaking sweet words of love. Elf Queen sighed with emotion looking at this embracing pair of lovers, and her eyes blurred somewhat, as if recalling something and as if disappointed. Seeing her daughters so infatuated, she didn't know whether this was good fortune or misfortune. After walking a long way, Long Yi couldn't help but turn around, and saw Luzia was still idiotically standing at the same place and waving her hands non-stop. Instantly, Long Yi's nose turned sour, and his heart was greatly touched. Chapter 90, Covert 3p. Towering Hengjuan Mountain with rugged peculiar rocks stood tall between heaven and earth. It was so tall that no one had ever seen its top, and everyone believed that this was Blue Wave's continent's extreme west point. Long Yi looked towards this natural moat which even birds had difficulty to fly across, and that vigorous grandeur made his heart filled with admiration. If Elven Forest where birds sings and flowers give forth fragrance was an exceptionally beautiful woman, then Hengjuan Mountains was purely a man possessing most manly taste in the world. If one was able to stand at the peak and overlook the entire Blue Wave's continent, then how great the sense of accomplishment would be. Long Yi thought inwardly, being people brought up in such environment, perhaps the valor, vigor and unrestrained nature of beastmen was the gift bestowed to them by Hengjuan Mountains. "Barbarian Bull, how far is your tribe from here?" Long Yi suddenly asked. "Not far, just over there." "Boss, do you want to go and look at our place?" Barbarian Bull pointed with his finger and answered. Long Yi shook his head, then patting Barbarian Bull's shoulder, he said, "Barbarian Bull, you return back to your tribe. No need to come with us to Origin Ice." Barbarian Bull was startled and asked anxiously, "Boss, why don't you want me go with you? Did I do something wrong?" "No, merely Origin Ice is too dangerous, and you are not skilled enough. So it would be better for you to return home and diligently train Golden Bell Canopy and Evil Subsiding Rod that I have taught you. Moreover, aren't you taking part in Barbarian Bull Clan's tournament and win it? I am waiting for your wedding feast." Long Yi said while laughing. Barbarian Bull remained taciturn for a little while, then nodding his head, he said, "Got it, boss. I will diligently train, and will not become burden for you again." After saying goodbye to Barbarian Bull, Long Yi left with Leng Yuiu and Shuang. They wanted to go along Hengjuan Mountains northward, and again pass through Proud Moon Empire's long border to reach Origin Ice, that plain and white cold world. At the foot of the Hengjuan Mountains, other than few plains with number of hills, others places were haunted by various ranked magical beasts, so they were comparatively dangerous zone. Long Yi and his group were gliding through the air, two women, one at left, other at right, handsome man and beautiful women, just like an immortal couples. At that time when Long Yi had flown, that had truly made both Shuang and Leng Yuiu surprised. Why? Because he still hadn't broken through Master Magician realm, but he was flying without any problem. As a matter of fact, Long Yi had used wind magic to create soaring magic, which was many times more convenient than levitate magic. Moreover, its mana consumption was also not high, but flying higher consumes mana faster, and as long as mana was not exhausted, one could continuously remain in the air. With regarding to him being held up in advanced magician realm, Long Yi himself also found it very strange. Logically, with his current mana, he should have already made a breakthrough. The magic elements inside his sea of consciousness were also so dense that even if it was less than Archmage, it absolutely was at least comparable to Mage. Long Yi still remained puzzled even after pondering over it 100 times, so he asked Shuang, who had already reached Master Archmage realm, but she was also unable to give the reason why. Suddenly, the complexion of Shuang, who was gliding in the sky, became pale and her body began to sway. Long Yi saw this situation was anything but reassuring, and he immediately held Shuang's pretty waist with his arm, and slowly descended downward. Shuang, what happened? What's wrong with you? Long Yi tensely asked. Shuang lightly pushed away Long Yi, and answered with a cloudy expression. I feel my spirit power and magical power is getting weaker day by day. Now even using levitate magic consecutively is very difficult. Shuang, don't worry, just wait for us to obtain Ruai Ice Silkworm's blood, then the curse within your body will disappear. Leng Yuiu stepped forward with concern and consoled Shuang. Yes, Shuang, with me here, you don't need to think this matter is difficult. I will just stretch my hand and bring Ruai Ice Silkworm back. Long Yi chuckled. Shuang turned around, and with her clear and transparent eyes watched Long Yi and Leng Yuiu, then she suddenly lightly smiled, and softly said, thank you. Thanks for what? Between us, what's the need of that thanks? Today is already late, so it would be better to have a rest for the night, and begin traveling tomorrow again. Long Yi said with a smile. Honestly speaking, he truly was not too accustomed to this kind of atmosphere. Tied the tent, lit the bonfire, and Long Yi prepared roast meat which he was most adept at. Come to speak of it, each and every woman by his side had led a pampered life, so Long Yi didn't dare to eat the things they had boldly cooked. Leaning his back against the tree, Long Yi bite a mouthful of roasted meat and drank a mouthful of 100 flower wine. That taste! No need to mention how refreshing that was. This 100 flower wine was something Lucia had carefully stuffed into his space ring before his departure. This 100 flower wine was created using several hundred kind of flower as ingredients, coupled with the pure spring water of Elven Forest, and it tasted very sweet and mellow, whose aftertaste would remain in tongue for 3 days without dispersing. So memorable, worthy of its title King of Wine. Deep in the night, Shuang was sitting on the hill with her cold face flushing. That obscene feeling in her spirit, as if thousands of ants were crawling in her heart, made her almost unable to control herself. She very much wanted to fall asleep, but discovered that it was impossible, and the drop in spirit power and magical power had made her willpower weaker and weaker, causing her to almost lose herself in this vortex. Shuang gritted her teeth, and her jade hand quaveringly reached out towards between her legs. That place was already moist long ago. When her finger touched that private parts which had already become incomparably sensitive, her whole body quivered, and pleasant sensation as if tide drowned her. Then even more love nectar gushed out, completely soaking her pants. Bastard, perverted crook, stinking fellow. Shuang cursed, with tears overflowing from her beautiful eyes, while her jade hand rubbing between her legs. This kind of sensation made her ashamed and made her sunk into vice. In any case, this was all his fault. Inside tent, Long Yi was kneeling and was rapidly stirring up between the legs of Leng Yuiu. Her those tall and erect was swaying as if sea wave along with Long Yi's sprint. Beads of sweats were seeping out from the pores of both people, then dripped down. That suave and flesh colliding sound form an extremely obscene scene. Bastard, perverted crook, stinking fellow. Just at that time, Long Yi suddenly heard a curse in humiliation. This voice seemed to be Wash Wang's voice, so his movement couldn't help but stopped. My husband, no, don't stop. Currently Leng Yuiu was at crucial movement, so sensing Long Yi had stopped all of a sudden, she half opened her blurred beautiful eyes, and said in a charming voice. Long Yi had no alternative but to continue to work diligently, but his heart however was somewhat doubtful. Don't tell me that that voice of just a moment ago was hallucination? After some strong and powerful sprint, Leng Yuiu's charming body began to twitch, and her flower directly effused a round of warm jade-like wine. Her both hands and both legs as if octopus tightly wound around Long Yi's body, with her body burning hot as if it was on fire. Just then, Long Yi seems to have heard a sound, which was more of a moan. He lowered his head, and saw Leng Yuiu flushed all over laying there closing her eyes, and her whole consciousness was still immersed in pleasant lingering effect, so this sound was absolutely not hers. Woo, Long Yi, you bastard. That trembling spring-like voice again came, and this time he heard clearly, and it was Washong's voice. But how was that possible? He remembered he had set up noise-canceling barrier. After thinking over from different angle, Long Yi discovered this sound was basically not heard with his ears, rather directly appeared in his heart. Wash Wang's breast rapidly rise and fall. Then she took out her jade hand from between her legs which was already moist, and her outer pants also had a circle water stains. Wash Wang gritted her teeth, had a kind of strong humiliated feeling, and her eyes were again covered with a layer of mist. She laid out a barrier, then replaced all inside and outside clothing, and her expression revert back to calmness, but in her heart however, thousands of monstrous waves were rolling over and over. Washong, why are you still not sleeping this late at night? Long Yi's voice suddenly came from behind Wash Wang, and she who was caught off guard jumped in fear. Wash Wang turned around and glared at him. She very much wanted to say, if it was not for your tyrannical and licentious behavior, how could I be unable to sleep till now? But she however couldn't open her mouth. Long Yi was unable to make head or tails of Wash Wang's glare, but seeing her complexion was red, he immediately asked in concern, why is your face red like this? Are you ill? Finished speaking, he reached out his big hand and placed it on her bright and clean forehead. Wash Wang's heart jumped, and she suddenly recalled this hand of his was still caressing the body of another woman just a moment ago. Then flame of fury rose in his heart for no reason. After that she snorted coldly and shook off the hand of Long Yi, but remained silent. Yes, she didn't speak. Long Yi frowned. It seems he had not offended her, but why was she giving forth such a big temper? Could it be that her each month's visit from Aunt Flo had come? If so then this could be understood. Wash Wang, just now didn't you cursed me? Sitting down by the side of Washong, Long Yi asked. Wash Wang was dumbfounded, but as before didn't speak. Bastard, perverted crook, stinking fellow. Long Yi mimicked Wash Wang's manner of speaking, which contrary to expectation was similar to hers. Wash Wang was stupefied looking at Long Yi, and after a long while, she chuckled. You really cursed me? But how can I hear your voice in my heart? Don't tell me our heart have mutual sensitivity which had already reached to this level? Looking at Washong's face, Long Yi also couldn't help but laugh. Yes, I cursed you, you deserve to be cursed. Wash Wang stopped smiling and said coldly, did I incur your anger? Why am I deserved to be cursed by you? Long Yi helplessly asked and sighed inwardly with emotion. Changing face was truly women's specialty, even compared to previous incarnations such one's changing face specialty, it was matchless. T.L, face changing, Chinese, is one to force in many Chinese operas and enjoys a high reputation home and abroad, of which that of Sichuan opera is the most famous. It is said that a master of this unique performance can change a maximum masks over 30 at a time in 5 minutes. You are fully aware of telepathic link between us, yet every night you did bad things, so say for yourself, aren't you deserve to be cursed? Wushang's beautiful face turned red, and she didn't dare to look at Long Yi's eyes. This caused Long Yi to thoroughly blank out. Don't tell me that this meant every time he indulged in with Leng Yuyu and Lu Zia, Wash Wang would also induce on it. Then wasn't that covert 3P? Chapter 91, Fox Clan's Young Girl. This caused Long Yi to thoroughly blank out. Don't tell me that this meant every time he indulged in with Leng Yuyu and Lu Zia, Wash Wang would also induce on it. Then wasn't that covert 3P? At this moment, Long Yi suddenly recalled that final spring-like trembling voice, and his eyes couldn't help but become strange. At that time he had not reacted, but thinking about it now, it seemed suspicious. Seeing Long Yi's suspicious gaze, Wash Wang felt somewhat guilty. Then she snorted coldly and using rank 5 cold ice magic, she froze Long Yi into popsicle. Long Yi made a wry smile, and used internal force to shatter the layer of ice. Then helplessly said, "Did I offend you again? Who told you to look at me like that?" Wash Wang coldly said with red face. Long Yi mischievously laughed, and feeling his chin with his hand, he said, "I was thinking, your final words for cursing me seemed somewhat not too suitable. It very resembled." Before Long Yi finished his words, a burst of orchid fragrant scent assaulted his nostrils, as a soft body suddenly pounced on and her slender jade hand covered his lips. "Don't say, if you say it, then I. Wash Wang was unable to finish what she was speaking before tears filled the rim of her eyes. Long Yi was startled. His impression of Wash Wang was, she would always have indifferent face regardless of any matters, and he had never seen her vulnerable side like this. Thinking about it, it seems he had truly caused Wash Wang to feel wronged. She was such a pure girl, but every night she had to listen to his and Leng Yuyu as well as Lu Zia's indulging in symphony. And for a reserved girl and especially someone like Wash Wang, this kind of innocent and incomparably serious girl, how could she endure that? Wash Wang took a deep breath, suppressed her emotions, then withdrew her jade hand and looked up towards the night sky without speaking. Long Yi touched his lips where he still had a lingering soft and ice-cold feeling. "Wash Wang, I'm sorry, I really didn't know it." Long Yi slowly apologized to Wash Wang. Wash Wang shook her head, and her lustrous eyes looking at the sky with multitudes of stars had some confusion and fear. She lightly opened her lotus mouth, and said, "Do you know how afraid I was at the time when I woke up and discover my mind was completely blank, even to the extent that I don't even know who I am? I felt completely incompatible, as if I was a person abandoned by this world, even to the extent that I felt I should not exist in this world. So you don't need to take this risk for me. Perhaps it would be best outcome for me to die here." Long Yi's heart jumped. He had never thought that under the indifferent outward appearance of Wash Wang, there was actually such heavy matter weighting her mind. He immediately thundered, "What nonsense are you talking about? Living in itself is reasonable. There is no one who should not exist in the world. You have lost your memory, so it would naturally take time for you to mix together with this unfamiliar world. If you should not exist in this world, then I even more should not exist in this world." Wash Wang was shocked but still asked while looking at Long Yi, "Why?" Long Yi laughed hollowly and said, "Because we are all immortal being, naturally should not exist in this world." Wash Wang was dumbfounded, then slightly smiled and she suddenly felt much better, perhaps because she had spoken the matter weighting her mind. She stood up and said, "It's already very late, I am going to sleep." "Then go first to sleep, I will sit here for a little while." Long Yi chuckled. Wash Wang turned around and walked towards the tent. After walking several steps, she suddenly turned and asked, "That day in Mi Principality, why did you say I was your woman?" "I have said it." Long Yi was dumbfounded as he asked, but Wash Wang had already turned around and disappeared from before his eyes. Long Yi thought long and hard, and insist on trying to remember, but he was unable to remember when he had said she was his woman. Early in the next morning, Long Yi and his group got their things ready and set out again. Today seemed to be especially a fine day, and the sun seemed even more radiant than usual. When Long Yi saw Leng Yue and Wash Wang chatting and smiling in high spirit, he had this kind of feeling. These two women's nature was relatively nonchalant, and friendship between them also could not be counted as very good, but today he don't know why their relation had become close like this. Men will never understand the sentiments between women. At that moment, suddenly the sound of woman wailing and men lewdly laughing came from in front of them. Even using toe to think, one would know what was happening in front of them. Scum. Leng Yui's complexion changed, and coldly spat out this word, then rushed forward. The scene appeared in front of them made all three of them very angry. Currently 5 soldiers wearing Proud Moon Empire's clothing were laughing heartily while tearing apart the clothing of one Fox Clan's young girl, regardless of this young girl shouting until hoarse and exhausted. Furthermore, another 2 young girl of Fox Clan were motionlessly laying on the ground with blue and purple marks on their dainty body, as well as blood stains scattered about on their genitals. Moreover, their neck also had clear purple strangle mark, and it seemed their neck were broken, obviously were abused to death. Not waiting for Long Yi to raise his hands, Wash Wang fired several ice arrows and pierced through those 5 soldiers' body. And that naked young girl of Fox Clan, shivering with cold, huddled together and wept in grief. Because the border of Proud Moon Empire was not far away from here, soldiers of Proud Moon Empire being here was also not a surprising matter. The girls of Fox Clan were well known for their beauty and were obsequiousness by nature, but their resisting strength however was very weak. Generally they would depend on other powerful beastmen clan to survive, and the price naturally was beautiful women. It was conceivable that these 5 soldiers of Proud Moon Empire ran into these 3 girls of Fox Clan here, giving birth to lust. Then they carried out a savage act that would make one's hair stand up in anger. Fortunately Long Yi and others arrived in the brink of time, letting this one girl to escape danger. Leng Yue and Washong stepped forward and consoled this girl of Fox Clan. After this girl stopped crying, she timidly looked towards Long Yi and his group. She looked very pure, gentle and beautiful, which could make Luzia to stake it all to compare. Moreover, those tattered clothing and fearful teary eyes could make all people involuntarily give birth to the heart of pampering her. This girl of Fox Clan stood up, which revealed a large portion of her snow-white breast, and her slender was also laid bare in the air. After that she knelt down towards Long Yi and his group, then said in sobbing voice, "Yilin Yu, oh thanks benefactors for helping me out to retain my purity, merely my pitiful sisters, all of this is my fault. I insist on coming out to play which brought calamity on them. These beasts raped and killed them," Yilin Yu said while already choking with sobs. Because she was bending down, those worthy of pride could be seen very clearly from the tears of her clothing, which truly was perfect. Taking advantage of time Leng Yue and Wash Wang was consoling Yilin Yu, Long Yi began to very carefully examine this girl of Fox Clan, from top to bottom. She was no different from human other than those rise-up ears on her head and buttocks, that beautiful tail. Don't know why, but when Yilin Yu looked at him with tearful and hazy eyes, that delicate and charming appearance which could instantly soften the heart of people made Long Yi to subconsciously have an intoxicated feeling. Long Yi's eyes flashed, and involuntarily revealed an amusement smile. This girl of Fox Clan called Yilin Yu was intentionally or unintentionally. Long Yi's heart declined to comment anymore. Turning around, Long Yi looked at those corpses of 2 Fox Clan's girls laying on the ground while thinking doubtfully. 3 girls of Fox Clan and 5 ruthless soldiers. Don't tell me that these 5 people would queue up first to those 2 girls, leaving one to enjoy at last. This doesn't make much sense. When Long Yi was lost in thoughts, suddenly he heard Leng Yue hatefully shouting, "I loathe this kind of scum who violates women the most. In just this fashion, make them die along with their whole family." Long Yi's complexion suddenly became somewhat rigid. If she knew that this body had actually done this deed previously, Then will she stab him with a knife? Regardless of how he tried to shrink responsibility, this black spot was already set on him. Moreover, Long Linger, the victim of that evil deed, truly exists. Long Yi didn't dare to imagine, if the women by his side knew his identity, will every one of them leave him? Long Yi, Yilin Yu invited us to her clan as a guest, should we go? Leng Yue asked Long Yi. What do you say? Long Yi answered with a question. Leng Yue and Wash Wang looked at each other's face, then nodded their head. Since both of you agreed, then let's go ahead. Long Yi said with a smile while thinking, it seems the charming ability of Fox Clan is very high, and is actually capable of enchanting both men and women. She could even let indifferent Leng Yue and Washong have good opinion of herself. The branch of Fox Clan is not far ahead from here, so we will arrive very soon. Yilin Yuo said. Then before turning around and walking ahead, she used those beautiful eyes to casually take a quick look at Long Yi. Long Yi suddenly felt hot and dry all over, and his heart started to beat violently. He was actually excited by her look. It seems he need to strengthen his determination. Long Yi looked at Lilin Yuo's swaying white tails down that perfectly round buttocks, and couldn't help but laugh. He wanted to see what trick this Yilin Yuo was playing. Chapter 92, Dark Fighters. It seems he need to strengthen his determination. Long Yi looked at Yilin Yuo's swaying white tails down that perfectly round buttocks, and couldn't help but laugh. He wanted to see what trick this Yilin Yuo was playing. Yilin Yuo really had some skill. With sweet words from her honeyed mouth coupled with her that delicate and charming appearance, very quickly acquired the trust of Leng Yue and Wash Wang. Both women had expressed strong indignation and heartfelt sympathy with regarding to her encounter, and now they were unexpectedly already addressing each other as sisters. According to Yilin Yuo, their Fox Clan's branch rely on Lion Clan's protection. Each year they had to deliver 10 pretty girls of Fox Clan to them, like that they had survived up until now. Moreover, she was this daughter of clan head of this Fox Clan's branch. All along the way, Long Yi always had a smile on his face without revealing any peculiar expression. But Yilin Yuo would frequently turn her head and timidly glance at Long Yi every now and then while talking with 2 women, making Long Yi to skip his breath. Fox Clan's women were really worthy of being obsequious, heavenly gifted, extraordinarily beautiful women. If it was not for the case of his spirit power being exceedingly powerful, he feared his willpower would have already sunk into vice and would have lost his control long ago. Long Yi still didn't understand why Fox Clan was searching him. He and Beastmen were never enemy and also never had a hatred against each other, and this was clearly a scheme directed against them. And for this scheme, they didn't hesitate to sacrifice 2 flowery young girls of Fox Clan as a price just to draw him to the hook. Just this time, Long Yi suddenly recalled his conflict of last time with more than 10 fighters of Lion Clan at Mi Principality because of Bloody Night Regiment's matter. Don't tell me this is because of that matter? But this matter cannot be justified that way, because other than very small number of beast men, majority of them were quite straightforward, and respect the strong. And those more than 10 beast men of Lion Clan of last time had left completely convinced, so they were unlikely to behave this way. Fox Clan was truly not far away from the place where that accident had occurred. When Long Yi was still lost in thought, they had already arrived. There were rows of stone house built relying on hill, very simple and crude. Yilin Yuo, my daughter, where did you go? Your mother nearly died due to worry. When Yilin Yuo and Long Yi's group arrived, a very young beautiful woman leading several maidservants looking young girls anxiously welcomed them. The appearance of this beautiful woman was somewhat similar to Yilin Yuo. She was wearing animal skin and rattan woven clothing, exposing her fragrant shoulder and navel. Her figure was extremely hot, and especially that long and soft tail just like fine brush behind her, gave her a kind of very attractive peculiar charm. Mother. Yilin Yuo with red eyes threw herself into the bosom of this beautiful woman while sobbing, then fitfully recount her bitter experience. Those damned bastards. This beautiful woman was so angry that her whole body was trembling, and her complexion also become ghastly pale. Only after a good while, The state of mind of this beautiful woman calmed down. She gracefully looked towards Long Yi and his group, then courteously said, "Thank you 3 benefactors for saving my daughter's life. We Fox Clan will always remember this grace. I am clan head of Fox Clan. Please take a sit at my humble home." Long Yi's heart leapt, as he felt strong pressure in his heart. This person's ability was really a lot stronger compared to little ones. Long Yi dared to determine that she had also used charm technique, but looking superficially, she however had dignified bearing, and her words were neither haughty nor humble, which had already reached realm of understanding charm intent. "Then we will trouble you," Long Yi said with a smile, but his eyes however were clear as before. This beautiful woman slightly creased her brows, as if she was somewhat surprised to see Long Yi was not confused. She looked at Long Yi's eyes, but only discovered those limpid eyes without any ripple, and this made her feel uneasy. Along with this beautiful woman, Long Yi and his group entered comparatively luxurious stone house. All the furniture inside was also made of stone, and although the soft animal skin spread on the bed seemed simple and crude, but it had a special distinctive style of foreign land. As soon as Long Yi set foot in that stone house, the blood-colored skull mark on the center of his palm suddenly trembled, and he also sensed a thread of dark aura concealing inside this room. "What does this mean? Don't tell me it is Dark Church." "But for what purpose?" "Leng Yuiu or the matter of Proud Moon Empire's third prince Murongfeng?" Long Yi maintained his composure while thinking. Since Proud Moon Empire's soldiers had participated in this matter, he guessed it ought to be because of second matter. It might be assumed that the royal family of Proud Moon Empire wanted to avenge Murongfeng. Just then, after changing her clothing in her room, Yilin Yuo entered this room with some cup of fruit juice emitting dense fragrance. She placed it in front of Long Yi's group. This fruit juice unexpectedly had 7 colors just like the rainbow in the sky, looked very beautiful. "Don't tell me this is fruit juice extracted from rainbow fruit?" "I have heard rainbow fruit can improve looks and nourish one's skin, making them stay youthful, but is very rare. It is difficult to buy even with 1,000 gold coin." Leng Yuiu exclaimed. "Yes, this is exactly that rainbow fruit juice. Only Hengjuan Mountains produce few of them. 3 benefactors have shown great kindness towards us Fox Clan, so I am also not stingy for these few rainbow fruits. Please give it a try, it tastes very great." This beautiful woman affectionately said with a smile, and showed right amount of warmth to make people feel very comfortable. Leng Yuiu and Wash Wang extend their dainty hand and raised the cup. Which woman didn't wish to appear beautiful, and not wanted to stay youthful? So this cup of fruit juice had deadly temptation to them. Long Yi also raised the cup, then made 2 circle with his hand holding the cup. After that he suddenly looked this beautiful woman with deep meaning, and said with a smile, "I heard brightly colored things are dangerous, and all brightly colored and beautiful fruits are poisonous. Don't know whether this rainbow fruit is poisonous or not." Hearing Long Yi, the expression of this beautiful woman and Yilin Yuo simultaneously stiffened, then making a wry smile, she said, "Good joke, benefactor." And Wash Wang and Leng Yuiu who had already placed cup on their lips paused, then Leng Yuiu said, "Long Yi, not every brightly colored and beautiful fruits are poisonous, and rainbow fruit is among that non-poisonous fruit. Rainbow fruit is not poisonous, but if someone added a speck of something, perhaps it would be poisonous, isn't that so?" Long Yi said with a cold smile, and stared at this mother-daughter pair with sharp sword-like eyes. Leng Yuiu and Wash Wang immediately threw away the cup, then alertly stared at Yilin Yuo and her mother bear. To the surprise of Long Yi, this beautiful woman didn't show a shred of flustered expression, rather giggled looking at Long Yi, which suddenly made her overflowing with charm and tempt from that dignified state. And her bosom was also swaying just like a wave, which could seduce people's will. "Little brother really have good eyesight, no wonder Murongfeng, that worthless thing got killed by your hand." Big sister really hate to kill you but unfortunately you have to die." The seductive eyes which could bewitch anyone of this beautiful woman looked at Long Yi's sturdy physique as if she didn't take Long Yi and his group seriously. Then let's see who will die today. I think you should let out those guys who are hiding underground without daring to appear before people." Long Yi chuckled, then suddenly hit the ground with his palm. Then after the ground shook violently, this stone house unexpectedly collapsed. Dust scattered, black mist flashed, and several tens of people who had concealed their whole body with black-colored cloaks suddenly appeared around Long Yi and his group. And now Yil and Yu mother-daughter pair had already gone far away. Suddenly, Long Yi squinted his eyes. He felt dense dangerous aura from these black-cloaked people, and especially the one in the most front holding huge sword made him feel a kind of jumpy feeling. These people were clearly fighters, but the dark aura in their body however was denser compared to dark magicians outside. Don't tell me Dark Church also researched the method of merging dark magic with Qi. Dark fighters. Leng Yuiu suddenly exclaimed. Dark fighters? What are those? Long Yi asked. They are death soldiers cultivated by Dark Church using secret magic arts. They cultivate stark Qi. Moreover, they are basically no longer human. They are cold-blooded, don't have any emotion, and only aware of faithfully executing the commands. Leng Yuiu's voice was somewhat trembling. It turns out these people were killing machine trained by Dark Church, but don't know how they will fare against my super skeleton. Didn't expect you to know this much, but I don't know whether you know even more? That Fox Clan's clan head said with a surprise. At that time, Long Yi suddenly sensed powerful dark magic fluctuation, and he immediately knew that this vixen was trying to stall for time for dark magicians in the periphery to chant the incantation. Seeing the intensity of this magic fluctuation, if this magic was fired then it would definitely bring about earth-shaking destruction. Chapter 93, Forbidden Magic Spells Confrontation, 2-in-1, Strike. Long Yi shouted loudly, then as if Goshawk pounced on towards the magicians of periphery. He absolutely cannot let them finish chanting this incantation, because Long Yi perceived that they were joining their power to fire a single magic, and that power absolutely couldn't be compared by the magic fired together by each of them separately, and very probably might possess heaven-destroying and earth-exterminating might comparable to forbidden magic spell. Originally he had thought that with his speed of great cosmos shift, he could easily kill several of them, then the fusion magic they fired would be greatly weakened. But while still in the midair, he met a huge resistance of chi field which repelled him back. Long Yi was surprised in his heart, immediately knew that this chi field was unexpectedly released by those more than 10 dark fighters. It seems this matter of today was troublesome. Now if he wanted to get rid of those magician in the periphery, then first he must pass through the encirclement of these dark fighters. At this moment, the fluctuation of dark magic had already become stronger and stronger, and the gorgeous sun shining in the sky just a moment ago was shrouded by a layer of thin black-colored mist, and began to become dense. Long Yi uttered a long and loud cry, and a huge sword impressively appeared in his right hand, which was wrapped by a layer of dazzling white light. This white light was the magic Qi created by him, Holy Light Qi, which was the fusion of light magic element and violet dragon Qi. This was the best choice to restrain dark Qi of dark fighters. Holy Light Qi's Hell Transmigration Chop. Long Yi suddenly stopped in the midair, and his handsome face suddenly changed into blood red, no different from molten steel inside smelting furnace. At this moment, more than 10 dark fighters were already aware of danger, then with cold and evil chi suddenly spreading all over the place, their huge swords dense dark Qi took the shape of chi blade, instantly surrounded Long Yi in the sky, sealing all of his retreat route. Long Yi just smiled. This smile was strangely very evil, and he looked just like emissary of Hades. Suddenly, his figure as if flowers in a mirror and the moon reflected in the lake blurred, and instantly, the huge sword in his hand unexpectedly split into countless handles, then blue and white mixed colored sword slashes suddenly shot out in all directions with myriad splendor. Without the sound of shaking heaven and earth, also without metal colliding sound, only several fine sound of rushing resounded. Long Yi and those more than 10 dark fighters made a move against each other, but those light and dark neither offset nor blend with each other. Long Yi slowly landed on the ground, and the blood-red color of his face also faded, becoming somewhat pale. Currently his cloths were full of holes, and his hands were also shaking involuntarily, while blood flowed down from his wrist dripping down to the ground. The web between his thumb and index finger was split in the confrontation of just now, but there was not a single injury on his body, including the place where his cloths were cut by dark Gi. If one looked carefully, then from the holes of his cloths, one could see a silver color, which was magic implement grade protective armor he had found in Lost City. No need to speak about impervious to sword and spear. It could still offset 80% of magic and Gi attack. Lang Yui was also wearing same kind of thing, but nonetheless, the remaining dark Gi invade his body, making Long Yi eat a small loss. But compared to Long Yi, those 10 dark fighters were apparently in more miserable situation. Their whole body was filled with large and small wounds, and some of them were missing some parts of their body. But Long Yi, however, was not happy. On the contrary, he felt a piercing to the bones chill in his heart, and had a surprised and bewildered expression on his face. "What's going on here?" The voice of Long Yi was somewhat suppressed and alarmed. Those dark fighters were wordlessly standing as before, and the muscles of their body was still deathly pale. Unexpectedly there was no sign of blood flowing out. This strange scene made Long Yi and his group extremely shocked. Can a person survive without any blood? Or were they really not a human, just like Lang Yui had stated? I also don't know. Lang Yui shook her head. She also had equally shocked expression on her face. At this time, the chanting sound of dark magicians on the periphery became higher and higher, and the dark elements rushed towards the sky, covering the earth. Furthermore, that might as if toppling the mountains and overturning the seas was very frightening. Not good. They are using dark forbidden magic spell, and it's already nearing the completion. Wash Wang exclaimed. Long Yi gritted his teeth, then released violent lightning beast and super skeletons from his dark space. Now he felt that he shouldn't have been careless in the beginning. If he had used violent lightning beast to attack from the beginning, then perhaps he might have already broken through the encirclement of dark fighters. After violent lightning beast came out, it immediately felt great danger, so it immediately began to get bigger, then furiously roared. After that, the silver horn on its forehead suddenly flashed with lightning, immediately causing thunderclaps to resound in the sky. As a SS rank super magical beast, it quickly released its lightning magic. With dark clouds coupled with dense black dark chi, the entire sky looked as if it would collapse before long. Suddenly, a silver-colored lightning streak across the firmament, and in the middle of darkness, as if a silver snake flashed towards the magicians of periphery. But suddenly above the crowd of magicians, a layer of dim black-colored barrier appeared, and the lightning strike unexpectedly stopped above it. Then as the lightning fell, the entire sky suddenly lit up, and with the roar of violent lightning beast, lightning strike towards the barrier above magician in succession. Under such powerful lightning attack, the barrier began to fluctuate. It seems it won't be able to hold on much longer, but the chanting for their magic was already on its final moment. And those 18 super skeletons were also entangled with those dark fighters. He had not released them at the beginning because on one hand he knew that other than Long Tu, other skeletons were basically unable to contend against these dark fighter, and would only be lost in vain. And on the other hand, he overestimated his strength. He believed that he would be able to deal with this situation if he went all out. But now he, however, didn't take anything into consideration, as people were going to not survive very soon, so leaving behind skeletons had far to use. Long Yi suddenly recalled about that magic implement grade protective necklace of Wash Wang, but he didn't know whether that water's screen heavenly illustrious barrier emitted by that necklace could protect 3 people from this dark forbidden magic spell, escaping with their life. Long Yi looked towards Wash Wang, however he saw she had tightly closed her eyes, and her cherry lips were muttering. Now her body was already beginning to release light blue radiance, and in the sky above her, a strange light blue magic symbol suddenly flashed. The complexion of Long Yi greatly changed. He immediately understood that Washong wanted to use forbidden magic spell to oppose forbidden magic spell. He was always aware of Washwang having strength of Master Archmage realm, but the problem was her evil curse. Due to this evil curse, her magical power and spirit power had substantially decreased, so what would be the impact on her for forcibly using forbidden magic spell? Long Yi was unclear. But he however was certain that it definitely wouldn't be a good result. But at this moment, even if Long Yi wanted to stop her, he was already powerless. The powerful magic fluctuation around the body of Washwang pushed both Long Yi and Leng Yui away from her. At this moment, all dark fighters fighting with super skeletons suddenly jumped out of the battle circle unanimously, then retreated back quickly. The eyelid of Long Yi twitched, and he immediately guessed that those dark magicians had already finished the preparation of their magic spell. He keenly glanced at Wu Zhuang, who was surrounded by blue-colored radiance, then gritting his teeth he took back violent lightning beast and super skeletons into his dark space. After that, holding the waist of Leng Yui, he retreated back. Wash Hunag, you must not meet with an accident. Long Yi quietly said inwardly. Now he really regretted. Why did he become so conceited and arrogant, and thought that with their 3 people's strength coupled with 18 skeletons and SS rank violent lightning beast, they were invincible. Moreover, even though he perfectly knew that there would be a trouble in the way, but still took the risk of taking Leng Yui and Washwang with him. While rapidly retreating, from the corner of his eyes, Long Yi suddenly saw Yilin Yu and her mother currently sparing no effort to run away towards a distant place. This moment, they were the person he hated the most, so how could he let them run away? He stacked his spirit power layer upon layer within his sea of consciousness, then attacked towards them, exterminating life evil light. At this time, Long Yi heard a loud shout from behind him, so he turned around his head to look. All of those several tens of dark magicians had raised their magic wand, and in the sky above them suddenly appeared a dense black ball, and this black ball was in the process of rotating in high speed. Suddenly this black ball exploded, then Long Yi only felt he saw black before his eyes, and his eyes wasn't able to see anything clearly. After that his body weakly fell down, and his consciousness rapidly become blurred. He only felt as if a spring flower that had suddenly arrived in winter, in the process of quickly withering, extremely frozen chilly ice break. While in trance, Long Yi heard the Washwang's that ice-cold indifference yelling voice, then a burst of chill air spread all over, waking up Long Yi with a start. After that, looking back, Long Yi saw a shocking scene, which he would never be able to forget throughout his life. There was a black and white world. Black was pure black, so black that would make people to feel fear, and was as if black hole that seemed to have the ability to swallow the mind of all people. White was sparkling and crystal clear white, and was perfectly clear as if ice and snow, and that chill in the air seemed to have the ability to freeze all existence into ice cube. Black and white opposing, neither giving way to the other. Nothing was visible in black side, can only feel that evil or that could cause people to tremble. Even Long Yi, who was already outside its range, could feel that all the negative things in his heart were growing rapidly, and extermination was the only end result. Long Yi shook his head, and didn't dare to look at that side. As for Washong's side, it however was white and was somewhat transparent. The entire world was frozen into transparent ice, as if all the things including air within the attacking range were frozen without exception. Suddenly, the light blue radiance around the body of Washwang began to slowly disappear, and at the same time, the magic rune also began to fade until it couldn't be seen any longer. Ding! This loud and clear sound broke this still world. Washwang trembled from head to toe, as the necklace on her neck, bracelet on her wrist and rings on her fingers, all of these changed into fine powder. Then she slowly fell down backward. Washwang! Long Yi and Leng Yui yelled, then suddenly, as if awakening from a dream, run like mad towards her. Peng! Transparent bits of ice swirl in the air. After using Great Cosmos Shift, Long Yi immediately assumed a word in the midair, making Leng Yui behind him stunned in the place where she was currently standing. Fuck, even the air is really frozen. Long Yi put forth his strength in his hands and legs and retreated back, then with trembling body, he exclaimed in disbelief. But this moment, he was not in the mood to think much, so making a detour, he hurriedly ran towards Washwang. Fortunately the surroundings around Washwang was not frozen, otherwise he would have to dig her out from inside the layer of ice, which would cost him a lot of time, but also, how could the user herself get frozen by her own magic? Washong, Washwang, wake up. Long Yi held Washwang in his arms, and discovered that her body was cold just like ice cube, no, even colder than ice cube, simply comparable to the temperature of that cold pond inside dark space of Lost City. Long Yi tightly embraced Washong in his bosom, while continuously transferring his internal force into her body. He was getting more and more panic within his heart. He truly feared that Washwang will never regain her consciousness again. As for Leng Yuiu, she was also calling out the name of Washong, while tears were continuously flowing out from her eyes. This made Long Yi's heart even more uncomfortable, and his nose was sour, almost shedding tears. Suddenly, the eyelash of Washwang moved, and opened her eyes with some difficulty. Now those lustrous eyes had become dim. Washwang, you woke up. Just now I was so scared that my heartbeat almost stopped. Long Yi was pleasantly surprised as he exclaimed. Simultaneously he hugged Washong even tighter as if he feared she would leave him again. Washwang, it's very good that you woke up, you almost worried me to death. Leng Yuiu said while sobbing. Seeing crying Leng Yuiu and red-eyed Long Yi, the eyes of Washong was suddenly filled with tears. Even though her whole body was very cold, her heart was burning hot right now, warming her straight to tears. I'm okay, don't worry. Washwang said in weak voice, while lifting her trembling hand towards the cheek of Leng Yuiu, wiping her tears. Next she placed her hand on the face of Long Yi, then revealed a contented smile. This smile was the most beautiful smile she had since the time she had woken up from the crystal coffin. Afterwards she slowly closed her eyes, and her jade hand weakly fell down. Washwang, Washwang. Leng Yuiu cried loudly while shaking the body of Washwang. She thought that she had left them here and now forever. Long Yi held the hand of Leng Yuiu, and said, don't get agitated, Washwang is only sleeping. He was able to sense the heart of Washwang was still beating. Even though it was weak, however it was still beating with his heartbeat rhythm. Having heard what Long Yi had said, Leng Yuiu sighed in relief and said while patting her chest, scared me to death, I thought. Just then, suddenly a cracking sound resounded. Suddenly countless cracks appeared in the pitch-black world on the other side, then with a pang sound, that black world disintegrated and disappeared, leaving behind a thick layer of ice debris, as well as several tens of dark magicians lying down underneath these debris on the verge of death. As for those more than 10 dark fighters at a distant place, with ice and frost all over their body, they were trying to flee with somewhat rigid movement. And just when Long Yi prepared to chase after them, Leng Yuiu pulled him, stopping his movement. Long Yi frowned, not because Leng Yuiu wanted to let them go because they were from Dark Church, but hearing her words. Let me. Leng Yuiu coldly said. After leaving Huangming Plain, she had always used only her low-level spirit magic, and because of scruple, she didn't have chance to use her dark magic, but today she finally have favorable position for the use of her skill. Leng Yuiu muttered incantation, and black light flashed from that black lotus mark on her forehead, then a huge black lotus shot out from her forehead in the sky in front. Black lotus, swallow. The jade hand of Leng Yuiu pointed, then huge black lotus immediately spun and quickly shot towards those sluggishly moving dark fighters. After that the petals of black lotus burst forth, releasing a black mist which shrouded the dark fighters. After a short while, Black Lotus returned, and those dark fighters had already turned into a pile of white bones. Because of Washwang's water-forbidden magic spell Extremely Frozen Chilly Ice Break, these dark fighters were already wounded, and had extremely cold chi invade into their whole body, so they didn't have any resisting power against the Black Lotus of Leng Yuiu. These dark magicians can also serve as fertilizer for your Dark Lotus, because dark magical power on their body is not weak. Pointing towards those dark magicians, Long Yi said. Leng Yue nodded her head, then released her black lotus, and those dark magicians also changed into white bones. After that she lightly sighed and recalled her black lotus, which again changed back into small black lotus mark on her forehead. Are you unable to bear? Long Yi asked. Leng Yue shook her head, and said, no, it is basically survival of the fittest inside Dark Church. Merely I suddenly somewhat miss my master. As far as I'm concerned, my mater is my only relative. Don't tell me I am not your relative. Long Yi pretended to be angry. Of course you are, furthermore there is Lucia and Wash Hunag. Leng Yue smiled. After that, looking at Long Yi with her crystal clear eyes, she rested her head on his shoulder. Wait for us to find Ru I's silkworm to cure Wash Wang, then I will accompany you to go back. In addition I will meet with your master too. Long Yi softly rubbed the beautiful hair of Leng Yue and said, Leng Yue nodded her head, and her mood seemed become extremely happy. This moment, the black chi in the sky had also already dispersed completely, and the sun had also came out from behind the cloud again. Wow, so beautiful! Leng Yue suddenly exclaimed. After the brilliant rays of sun shined upon cold layer upon layer of ice, those dense mist unexpectedly refracted it into 7-colored brilliant rays. Looking at this sight she had a kind of illusion as if she was already at their final destination Origin Ice. Long Yi was also somewhat absent-minded, and recalling that confrontation between those two forbidden magic spell, he finally understood that it turned out he was merely a frog in a well. He had believed that after experiencing Long Linger's that fire forbidden magic spell god burning magic sealed inside the pallet, he had already understood what the strongest magic of this world was, but thinking about it today, he found it ridiculous. As it turns out, the might of forbidden magic was too big compared to his thought. Now Long Yi understood why Wash Wang didn't select to use water screen heavenly illustrious barrier sealed within her protective necklace to withstand this dark forbidden magic spell exterminating life evil light. Now after experiencing the might of this forbidden magic spell, he knew whether the water's screen heavenly illustrious barrier could withstand exterminating life evil light or not. Again taking a look at water forbidden magic spell extremely frozen chilly ice break used by Wash Wang, it froze everything including air itself, and its might was obviously more powerful than exterminating life evil light by a fraction. But the reason why Washong was able to use this forbidden magic was mainly because of those unusual magic ornaments on her body. Long Yi took a deep breath. It seems he still had a very long way to go in the path of magic Gi. Long Yi, what should we do with them? Pointing towards Yilin Yu and her mother tied up by Long Yi using his spirit power, Leng Yue said. Long Yi looked at Wash Hunag sleeping in his bosom, and his eyes shone with ruthless cold light. They really shouldn't have injured women by his side, as he really wouldn't forgive for that sin. Long Yi signaled Leng Yue and taking Wash Wang, he slowly walked towards mother-daughter pair. I beg you, please spare us, we were forced by Dark Church. And now all of our clansmen had also already died without exception. This beautiful woman of Fox clan said with tearful eyes and miserable expression, which could make others to involuntarily sympathize with her. Spare you? Is there any benefit? Long Yi said with a smile, but his eyes however were ice cold. As long as you spare us mother and daughter, you can do as you please with us. This beautiful woman believed that the matter had a favorable turn. So looking at Long Yi with tearful eyes, she spared no effort to invoke his interest. Yes, if you don't dislike our poor appearance, we mother and daughter are willing to wait upon you throughout our life, and I am still virgin. Yilin Yu bashfully said with timid expression. She slightly opened her lotus mouth and licked her upper lip with her fragrant tongue. This appearance while saying this could easily bewitch many people. Only these? Long Yi said with a smile. Both hands simultaneously reached out to the lower chin of these two vixen, then lightly caressed. But seeing the move of Long Yi, Leng Yue who was behind him was unhappy, and her beautiful face become stiff. Seeing Long Yi was teasing them, Yilin Yu and her mother were delighted inside their heart. and believed their life would be saved. Other than your body, there is nothing else to take, so I'm very sorry, I'm not interested in you, so I'll dispatch you off in a journey." Long Yi sneered, and his big hands slipped to the neck of both mother-daughter pair. Chapter 94, 7 Baleful Puppet. In the hazy dusk of twilight, light water mist drifting away from waterfalls splash was bring about a slight chill in the air. This was Hengjuan Mountain's precipitous cliffs, one supernaturally fine craft. Mountain spring was swiftly flowing out from inside the crack of the high mountain range, forming a spectacular waterfall. Leaning his back against smooth rock with still sleeping Wang in his bosom, Long Yi was lost in thought while watching the dimly visible crescent moon in the horizon. And Leng Yui was silently leaning on his shoulder, and don't know what she was thinking. Softly sighing, Long Yi lowered his head, then looked at still sleeping Wang in his bosom, feeling sorry. She had wasted away a great deal of energy. Now her complexion appeared abnormally pale, and her breathing duration was also short. Even while sleeping, her elegant brows were tightly cramped, apparently seemed very uncomfortable. In the past 3 days, the spirit power of Wang got weaker and weaker. Every day she would wake up for only 1 or 2 times, and when she wake up, he fed her some fruit and so on things. But in less than 10 minutes, she would again fall asleep. With such condition, Long Yi didn't dare to confirm whether Wang would be able to hold on until she reached Origin Ice or not. "Long Yi, don't worry too much, nothing will happen to Wang." Hearing her sweetheart's sigh, Leng Yui tightened her hold of jade hand located on his big hand and comforted him. But in fact she was also greatly worried in her heart. But seeing her sweetheart getting so anxious, she thoughtfully acted the role of confidant. Long Yi looked at Leng Yui, and embraced her shoulder with his empty hand, and said, "Thank you, Yui." Leng Yui affectionately looked at Long Yi, then lightly pecked his lips with her pink lips, and said, "Fool, why are you thanking me? I am your wife." Long Yi was dumbfounded, suddenly felt that their roles seemed to have switched over. Previously he used to call them fool then comforted them, but now he was being comforted. Even so, the feeling of being comforted felt really good, and he felt a particular warmth in his heart. "Yes, you are my wife, and you will always be by my side." Long Yi caressed the beautiful hair of Leng Yui. "Unless you don't want me to, I will always stay by your side, and wait upon you throughout my life." Leng Yui answered with her eyes somewhat misty. "Throughout your life is not enough, I want you to stay forever." Long Yi softly said, "How far is forever?" Leng Yui asked, "How far?" "This problem is more complicated. We had to properly research it." In the frozen territory of Fox Clan, the ice was still not melted, and under the illumination of moonlight, it reflected cold light. Suddenly, a red and a blue, 2 light quickly shot towards this place from the horizon. Human figure flashed. An old man garbed in fiery red magic robe and a middle-aged beautiful woman garbed in light blue magic robe halted at the periphery of this layer of ice. Both of them were incomparably amazed seeing this frozen world, and remained silent for a long time. If a person with a little bit of knowledge was here, he or she would have absolutely recognized this old man as Fire Master Archmage Pu Ziyusi and this middle-aged beautiful woman as equally famous Water Master Archmage Shui Linglong. "Shui Linglong, what do you think?" This old man turned to middle-aged beautiful woman and asked. "Very strong, although I can also use this water forbidden magic spell, but its might will be less than half of this." These frozen ice cubes are not ordinary ice, rather extremely cold black iron ice. To use this ice, the strength of user must have reached pinnacle of Water Master Archmage. "Don't know when did such strong individual appeared in Blue Wave's continent," Shui Linglong said in her crisp voice. Although she looked 40 or so years old, but her voice however was just like that of a young girl, which was pleasant to hear. With this alone, one could easily imagine she was definitely an exceptional beauty under the heaven when she was young. Pu Ziyusi carefully observed all around. 3 days ago, when he had visited Shui Linglong to discuss about the issue of magic, They had suddenly sensed a vast dark magic fluctuation as well as water magic fluctuation. They immediately knew that someone was casting dark forbidden magic spell and water forbidden magic spell to confront each other. Both of them turned pale with fright, and immediately rushed towards the center of fluctuation. Puziusi frowned seeing the two pile of white bones a little bit far away, and said with uncertainty, "It seems this dark magic's forbidden magic spell was casted by the joint effort of these several tens of dark magicians. As for water forbidden magic spell, it was casted by single person, and it is obvious that water forbidden magic spell was more powerful. Yet the reason why these dark magicians turned into skeletons is because of the corrosion of dark magic. This means at that time there was third party of dark church. Puziusi, look over there. It seems there is two corpses there." Shui Linglong pointed towards a distant point. Both of them flew over there and discovered two corpses of Fox Clan's women, which were already stiff. They were killed by crushing their neck. Shui Linglong pointed at their blue-black neck, and when she used her hands to feel, she discovered their neck bones were completely crushed. Puziusi sighed. Nowadays Blue Wave's continent is at troubled times. Although Proud Moon Empire and Nelan Empire still haven't started an all-round war, but there is constant local war, and Violent Dragon Empire also seem to be joining in. Furthermore, Dark Church is also moving more frequently nowadays, and now there is such utterly powerful water magician. Even Blue Wave continent don't know what changes will appear now. If three great empire fought, I fear the people will again be plunged into an abyss of misery and the field will be littered with corpses. Most importantly, common people will be the one that will suffer the most. Shui Linglong lightly sighed, and her face had an expression of pitying the fate of mankind. And as for Wash Hunag, who was considered utterly powerful water magician by both Puziusi and Shui Linglong, she was sleeping as before, and currently Lang Yu was sitting by her side while meditating, while Long Yu was lost in thought sitting outside the tent. After the ambush of the dark magicians and dark fighters of Dark Church at Fox Clan, now he had become very prudent and careful. If at that time Washwang had not risked her life to cast forbidden magic spell to resist, then he who was filled with complacent would have already died there. Now Washwang only sleeps all day long, and he also don't know what kind of danger would appear from now on, so it seems he needs to strengthen his strength. But now his magic was at a standstill, and although his internal force was on the verge of breaking through second layer, but this was not the matter of overnight. Thinking about super skeletons and violent lightning beast inside his dark dimension space, Long Yi couldn't help but think, if he had more helpers, then wouldn't that be excellent? How could I forget about them? Long Yi hit his own head. How could he forget about those 5 super experts without soul inside his dark dimension space, and also those specters he had caught in the secret chamber of Lost City's City Lord Mansion? At that time, he intended to refine 5-7 baleful puppets, merely he had forgotten about them afterwards. Long Yi released those 5 experts from his dark dimension space and made them stand in front of him. Among them, there were Archmage, who individually were Water, Earth and Fire Archmage, and the remaining 2 were Great Swords Master. It might be assumed that they were great character before they entered Lost City, but now they became his puppets. Long Yi had already memorized the method of refining 7 baleful puppets. Now he set up a barrier around him, and began to stir the dark magic element within his sea of consciousness. Long Yi muttered the incantation, and with black light flashing in his 2 eyes, 5 black chi crashed into the space between the eyebrows of those 5 soulless experts. He wanted to plant his own soul brand in their mind, but at that time, these 5 people snapped open their tightly closed eyes, emitting an abnormal black light. After that, Long Yi's body began to quiver, but he still chanted incantation without stopping. Seeing he had already planted his soul brand successfully, Long Yi took out those more than 10 specters he had caught in Lost City. With undead magic's change undead magic, he could integrate them with these 5-7 baleful puppets. And after integrating these specters, they would be even more powerful, and during the time of executing their order, they would be more firm and sinister. Beads of sweat stripped from his forehead. The consumption of spirit power and magical power within the body of Long Yi was very fierce. The sky gradually brightened, and at this moment, the body of Long Yi and those 5 puppets by his side were emitting black chi. And after Long Yi spat out incomparably jerky verse of incantation, those 5 puppets floated from the ground and slowly move about in the sky. When Leng Yue had woken up from the meditation, she came out from the tent and saw this abnormal scene outside the tent, but she didn't dare to disturb Long Yi, merely she quietly guarded by his side. Suddenly, Long Yi waved his hands, and 5 drops of blood shot to the space between eyebrows of these 5 puppets. These drops of blood was absorbed by them as if sponge, then a black light suddenly burst out from their body, and they slowly landed on the ground. Only after this Long Yi sighed in relief, and just when he was planning to raise his hand to wipe the beads of sweats on his forehead, a delicate fragrance assailed his nostrils, and a cool jade hand helped him in wiping those beads of sweat on his forehead. Long Yi laughed, and embraced Leng Yue, then heavily kissed her pink lips, and excitedly said, "Yue, these are 7 baleful puppets I refined, I will let you see their power." With a thought of Long Yi, first those 2 great swords master held their huge sword and leapt up in the sky, then with dark blue-colored sword chi cut apart the air attacking towards the cliff. 2 hong loud sound resounded, and crushed stones flew everywhere. Now 2 nearly 10 meters long and 2 meters in wide crack appeared on the cliff, and at this moment, the incantation chanting of those 3 archmage were also complete, and almost simultaneously fired rank 10 water magic world of ice and snow, rank 10 earth magic rage of earth, and rank 10 fire magic raging flames burning the heavens towards the cliff. Not good, let's run away. The complacent smile of Long Yi's face changed and he exclaimed, because his order was simultaneously transmitted to these 7 baleful puppets. All the archmage attacked at the same place of the cliff where those 2 great swords master had just attacked, and with the target of those 3 rank 10 magic attack being near, their range however included them too. Chapter 95, Meeting Yu Feng. Wash Wang opened her eyes, her gaze was somewhat dull. "Wash Wang, you woke up, are you hungry? Want to eat something?" Supporting Wash Wang to sit, Leng Yue happily asked. Wash Wang somewhat dazedly looked at Leng Yue for quite a long while, her vision focused on her body, then shook her head weakly. "I don't feel like eating." "What about him, Long Yi? He had gone to take a bath in a brook over there," Leng Yue said. Then remembering the sorry figure of Long Yi, she couldn't help but chuckled. At that time, when 7 baleful puppets fired 3 rank 10 magic, Long Yi immediately sensed the situation was not good, so he hastily picked up sleeping Wash Wang and Leng Yue, then rushed out of Cliff's platform. But how could 3 rank 10 magic be weak? The entire platform was blown and greater part of it collapsed. Dusts and rocks shot out in all direction. Although Long Yi had used Great Cosmos Shift to quickly run away from there, but he couldn't prevent himself from being covered in dirt. "Why are you laughing? Did something funny happen?" Seeing Leng Yue laughing without any reason, Wash Wang couldn't help but ask. Leng Yue nodded her head while laughing, then mentioned the matter that had occurred just a moment ago. When Long Yi returned back, he saw both Leng Yue and Wash Wang were chatting and laughing. Seeing this, he couldn't help but become happy inside his heart. Then he walked over to their side. "Wash Wang, you wake up, are you hungry? Want to eat something?" Long Yi impatiently asked, clearly showing his concerned feeling in his words and manner. Wash Wang looked at Long Yi, then gently smiled and her dim pupils shone. His words were exactly same as the words of Leng Yue. In a life, having such friends who cared so deeply for her, even if she had to die now, she will not have any regret. A person can't be too greedy, isn't that so? Though her heart had a glimmer of longing and expectation. Today the spirit of Wash Wang seemed pretty good. Only after chatting with Long Yi and Leng Yue for nearly 1 hour, she fell into deep sleep again. "Yue, is the frontier of Proud Moon Empire in front?" Looking at fast asleep Wash Wang, Long Yi asked softly, as his eyes became colder. Leng Yue nodded her head, She didn't know why Long Yi had asked this question. It's time for Proud Moon Empire to pay their first interest. Long Yi laughed evilly. Due to northwest of Proud Moon Empire being bordered with Hengjuan Mountains, in order to prevent the invasion of Beastmen clan, there were army troops of about 100,000 stationed here all the year around. In a moonless windy night, a shadow noiselessly appeared in the sky above the barracks. After gliding past one group after another group of heavy infantry, that shadow stopped in the sky. Hey, this should be the military supply depot. Long Yi revealed a sinister smile, then waving his hand, he summoned 3 archmage among 7 baleful puppets. And under the command of Long Yi, these 3 archmage began to chant incantation, and as for Long Yi himself, he used spirit power to cut off the magic fluctuation of this place. Within the army group of at least 100,000 people stationed here, there was at least 1,000 magicians, among them there was no lack of advanced magicians, so now he only wanted to burn this military supply depot. For the time being, he didn't want to recklessly fight against 100,000 people. At this time, 3 archmage completed the chanting of incantation. Then suddenly around the military supply depot, a tall stone wall quietly rose from inside the ground, and it was immediately covered with a layer of thick ice. Meanwhile, fire archmage's raging flames burning the heaven had already began to burn the warehouse, quickly changing the grains, clothing and other articles of daily use into ashes. With the surroundings being covered with stone walls with a layer of ice on it, coupled with Long Yi's spirit barrier, when these army were able to break through these obstruction, nearly everything within this warehouse ought to be burned to ashes. Now the weather of northwest was getting colder and colder, so without grains and clothing to keep out cold, these army troops of 100,000 might be able to drink only bottled liquid. At this moment, the barracks was already in chaos, and many magicians were also flying in the sky, and as for Long Yi, he merely thought inwardly, Proud Moon Empire, this is merely an interest. Next time I will not burn military supply depot, rather will burn Imperial Palace. Long Yi took back puppets, then his figure swiftly disappeared in the middle of night. 10 days later, Long Yi and his group arrived at a level 2 city of northern frontier of Proud Moon Empire which was called Kafeng City. Now it was early winter season, and this place being close to Origin Ice region, the weather here was very cold. Currently the entire body of Wushwang was warped up with thick woolen quilt, and she was increasingly getting weaker. It was already 2 days, but she still hadn't woken up yet. This greatly worried both Long Yi and Leng Yue. Phoenix Inn, didn't expect Phoenix clan possess property in such a remote place too. Leng Yue exclaimed in surprise. Phoenix clan? Long Yi shrunk back at the sight of that sparkling signboard in front, and was dazed. He couldn't help but recall that girl called Yu Feng, and also recalled how she was forcing him to marry her and also how she wanted him to marry into Phoenix clan. Recalling this, he helplessly laughed while shaking his head. Long Yi, why are you laughing? Leng Yue curiously asked. It's nothing, we will stay here, and buy a number of things, as there are no city like this further ahead. Long Yi said with a smile. A long time after Long Yi and his group entered Phoenix Inn, a group of traveling merchants with the escort of mercenaries entered this city. Miss, we arrived at Kafeng City, do you want to go to our clan's inn to rest first? A middle-aged man dressed in servant clothing respectfully stand in front of a luxurious carriage. Well, everybody are also worn out after a long journey, so everyone can rest for today. Leave all the matters for tomorrow. A clear and melodious female voice came through inside the carriage. Listening to this voice, it seemed to be the voice of a young girl in the prime of her life. This luxurious carriage stopped right outside the Phoenix Inn, and the inn manager hurriedly rushed out from inside the inn to welcome this guest. Don't tell me that the young miss of Phoenix clan inside the carriage is eldest Miss Yufeng. Bright and beautiful curtain opened, then 2 delicate and pretty maids stepped out from inside the carriage, followed by a golden-haired young girl jumped out from inside the horse carriage. She was wearing fiery red fox fur robe and possessed fiery red huge sword, which made her look 100% heroic spirit. So with such dress-up and that inimitably temperament, other than eldest miss of Phoenix clan, she couldn't be another person. Manager, quickly prepare the luxurious suit for eldest miss to rest. One maid loftily said to this manager. This manager immediately revealed a pained look, and replied stutteringly, "Eldest miss, this. Is there any difficulty?" Yu Feng gently asked. Eldest miss, because Kaifeng City is comparatively in a remote place, so In had set up only one luxurious suit. Originally people who would stay in that suit are hard to come by even in an entire year, but unfortunately some people wanted that luxurious suit just some time ago. Manager answered. Since guests already reside there, arrange us another 2 rooms. Yu Feng also pay no attention to this matter. As a shrewd businesswoman, she knew that she absolutely shouldn't bully the guests. The manager sighed out of relief, then diligently led Yu Feng and her maids inside. Eldest miss, these are the rooms. Later this little one will send people to bring foods. Manager respectfully said. No need, I want to have a good rest, so without my instruction, don't disturb me. Yu Feng said while entering the room, and as for her 2 maids, they entered the room next door. At this time, the door of a room of another side suddenly opened, then Long Yi confusedly looked around. Just now he felt as if he heard a familiar voice, which appeared to be the voice of Phoenix Clan's eldest Ms. Yu Feng. Don't tell me I was hallucinating. Also, how could that girl come here in such a remote place? Long Yi shrugged his shoulder, and decided that he had heard wrongly. Long Yi, what are you looking? Leng Yuiu in bathrobe came out from inside the bathroom. Currently her whole body was emitting a faint fragrance, and with half-wet hair hanging down to her waist, she had a different kind of charm. Nothing. Long Yi chuckled, and while his eyes firmly staring at Leng Yuiu's those fiery and charming body, his breathing instantly became heavy. These days, they were busy running about the wilderness, so it had already been many days he didn't have any joyous moment with Leng Yuiu. Seeing Long Yi's that passionate gaze, Leng Yuiu grumbled in flirtiest manner, "What are you looking at, big pervert?" Long Yi smiled. Next he walked over and hugged Leng Yuiu with his hands, entering inside her bathrobe from the partition in the front, then gently caressed her soft back. Simultaneously he sucked her those delicate and fine earlobe, and softly said, "Yes, I am a big pervert, now big pervert wants to eat little cotton wad." Leng Yuiu moaned in her sweetheart's bosom. His big hands, as if having magic power, made her feel weak. Her lovely body involuntarily quivered, and the wetness on the lower part of her body genuinely reflected her emptiness. The body of this girl is getting more and more sensitive, Long Yi inwardly thought. Then lowering his head, he buried his head in her fragrant neck. After that he skillfully sucked her snowy skin, leaving behind pink hickeys, which looked delicate and beautiful as if a plum blossom in a snow earth. Continuing downward, Long Yi used his teeth on her flower bud, feeling it burst into bloom inside his mouth. Meanwhile his hand however slipped into that densely covered with fine hair pink ravine. Leng Yuiu's charming body trembled, and with her sandwiching Long Yi's mischievous big hand, she impatiently said while breathing heavily, "My husband, don't." Long Yi mumbled while still nibbling her flowery bud, "Baby, you don't want to?" Leng Yuiu bit her lower lip, and with face very red, which clearly showed her feeling, she shook her head. "No, not. We still have to go out and buy necessary things, and the sky is about to get dark, so we cannot delay." Long Yi woke up with a start. Yes, they could no longer delay for the disease of Washuang. If they didn't buy the items today, then they had to wait for tomorrow, which would delay them for about half a day. Chapter 96, Yuiu Gone Missing. Suppressing the fire of lust, Long Yi gently helped Leng Yuiu to fasten up the belt of her bathrobe, and seeing this extremely beautiful body was slowly being covered by clothing, his eyes showed helpless look. Leng Yuiu left looking at this expression of Long Yi. This moment he was similar to a child who wanted to eat a candy but couldn't eat it. "Okay, you can do as you like at night." Leng Yuiu leapt forward, and heavily kissed on his lips. The eyes of Long Yi brightened, then he laughed mischievously, "You have said it yourself, I can do as I please tonight." "Okay, You go and see Wash Wang. I will change my clothing and go for shopping." Pinching the waist of Long Yi, Leng Yuiu said shyly, "Yuiu, I will also go with you. It is very cold outside, so what will I do if you get frostbitten?" Long Yi said, "Don't, Wash Wang has already slept for 2 days, so she might wake up today, and the person who she wanted to see most after she opened her eyes is definitely you." Leng Yuiu chuckled, took a deep breath and pushed Long Yi into Washong's room. If she says she didn't mind this at all, then that would be a lie, but currently she was learning to accept, and the reason for this was very simple, which was she loves him. Long Yi sat on the bedside of Wash Wang, and gently caressing her pale face, he softly said, "Wash Wang, isn't Yuiu a very good girl? She had changed herself greatly for me, and also sacrificed a lot. Being able to have her is the greatest fortune I got due to the accumulated virtue of my ancestors. I very much love her and you." Veil of night quickly enveloped the earth, the pedestrians on the streets gradually became scarce, and now the weather was very cold and the ground was frozen, so no one was willing to stay outside to suffer this hardship. "It's already been a long time, but why isn't Yuiu coming back?" Long Yi looked outside while thinking. Now he suddenly felt uneasiness in his heart. Whoosh whoosh, suddenly strong wind blew up outside. Long Yi restlessly moved back and forth inside the room. Normally, what could be bought at this time? Don't tell me that she had an accident. But relying on her Archmage realm strength coupled with her body armor, even if she encounter Master Archmage or Sword Saint, it is impossible for them to silently put her down. But I haven't hear any sound. Long Yi stood at the entrance of Inn. He suddenly discovered Snowflake was slowly fluttering down from the sky. Not long after, fluttering about snowflakes changed into goose feather snow, making the entire world dressed in white. T.L. Goose feather snow, idiom, big heavy snowfall. Looking at the empty street, the heart of Long Yi became even more restless. Leng Yuiu would always handle affairs rationally, and was also very discretion, so there was no reason for her to not come back this late. Even if she was occupied, she would definitely come back first to inform him. Yu Feng opened the window, and gently leaned on it. Then looking at the strong wind carrying along the snowflakes outside, she became lost in thought. Even when the cold wind blew in from the window, she was totally unaware. "Snow, time sure flies quickly, ah." Yu Feng muttered. Inside the boundless snowstorm, as if a handsome face of a man appeared, she recalled beautiful and bright spring season when she had met him. From that time he rescued her from the pack of dire wolves. He made her desire a man for the first time, but disregarding her status and beauty, he resolutely refused to marry her. But nothingness, she still didn't forget about him, not forget for even a single day. Unintentionally, Yu Feng glanced down. Then her whole body as if struck by lightning trembled. She was not confident that tall and straight figure was real him. "Is that really him?" Yu Feng turned and walked down, then asked, "Do you see that man standing there just now? He was still there just a moment ago, wearing pale blue silk robe." Manager looked at Yu Feng in surprise, but was somewhat clear in his mind. He replied, "Yes. He was there. He is the guest who had rented luxurious suite today. Just now he was there, but in a blink of an eye he disappeared. He said he live in here, then he will definitely came back, isn't that so?" Yu Feng muttered, then asked, "He will definitely return. He still have wounded companion inside their room, so he will surely come back." In manager answered. Yu Feng nodded her head and sighed in relief. After that she turned around and walked. But after 2 steps, she paused and asked, "Is that wounded companion man or woman?" "Woman, and it seemed their relation is also not swallow." In manager answered, "He was just a servant, so he couldn't take part in the emotion problem of eldest miss, that's why he could only answer her question straightly." Yu Feng trembled, and softly sighed, then went upstairs, and as for Long Yi, now he was using soaring magic to drift in the sky within large snowfall and disordered wind. He circled around Kaifeng City looking for the trace of Leng Yuiu, but Leng Yuiu however seemed to have disappeared in a thin air. Long Yi forced himself to calm down. he was already about to go mad due to anxiousness. In the end, who had such ability to silently took Lang Yu away? He looked for a place and descend slowly and lightly. This was the street where groceries were sold, so Lang Yu had surely came here to purchase. Long Yi inquired about Lang Yu in every shop. After describing about her, only 2 adjacent shops' shopkeepers said they had seen her. In other words, after shopping in these 2 shops, she disappeared. Long Yi asked them whether there was any abnormalities occurred at that time, to which one of the shopkeepers said, it had occurred, because at that time, after Lang Yu selected the necessary goods, she suddenly said she don't want it, and had hurriedly ran away. Dark Church. The eyes of Long Yi flashed with dazzling brightness, immediately thinking this. According to the description of this shopkeeper, Lang Yu ought to have recognized the identity of other people, so she hurriedly ran out. When Long Yi heard that, he immediately suspected Dark Church. Perhaps she had voluntarily. Suddenly this thought appeared in his heart. If not voluntarily, then with Lang Yu's strength, it was impossible to not cause any movement. Perhaps that person might be someone she was familiar with too. Long Yi no longer tried to search her, and returned back to Phoenix Inn, thinking perhaps she might have already returned back. After entering inside the hall of the inn, he was disappointed. He could sense Washeng's aura in the room, but not able to sense the aura of Lang Yu. She actually hadn't come back yet. Long Yi went upstairs. When he just reached the door, suddenly a trembling voice came from behind him. Long Yi, is that you? Long Yi turned around, and saw Yu Feng standing behind him. Her eyes were watery, and her pink lips were lightly trembling in excitement. Yu Feng, long time no see, how come you are here? Surprise appeared on his face but quickly disappeared, then said in a tone which was intimate yet there was a distance. This is my clan's property, so you say why can't I be here? I heard you went to Huangming Plain, was everything alright? Yu Feng said and took a deep breath to calm down her excitement. At that time she intended to find him next day, but next day she was informed that he had already left. Then she knew that he had unexpectedly went for the mission of Huangming Plain with a group of people after inquiring around everywhere. At that time, she was so worried that she was unable to fall asleep for many days. There is no meaning in asking that question. If I wasn't alright, then would I be standing here? Long Yi said with a smile. Yu Feng lowered her head with red face. This moment she was bashful, just like a little girl yearning for love without that domineering appearance of that time. Aren't you inviting me inside? Yu Feng asked. Long Yi opened the door, then made the please enter first gesture. You can sit anywhere, I will go in and take a look at my companion. Long Yi said while walking inside the bedroom. Wash Wang, why are you not waking up? We are almost there at Origin Ice, so you must persist in. Long Yi softly said while gently caressing the face of Wash Wang. Currently his heart was really feeling vexed, as Wash Wang hadn't woken up even after a few days, and Lang Yu had also disappeared so suddenly. Yu Feng peeped through the small gap, but she wasn't able to see the face of Wash Wang as Long Yi's body had blocked her face. Still seeing Long Yi's that intimate appearance, she couldn't help but felt throbbing pain in her heart. Eyes immediately shed tears. Furthermore, that last glimmer of fantasy she held in her heart completely shattered. Long Yi came out and sat on the sofa, then poured 2 cups of wine to suppress the heart's fidgety feeling. What's wrong with her? Yu Feng asked while looking towards the bedroom of Wash Wang. She is suffering from a kind of extremely evil curse. And then for the sake of saving us, she changed into this. Every day she sleeps like this, neither eat nor drink. Long Yi sighed and said in a hoarse voice, curse? Isn't that a legendary evil technique? Then where are you all going? Yu Feng asked. She was experienced and knowledgeable. Once she had read this record in a book, but the book stated that this evil magic had already disappeared long ago in the long river of history. Origin Ice. As long as we find Ruai Ice Silkworm's blood, she can be saved. Long Yi answered. What? You want to go to Origin Ice for Ice Silkworm? Do you know where Origin Ice is? No human can endure the temperature of that place. Moreover, Ruai Ice Silkworm is SS rank super magical beast, So aren't you just courting death? Yu Feng said while turning pale in fright. She decided to dispel the foolish thoughts of Long Yi. I already know all of these, but I must go. Long Yi resolutely said, even if that is no different from dying. You love her this deeply. Yu Feng stood up, and tearfully stared directly at Long Yi. Yes, these things you don't understand. Long Yi lightly said while turning the wine glass in his hand. Just then, Long Yi suddenly sensed a familiar aura within his perception range, then his brows involuntarily loosened. Chapter 97, Intense Passion Before Parting. Yes, I don't understand, only you understand. Yu Feng suddenly yelled loudly at Long Yi, then turning around she slammed the door and went out while her tears uncontrollably flowed down. Looking at the back view of Yu Feng, Long Yi was startled. He didn't understand why she suddenly expressed big temper like this, but currently he didn't have any thought to go and coax her. Leng Yui, who was in the process of walking upstairs, was dumbfounded seeing Yu Feng, who rushed out from the room while shedding tears. After that, looking towards wide-open door, she firmly bit her lower lips and her complexion became very pale. She slowly walked towards the door, and saw Long Yi indifferently pouring wine on the cup, and this red-colored liquid reflected his cold stiff face, which made her feel restless. Softly closing the door, Leng Yui sat down beside Long Yi, and softly said, I'm sorry, I suddenly encountered an acquaintance, so I return late. Long Yi put down the cup, then looking at the complexion of Leng Yui, he helped her dust off the snowflake from her long hair and said, Yui, tell me what happened? Leng Yui remained silent and her body quivered all of a sudden. Then she instinctively leaned against Long Yi. Only after that she felt very warm, furthermore had a kind of feeling of relief. Long Yi embraced somewhat cold body of Leng Yui, and softly said, if you don't want to speak then I will not force you. You just need to know that you are my, Long Yi's woman, and no matter how big of a matter it is, I will shoulder it for you. Hearing the words of Long Yi, the heart of Leng Yui soured. She tightly held the waist of Long Yi, and rubbed his face against the bosom of Long Yi, absorbing the warmth of her sweetheart. Suddenly, Leng Yui straddled Long Yi's thigh, and kissed Long Yi's mouth with her ice-cold lips. Then her fragrant tongue took the initiative to launch attack on Long Yi while her waist as if snake swayed. The breathing of Long Yi stopped, and the fire of lust he had suppressed before instantly rose. His little brother, as if eaten simulant, was in high spirit, and his head was pressing against woman's softest secret place. Oh, my husband, love me. Leng Yui trembled as if she got an electric shock, and her lovely body swayed even more violently. She madly sucked the tongue of Long Yi, and her jade hands entered inside the clothing of Long Yi and showed tender care for that strong physique which had fascinated her. Long Yi subconsciously felt something was wrong. Although Leng Yui was more enthusiastic in bed compared to Lu Xia, but she absolutely was not wild and coarse like this. Long Yi first inclined his head, avoiding the pink lips of Leng Yui, then caught her arms and asked, Yui, stop for a moment. Leng Yui, however, struggled free from Long Yi's hands, then pushed down Long Yi on the sofa. After that, sitting on his waist, she tore apart his clothing. Long Yi again catch hold of Leng Yui's beautiful hand, and jumped off from the sofa, then carrying her in his arms, he walked into bathroom. After that he threw her into the bathtub, which was filled with warm water. Leng Yui bar out from inside the water, fling her beautiful long hair backward, and with her chest rapidly rising and falling, teardrops as if pearls of broken string fell down. Long Yi lightly sighed and jumped into the bathtub, then hugged Leng Yui and patted her back. Long Yi, I don't want to leave you, really don't. Leng Yui said while choking with sobs, and she currently had a heartbroken expression. Long Yi suddenly shook, and he suddenly had a bad premonition. Listening to her manner of speaking, it seems as if she had to leave him, so he couldn't help but recall Bai, this girl who was carved in bones and engraved in the heart. He feared Leng Yui would also leave him just like her. Today I met a person of dark church. He told me my master Laffer had cultivation deviation while cultivating dark magic, and is already at the point of dying. He had brought a letter from my master to me, and the handwriting on the letter was indeed of my master's handwriting. He said he wanted to see me for the last time. Leng Yue choked with sobs. With regarding to Dark Priest Laffer, although they were master and apprentice, but they however resembled more father and daughter. So it turned out to be like this. Long Yi sighed. Leng Yue ought to return back to see her master for the last time. But couldn't his be a scheme? Long Yi inwardly thought. Yue, is it really just this? Long Yi asked. Eng. Leng Yue lowered her head and answered, then wiped the tears from her face. Then you should return. I will accompany Washwang to go to Origin Ice. You should know that now I possess 18 super skeletons, Violent Lightning Beast and those 5-7 baleful puppets, so going to Origin Ice will not have any danger to me. So after handling the matter of your master, you can come to Elven Forest to find me. Long Yi said. He indistinctly felt that the matter shouldn't be as simple as Leng Yue had stated, but he couldn't think of where was wrong. Leng Yue nodded her head, then deeply looking at Long Yi, she suddenly blushed and angrily said, just a moment ago I greatly lost my face, you better compensate me. Long Yi lewdly smiled and asked, then how do you want me to compensate you? Leng Yue smiled, then naughtily flickered Long Yi's dishonest little brother. Then with a flirtatious expression, she glanced at him and asked, you say, little bewitching spirit, you are intentionally seducing me, look how I will punish you today. The big hands of Long Yi caressed the Leng Yue's two circular big, flexible and soft meat bun. Separated with clothing, he fiddled with her too soft and fair bulging. Leng Yue let out a bewitching sound, and with her misty fawning eyes, she said, still don't know who will punish who. Long Yi laughed mischievously, this not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth girl actually dared to question his ability. It seems the lessons of before were still not deep enough. Long Yi immediately peeled off all the clothing of Leng Yue with nothing left on her body, revealing that jade body. Long Yi inwardly gasped in admiration. This truly was masterpiece of God, abundant breast, rich buttocks, and slender waist, furthermore that female celestial-like facial features, and skin which even the first-rate silk couldn't compare. Long Yi played with her those, making various shape out of it. As for Leng Yue, she had half closed her misty eyes which had passionate hot gaze, and her breathing was even more hot as if the steam of boiling hot water. Her jade hands held the arms of Long Yi, refusing to let it go, and her throat was unconsciously giving out unbearable moans. Darling, how is it? Do you want it? Long Yi said with a smile. As a matter of fact, he was also greatly enduring it, and the lower part of his body was already rearing to go. He already wanted to have his way and freely rush headlong in thick grassland, but for the sake of the dignity of man, he was enduring. Leng Yue charmingly snorted, and biting her lower lips, she closed her eyes, then looked sideways, refusing to admit defeat. Long Yi chuckled, and his big hand slid down. Passing her smooth lower abdomen, he lightly caressed the inner thigh of Leng Yue, but refused to get over to her secret garden. This time Leng Yue felt empty to the extreme. Then seeing her sweetheart's grinning face, Leng Yue gritted her tooth. After that rising up, she sat down, then pulled open Long Yi's belt, and raised her snow-white buttocks, and sitting on Long Yi's hard-on, she rocked back and forth. Perhaps because they didn't have made love for several days, and also perhaps because they would bid farewell shortly, these two people spared no effort. From bathroom to drawing room to bedroom, they left the mark of their joyous love everywhere. Finally, without maneuver, stamina and explosive force, Long Yi won, and as for Leng Yue, currently she was as if koala weakly hanging on the body of Long Yi. Now she didn't have slightest strength to even raise her body. The snowfall had gotten bigger, so after a one night, it had accumulated to a thick layer. Leng Yue, who was nestled on the warm bosom of Long Yi, opened her eyes, then sighed inwardly. Very soon, she had to bid farewell to the owner of this warm bosom. When can I see you again? For no reason, Leng Yue felt fear in her heart. Leng Yue knew time was already late, although the sky was still not bright. The habit of a person could be feared, and she was already accustomed to having Long Yi by her side, so if she separated from him, Then will she go crazy? No longer can smell Long Yi's man smell, no longer can feel his embrace, no longer hear him dotingly calling her darling, and no longer see his grin. How can she live without these? Feeling moist in his chest, Long Yi opened his eyes. As a matter of fact, he had not slept for whole night, afraid that Leng Yui would also leave him just like Si Bai when he was sleeping. From the bosom of Long Yi, Leng Yui looked upward and saw her sweetheart was lovingly looking at her. Did I wake you up? Leng Yui wiped her tears and softly asked. Someone was flooding my chest, so how can I not wake up, otherwise wouldn't I get drowned? Hateful. Leng Yui grumbled in a flirtiest manner and pinched him. Long Yi sighed, thus stopping his smile, and looking at Leng Yui, he asked, were you thinking of leaving just now? Leng Yui was startled. She really had this idea just now, because if Long Yi was by her side, then she would hate to part with him, if she were to say that. Even if you want to go away, I want you to tell me and go. I don't want to wake up and find you have gone. Long Yi said, I don't explain, I understand, now go, I will send you off. Long Yi interrupted Leng Yui, and began to get out of the bed and wear clothing. Long Yi, are you angry? Leng Yui held the waist of Long Yi from behind. Long Yi slowly turned around, right hand raised the lower chin of Leng Yui, thus said while shaking his head, no, only since you have already decided to go back, set off a little bit early, so that you can see your master a little bit early and don't have any regret throughout your life. Leng Yui idiotically looked at Long Yi for a long time, then nodding her head, she also began to wear clothing. I will help you. Before you attended me, but today I will attend you. Long Yi chuckled, but great sadness was flashing in his eyes. Long Yi clumsily helped Leng Yui to wear her clothing, from her underwear, panties to her outer robe. Although he was quite fast while removing the clothing of women, but he seemed clumsy while putting on their clothing. While putting on the clothing, he naturally took some cheap advantages. Therefore in Long Yi's bad smile and Leng Yui's grumble in a flirtish manner, they seemed to have forgotten about the sadness of bidding farewell. Chapter 98, Stubborn Yufeng. With chilly wind and snow, the entire world was covered with whiteness. At this moment, Long Yi entered the hall of Phoenix Inn, but his body however was not soaked by snow. Just now he had sent off Leng Yui, and also had bought necessary articles. Currently he was unable to get rid of Leng Yui's tearful eyes from his mind, and was feeling sad in his heart, which made Long Yi's mood rather downcast. Entering inside the room, he met the opened eyes of Wash Hunag. After that he immediately showed a happy look. Long Yi, how long was I asleep? I notice I was somewhat thinking about you. And Leng Yui? Wash Wang said with a smile. After sleeping for a few days, her spirit seems to be pretty good. Yes, for 3 days, if you hadn't woken up any longer then you would have become a pig. Long Yi teasingly said. Wash Wang looked at Long Yi, then she suddenly said, it seems you are not too happy even though I wake up, so I am going to continue sleeping. Am I unhappy? Don't you see smile blooming like flower in my face? Long Yi crack open his mouth, revealing his white teeth. Puchy. Wash Wang laughed, a red tint appeared on her pale face, and her dim eyes also shone. After that she said with a smile, indeed blooming, but blooming like a dog tail. Don't you feel you are smiling too reluctantly? You don't know how to appreciate. If I was outside, I am afraid countless beautiful young girls would have already fascinated to death. Long Yi proudly said. Not with your deficiency. Where is Leng Yui? Wash Wang asked. The smile of Long Yi stiffened, and he softly said, she had a small matter, so she returned. Washong nodded her head, then softly said, aren't you unhappy because of this? Yes, I'm a little bit sad, but this is life. There is meeting and also separating. Long Yi said while shrugging his shoulder. Yes, all good things must come to an end. Haven't you heard these words? Parting is for better reunion. Wash Wang softly said. Long Yi looked at Wash Wang in surprise and said, never thought you can also console people. I've always been this way, did you notice only now? Wash Wang said with a mischievous smile. Long Yi had never seen this manner of speaking and smile of Wash Wang before. Right now, the cold and haughtiness of her body seemed to have disappeared without a trace. While chatting in this fashion, the complexion of Washong suddenly became slightly strange, and her lovely body slightly trembled. Wash Wang, what happened? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Long Yi anxiously asked upon seeing this. Wash Wang just gritted her teeth without answering. Her beautiful face became very red, and her eyes also flickered with uncertain. Where are you feeling uncomfortable? Quickly tell me. Long Yi questioned closely. Wash Wang bashfully closed her eyes, and said in a mosquito words, I want to go to the toilet. Go to the toilet? Long Yi was dumbfounded. Before Ling Yui would help her in these matters, but now could it be that he, a grown-up man, should help her to pee? He however did not mind, merely how could Wash Wang this girl endure it? Wait a minute, I will go to look for people. Long Yi get up and said. He thought of Yu Feng, as he could only count on her to help her. He sounded the bell of the Yu Feng's room, but no one answered. So Long Yi became even more anxious. Even if he was not anxious, Wash Wang was anxious. As the proverb says, the need to answer the call of nature could suffocate people to death. Now who should he ask for help? The inn was deserted this time. Moreover, inn manager and all the servants were also grown men. Was it possible that he truly need to personally help Wash Wang? No matter, in any case Wash Wang will become my woman sooner and later. Long Yi inwardly said. Then turning around, he rushed into the room. Right now Washong was continuously suppressing, and her body was also trembling lightly. And seeing Long Yi had returned, she asked while trembling, do you find a person? Long Yi didn't speak, directly stepped forward, then picked up Wash Wang and ran towards the toilet. After that he softly said, can't find a person, I will help you, so just think I am you. You don't. Wash Wang protested with red face. Don't? Don't tell me that you want to pee on your body? Long Yi chuckled, then kicked the door of the toilet open. After that Long Yi reached out his big hand towards her belt, and Wash Wang just closed her eyes with red face. As it was extremely easy thing for Long Yi to take off the clothing of women, he smoothly took off her belt, then smoothly lowered her pants, revealing her snow white and a silk panties. The nose of Long Yi became hot, nearly having a nosebleed, as Wash Wang was too bold. The inside panties unexpectedly was semi-transparent, and he could faintly see black-colored bush. At this time, the charming body of Washong quivered violently, which woke up Long Yi from his daze. After that his big hand slowly reached over and grabbed the edge of her panties, then began to pull down little by little. Long Yi, you are not allowed to look. Wash Wang impatiently said with embarrassment. Okay, I will not look. Long Yi suppressed his surging, and closed his eyes. Strictly speaking, he had leave behind a small crack. After silk panties slowly slide down, that young girl's mysterious flower completely became visible. Long Yi took a deep breath and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. And after supporting Washong to sit on toilet, his back was unexpectedly soaked with sweat. Long Yi turned his head, and waited for a long time, but still didn't hear the sound of peeing. What's wrong? Weren't you in a hurry just now? Long Yi asked. My pee won't come out. Wash Wang said with a trace of crying voice. Relax, don't be nervous. Since I have seen your body, I will definitely take responsible for you. Then with this, you are my woman, so why are you worrying in front of me? Long Yi softly caressed the beautiful hair of Wash Wang. Wash Wang softly answered and laid down the guard on her heart. After that she sprayed her pee which was collected for several days. After that looking at Long Yi who was helping her in wearing her pants, Washong softly asked, Am I your woman? Long Yi nodded her head with a smile, then carrying her, he walked out from toilet. And at the time of setting off, Washong was lying in the bosom of Long Yi with a sweet smile. There was still boundless wind and snow outside, and throughout the way one couldn't find any human figure. In this type of day, no one was willing to come out. But Long Yi with Wash Wang whose whole body was covered with cloak in his bosom lightly stepped on the ground, and then disappeared in the middle of wind and snow. Even though he was walking in this thickly accumulated snow, he didn't leave behind any footprints. While hurrying along the path, Long Yi suddenly noticed fiery red human figure calmly standing in the midst of wind and snow in front of him. Yu Feng, how can this girl be here? Long Yi exclaimed in surprise. Why are you coming just now? I have waited for you for a very long time. Yu Feng said with a smile after seeing Long Yi. Waiting for me? Why on earth are you waiting for me? Long Yi frowned as he asked. Naturally, to go to Originize with you. It was very difficult for me to shake off my mother's two maids. Yu Feng said as if she had already forgotten the matter of yesterday. Why are you messing around? Didn't you say I was going to Originize only to court death yesterday? Is it possible that you also want to follow me to death? Long Yi directly passed by Yu Feng while speaking to her. He wanted to hurry on with his journey, so he had no time to spend with her here. Yes, I am following you to die, Yu Feng stubbornly said, then quickly followed behind Long Yi. Enough, eldest miss, don't stir up trouble. I am going to Originize to save my woman, not for a tour. Long Yi couldn't help but turn around and said, because you love her, you can go to Originize risking your life, but don't tell me that I can't go there risking my life for the person I love. Yu Feng resolutely said to Long Yi. Long Yi was astounded looking at Yu Feng, then shaking his head, he said, do as you wish. Saying this, Long Yi again turned around and dashed forward, and opened a large distance between them in a blink of an eye. Like this she ought to return back, Long Yi thought, but he couldn't help but turn his head to look behind him, and saw Yu Feng was still desperately chasing after him. Long Yi shook his head. Then stepping on the ground, he dashed forward again. He thought that after Yu Feng chased him for a brief moment and still couldn't reach him, she ought to return home. Although he had though like this, but he knew this eldest Mrs. stubborn temperament, he didn't know whether she would stupidly still chase after him all the way or not. It's a little dangerous in this weather. Thinking this, Long Yi used soaring magic to fly in the sky, and looked behind. Then saw a red speck was staggering along far away. This girl is truly stubborn, Long Yi muttered. Long Yi floated in high altitude looking at Yu Feng. He didn't want her to meet with mishap because of him, and also wanted to see how long she could persist. Time gradually passed by. Long Yi had believed that Yu Feng would return back after chasing after him for at most for several tens of minutes. But to his surprise, even after several hours she was still running forward, and she had an expression of never giving up until she reached her goal. Yu Feng suddenly exclaimed, then she brandished her fiery red-hued sword, sending out a raging flame towards the snow-covered ground. The snowflakes immediately melted down, and a blood splashed out. A snow monster was chopped into two by Yu Feng. Merely its huge mouth was still able to bite her right leg. This was a snow beast. Was a kind of special kind of wild beast of north. It frequently disguised itself as snow and wait for a prey inside the snow. Yu Feng creased her brows, and raised her leg which was bitten by this snow beast. Now there was few bloody hole in her leg, but fortunately it was not very deep, and also didn't injure the bone. She ought to return this time, Long Yi thought inwardly. But it seems Long Yi had still underestimated the determination of Yu Feng. She merely tore a piece of cloth and wrapped up the injury in a very easy fashion, then unexpectedly began to run forward again. Let it be, since she was willing to go, let her go. Long Yi sighed. If this goes on like this, she would definitely met with mishap sooner or later. Long Yi descended from the sky and landed in front of Yu Feng. Long Yi. Yu Feng called out in pleasant surprise. Long Yi stared at her, then said, since you are tired of living, you can come with me, but don't regret in future. I will definitely not regret. Just you wait for good prospect, Yu Feng proudly said. Long Yi moved Washwang a little bit upward in his bosom, then walked forward, and couched down. After that, tearing the bandage made up of cloth on her leg, he used healing magic to heal her wound, and very quickly her wound was healed. Yu Feng sweetly smiled, and remembering that starry night, her beautiful face unconsciously become red. Chapter 99, consequence of sleeping together on the same bed. Several days later, Long Yi finally stood on Origin Ice, and looking around this mystical place, he endlessly sighed with feeling. This was a pure white world, so white that there was no trace of impurity. In this place other than ice and snow, there was nothing else. Origin Ice was indeed very cold. The temperature was so low that while breathing in air, one could feel ice-cold feeling inside throat and lungs. But Long Yi was still wearing thin cloths, as he used his internal force to protect himself and wash Wang in his bosom. For him, if internal force was unable to resist, then wearing more clothing was also futile. The matter that made Long Yi most surprised was, Yu Feng also didn't wear additional clothing. She was still wearing that fox fur robe that she had worn in Kaifeng City, but was still standing on Origin Ice as if nothing. "Aren't you cold?" Long Yi asked, feeling surprise. Yu Feng shook her head, then placing her jade hand on her chest, she said with a smile, "I am wearing my clan's inherited treasure Phoenix Jade, so I am not afraid of cold." "That's good." Long Yi nodded his head. After that he scanned the Origin Ice which stretched as far as the eyes could see, and suddenly didn't know where to start. Origin Ice was so large, so where could he look for Ruai Ice Silkworm? Moreover, because the reflecting light property of snow was very intense, it was very easy to suffer from snow blindness, and cause eyes to lose its sight. "Where do we go? It seems everywhere is same." Yu Feng asked. "Walk straight forward." Long Yi said. Now he can only rely on heaven, hoping to find Ruai Ice Silkworm and obtain its blood within a month. After walking for an entire day, no need to mention Ruai Ice Silkworm, they didn't encounter even a single living animals. When day darkened, the already unreasonably cold temperature actually still dropped down vertically. Now the breathing out breath would change into ice powder and fall down. Long Yi used 2 fireballs to illuminate, but to his surprise, both fireball instantly froze and got extinguished. One could well imagine to what extent the temperature was low. Fire magic was useless here, so he had no other choice but to use light ball to illuminate. Long Yi tightly held his bosom's Washwang. This place was too abnormal, and he also don't know whether she could sustain until he find Ruai Ice Silkworm or not. "Long Yi, where are we now?" Even though Yu Feng was wearing Phoenix Jade, she had drawn back her neck. Now she also felt somewhat cold, as the temperature of night was actually so much lower than the daytime. "I also don't know, but let's sleep for the night here, and we will again begin searching at dawn," Long Yi helplessly said. He wanted to camp on the spot, but right now cold wind which was like sharp sword suddenly blow up in Origin Ice. So if the tent was stuck on this ice, then he feared it would be blown away. Long Yi pondered for a little while, then used his sword to dig the ice. Not long after, he dug up a square-shaped crater in the ice, then put up the tent inside there. Now wind would not be able to blow away this tent. After putting up the tent, Long Yi looked at Yu Feng, only to see her standing at one side in a daze, so he couldn't help but said, "Why are you standing there like a fool? Quickly put up a tent and have a rest." Yu Feng woke up with a start, then seeing Long Yi directly entering into his tent, she resolutely stamped on the ground and began putting up her tent, while muttering, "Smelly Long Yi, scoundrel." Yu Feng curled up and shivered with cold inside her tent. Although she would not get frozen stiff due to the warmth emitted by the Phoenix Jade, but even after covering herself with quilt, she didn't felt any warmth, and especially her small legs, they were always ice cold. She didn't know how to deal with this. After tossing from side to side for countless times, Yu Feng gritted her teeth and stand up. Then she hesitatingly came over to outside of Long Yi's tent. "Long Yi, are you awake?" Yu Feng kicked the tent of Long Yi and yelled, "What's the matter?" After lighting magic lamp, the voice of Long Yi came from inside. "I'm very cold, and I can't sleep." Yu Feng hugged her arms as she said in a trembling voice. Long Yi removed the barrier to let Yu Feng enter. He had laid out this barrier that could resist the invasion of cold air, so his tent was a lot warmer than the tent of Yu Feng. Seeing a big luxurious bed and soft silk above it inside the tent, Yu Feng was inwardly shocked, and simultaneously had a strong impulse. strong impulse to jump to that bed and sleep. What now? Do you want to sleep together with me? Long Yi, lying on the bed with Huashong still in his embrace, teasingly said. Yes, are you unwilling? Yu Feng asked with red face. If you promise you will not molest me while sleeping, then you can. Long Yi said with a smile. Do you think you are delicious cake? Ah, even if you want me to, I will not. Yu Feng snorted, then walking over to another side of the bed, she lay down, and inside the quilt, she had a kind of sweet smell of warmth. She comfortably turned her body towards Long Yi, then wrinkling her jade nose, she said, you sleep over there, you are not allowed to come over here, otherwise. Yu Feng made a cutting movement, making Long Yi feel a chill. You can sleep without any concern, I already have warm fragrant jade in my bosom, so why on earth do you think I will do something to you? Gently looking at Wang in his bosom, Long Yi said while lovingly caressing her cheek. Yu Feng turned her body around fuming with anger, then covering her head with quilt, she no longer spoke. These days, seeing Long Yi meticulously taking care of Huashong, Yu Feng endlessly envied Huashong in her heart, dreaming that the day when Long Yi would take care of her just like that would come. Sometimes she was really somewhat perplexed, as she didn't hope to see this emotion, but still as if moth flying towards the fire, she would chase after it. Love was truly blind. Looking at one's shadow and feeling sorry for oneself, Yu Feng entered dreamland. Looking at Yu Feng at one side of bed, Long Yi slightly smiled. This girl had recklessly come to origin ice with him, risking her life. This action of hers had somewhat touched his heart, and having such a beautiful girl head over heels towards him, as a man he was touched. Merely he was in no mood to discuss passion and talk of love. Besides, he also somewhat comprehend the marriage approach of the Yu Feng's clan, so putting this aside for a time being and letting the nature take its course was comparatively better. When Long Yi opened his eyes once again, he immediately discovered other than Wang, there was another appetizing soft body in his bosom. This unexpectedly was Yu Feng. He didn't know when she got into his bosom. Now he could feel two elastic round soft meat buns on his chest, and unconsciously, Long Yi recalled the beautiful spring scenery he had seen while healing her at that time. Perhaps because of cultivating Gi, Yu Feng's were clearly more compact and flexible. Don't know how it feels when touched, Long Yi shamelessly though this. After that his big hand slowly passed through her armpit and stroked the edge of. He softly pressed, and really felt very good. If whole thing could be held in a hand, then it ought to feel even better. At this time, Yu Feng mumbled, and pressed her charming body against the body of Long Yi. Her was unexpectedly placed on the body of Long Yi, and the most terrible matter was, her thigh happens to press Long Yi's little brother who was in high spirits, while unconsciously rubbing. If it were not for Long Yi knowing she was still sleeping soundly from her breathing, perhaps he would have believed that she was intentionally teasing him. Long Yi emitted an evil fire, as he had not touched woman after Leng Yue had left. Although he held Huashong's soft lovely body in his bosom every day, but the sickly face of Wang only made him feel sorry for her without giving rise to. But now this beautiful woman Yu Feng was in his bosom, so his naturally couldn't stop as if rigid untamed horse. Long Yi took a deep breath, slowly calming down his boiling beast blood. But at this time, Yu Feng on his bosom moved again, and her jade hand which was on his chest unexpectedly moved down, and happened to reach his burning hot hard and stiff little brother. Perhaps feeling the temperature of his little brother, sleeping Yu Feng regarded it as a warming handbag and held it subconsciously, refusing to let it go. Long Yi breathed in a mouthful of cold air. The fire of lust he had suppressed with great difficulty just now was ignited again. It seems he was still too far away from perfectly controlling his heart. Yu Feng opened her eyes in a daze, and her conscience was still somewhat not sober, only felt this sleep was truly too comfortable. When she drowsily thought to move, she suddenly felt a burning hot thing in her right hand, which was pulsating. What is this? How can it move? Yu Feng confusedly gripped it a little bit tightly, but who would have thought that this thing would actually become a little bigger, and pulsated even more violently? Yu Feng woke up with a start, then raised her head only to meet the eyes of Long Yi which were shooting flames. You. Yu Feng cried out in alarm. She didn't understand why Long Yi was sleeping beside her now. You what you? Still not letting it go? You are gripping my family jewels. The complexion of Long Yi turned pale as he shouted loudly. As a matter of fact, Yu Feng had used all of her strength when she was startled, and you should know Yu Feng was sword master, so how powerful would the grip be when such expert exert her strength? If it was not for Long Yi's internal force being powerful, then he feared this time he would have become eunuch. Family jewel? What is family jewel? Yu Feng was dumbfounded for a little while, then feeling that hard and thick thing in her hand, she suddenly screeched and loosened her grip, and her face became red just like the monkey's butt. Who told you to dishonestly come over to take cheap advantage of me? Yu Feng shyly as well as angrily said. Seeing Yu Feng making bogus accusations, Long Yi gave a supercilious look and said, "Please take a look yourself. I am holding my wash wang in my arms in this side without moving, but how come you are in my bosom?" Yu Feng quietly used her eyes to look, then naturally discovered like that. No wonder she slept so comfortably. When sleeping, feeling the body temperature of Long Yi, she had unconsciously moved over there and leaning against him, she had fallen asleep. No words to say. You indecently assaulted me, how will you settle this? Long Yi teasingly said. Don't know whether she would really seek a hole to burrow herself. Yu Feng bit her lower lip, then looking straight at the eyes of Long Yi, she said with a red face, "If the worst comes to the worst, I will take responsibility, and reluctantly marry you and take you home." After that, with a red glow covering her face, and jade hands covering her violently beating heart, she added, "Now that I have already marked you, hereafter you are mine." Chapter 100, Snowstorm. Divine Martin. Long Yi was speechless. Seeing Yu Feng was looking at him with passionate and resolute eyes, he didn't know how to respond for a short while. The atmosphere became very awkward. The passion in the eyes of Yu Feng gradually dimmed and tears appeared in the rim of her eyes. Just now she had really summoned all of her courage, but seeing she didn't get his response, she felt stinging pain in her heart. How come today still isn't getting bright? Seeing very grieved expression on the face of Yu Feng, Long Yi wanted to change the subject. Yu Feng didn't speak, merely turned around facing her back towards Long Yi. Suddenly feeling very cold, Long Yi lightly sighed and said, "Yu Feng, I have more than one wife." The lovely body of Yu Feng quivered, then softly replied, "I know. Neither I will abandon them nor it's possible for me to marry into your Phoenix clan, do you understand?" Long Yi softly said, I know you will neither abandon them nor you will marry into Phoenix clan, and I also know that you and I are not destined to be together, but I really don't know why your shadow always appear in my mind, and don't know why I can never forget you. I also don't know why I can't control myself, and I always wanted to be together with you, and even in death I want to be together with you." Yu Feng turned around, her tears were sliding down, as she said with trembling voice. Long Yi stared at Yu Feng, who had tears all across her face in a daze. He truly had never thought that Yu Feng had actually loved him so much. Hearing her this words of wanting to follow him, abandoning everything else, Long Yi was touched. He lifted his hand to wipe her tears, but the more he wiped, the more tear fell. Feeling Long Yi's intent, Yu Feng jumped into the bosom of Long Yi and wept. "Yu Feng, now I don't have any other thought. I am wholeheartedly thinking of getting the blood of Ruai Ice Silkworm to cure Wash Wang, so how about we talk about this matter properly again sometime later?" Long Yi patted the back of Yu Feng and said, "If all the matter of Origin Ice went smoothly, then perhaps Yu and Luzia might have another sister. Don't know whether they will get angry or not." Yu Feng nodded her head, although Long Yi still hadn't directly accepted her, but at least he hadn't rejected her. This meant she still have an opportunity. As for how to explain this to her clan, she had already ignored it completely. Women fallen in love were emotional and impulsive, and consider the matters thoroughly from emotional angle, so some people says the IQ of women in love is 0. Sorting out with Yu Feng, Long Yi relaxed, but outside was still pitch black. Why is sky still not bright? Something is not right. Long Yi thought inwardly. His biological clock was quite sensitive. He felt this moment ought to be morning, but why was outside still so dark? Long Yi felt something was wrong, so he jumped off the bed and went out. But it was still pitch black outside, and snowflake were fluttering in the sky along with bone-piercing cold wind. What happened? Yu Feng asked. Now her emotion was already stable. What time do you think it is right now? Long Yi asked. I seem to have fallen asleep for a long time, but the sky outside is still not bright, so it ought to be very early. Yu Feng answered. Long Yi shook his head, and said, no, if my feeling is not mistake, this time ought to be dawn. Then what's going on? Why is sky still not bright? Yu Feng nervously asked. Long Yi thought for a bit. Suddenly a divine light flashed in his mind. In his previous incarnation on the Earth, inside the polar circle of North Pole and South Pole of the Earth, it would regularly have polar day or polar night circumstance. Could it be that this origin ice was Blue Wave's continent's North Pole region? Long Yi thought of a possibility. Pack up the things, we are moving. It seems for a period of time in the future, we have to spend our time in the darkness. Long Yi said. Why? Yu Feng exclaimed. I also don't know why. Long Yi shrugged his shoulder, as explaining about latitude, longitude and so on to her was just like playing the lute to a cow. Just as the expectation of Long Yi, following several days were only night, so throughout the way he had to use several light balls to illuminate. Snowstorm got bigger and bigger, so the accumulated snow also become denser and denser. If not for his body lighting magic, their legs would have sunk down to their thigh in one step. And this big snowstorm was very big obstruction to use soaring magic too. Moreover, Long Yi had never stopped using internal force since Wash Wang had collapsed and also had to spend even more internal force to protect themselves from low temperature of this origin ice. Fortunately Altianju was circulating 24/7 without stopping, replenishing his internal force. But if he flew, then he need to spend even more internal force, and after that if he encounter anything trouble, then he fear he would have to stay here forever. But walking like this was also not good as it was truly too slow. Just then, Long Yi recalled Violent Lightning Beast within his dark space. The actual size of this fellow was very huge, so using it as a coolie ought to be no problem, such as pulling a sledge. T.L. Coolie equals unskilled Chinese laborer in colonial times. Long Yi chuckled sinisterly, then took out many materials from inside his space ring. Very soon under the surprised gaze of Yu Feng, these material changed into a strange-looking sledge, unexpectedly was luxurious box type. In the final analysis, it was only a smooth metal plate attached to a simple iron house, with two chairs inside, nothing more. After that, opening the dark dimension space, he let out Violent Lightning Beast, but to the surprise of Long Yi, little Tiger Long 3, who was only eating and sleeping continuously for these past days, also came out. Now its build was a lot bigger. It seems it didn't eat those magic cores for nothing. Little 3 came over to Long Yi and feigned spoiled, as if it was protesting for not letting out to play for such a long time. It seems it didn't feel any cold in this low temperature of origin ice, and only after running wildly to lap around the snow, it returned back to Long Yi. However, Violent Lightning Beast curled up and shivered with cold when it came out. It seems it was not very accustomed to such cold weather, but as a SS rank super magical beast, it instantly recovered from cold. Long Yi gave order to Violent Lightning Beast to pull the sledge. In exchange for it, it gave out a discontent woo-woo sound, but since its master had ordered it, it had no choice. Instantly its build became just like a small mountain, and it appeared very brave and fierce. Long Yi, don't tell me this is legendary SS rank Violent Lightning Beast? Yu Feng disbelievingly asked with her eye wide open. Yes, it is Violent Lightning Beast, my pet. Long Yi proudly answered. Having SS rank super magical beast as a pet, in this world only Long Yi might be such person. Pet? Yu Feng nearly fainted, and looked at Long Yi as if he was a monster. "Okay, don't look at me with worship like this, you should already know that my face is very thin." Long Yi mischievously laughed. After that, pulling Yu Feng, he sat inside the sledge, and as for little 3, it reduced its size and also entered inside. This truly made Long Yi surprised. He had never expected this gluttonous can now freely change its build. This, however, was S-rank magical beast's ability. Don't tell me that little 3 is also S-rank magical beast, but its strength was at best comparable to only mid-B rank magical beast. With his thought, Violent Lightning Beast began running rapidly, pulling sledge along it. "Does it feels good?" Long Yi chuckled and asked. Yu Feng caressed the fur of little 3 without letting it go. Then looking at Long Yi with sparkling eyes, she said, You truly make people look so light. In the end, how many secrets do you have?" "Ah, I have a lot of secrets, you have to slowly excavate it." Long Yi chuckled. Yu Feng blushed, and her eyes flashed with the hue of pleasant surprise. Those words of Long Yi seemed to contain hint inside, so had no other choice but to laugh hollowly to conceal it. Violent Lightning Beast pulled the sledge and had already ran several hundred li, but the spirit power of Long Yi still hadn't sensed any trace of life. "Ice Silkworm, I beg you quickly come out." Looking at Wush Wang in his bosom, Long Yi inwardly yelled. From last time, it had already been 5 days since she was awake, and her complexion was also getting paler and paler. Now she had a kind of miserable beauty, just like about to wither flower in the autumn. Suddenly, the spirit power of Long Yi shook, and Violent Lightning Beast also stopped instantly, and gave out a heaven-shaking roar. And Yu Feng and little 3 in her bosom cracked her lips due to the sudden stop of sledge. "Ruai Ice Silkworm!" Long Yi and Yu Feng exclaimed. Both of them got excited and nervous at the same time. Long Yi sent out 10 light balls in the sky which emitted a soft white light. But the vision of Long Yi didn't find what the thing was in front of them, and he could sense other parties seemed to have no life fluctuation. Although he couldn't confirm whether it was Ruai Ice Silkworm or not, but Long Yi didn't dare to lower his guard. He knew that the life form surviving in such abominable environment, even if it was an ant, must not be underestimated. Just then, Violent Lightning Beast again roared in provocation, and joining the fun, little 3 also roared. Suddenly, the entire ice began to shake. After shaking violently, the ice cracked opened, which looked just like opened mouth under the dim light. This looked very terrifying. Long Yi held Wush Wang with one hand, and other hand pulled Yu Feng, then floated in the sky. Seeing the crisscross cracked deformed layer of ice and snow, cold sweat appeared on the forehead of Long Yi. Finally the shaking stopped, and far away in the dark, there appeared 2 very small blue specks, which shot towards Long Yi's side in high speed. "Ah, so cute, ah!" Yu Feng exclaimed while blankly watching that palm-sized marten possessing azure blue eyes and snow-white fur, in front of that huge body of Violent Lightning Beast. This snow marten looked so tiny that one step of Violent Lightning Beast would change it into a pile of meat pulp. But Violent Lightning Beast, however, was cautiously looking at this little thing, and released its sky-covering aura to pressure it. This snow marten flashed several times to avoid the pressure of Violent Lightning Beast. Its speed was incomparably fast. "Where have I seen this thing, ah?" Seeing this snow marten, Long Yi inwardly thought. After that he began to recall the content of Magical Beasts introduction book. "Snowstorm Divine Marten." Long Yi suddenly exclaimed in surprise.